Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, Vice Captain of the 4th Division Soul Society, Siri Itai, 2nd floor of the 4th Division Relief Center. Make way, quick. Vice Captain Higashi, we need help over here. Amidst the flurry of movement, a wounded Shinigami, his body mauled by a hollow, was urgently carried in on a stretcher. From beside another patient's bed, a male Shinigami stood up, having just finished healing. Without so much as a backward glance, he vanished in a flash step and reappeared beside the new arrival. Leave him to me. Go help the others. His voice was calm and gentle. Spirit particles danced between his fingers as he placed a hand over the injuries. The battered flesh visibly mended under his touch. One by one, the wounded were treated. Time crept into the depths of night. At last, the final injured Shinigami was stabilized. The healers and seated officers of the 4th Division exhaled as one, relief softening their tired eyes. This was hardly unusual. Episodes like this unfolded regularly within the relief center's walls. What made the monotony bearable, what sparked whispered admiration in the barracks, was their vice captain, Higashi Shuuichi. Just like Captain Anohana, he was endlessly patient, endlessly kind. Working under them was like basking in gentle spring sunlight. None of them, of course, could begin to guess the truth. The streets of Siriai just before dawn, silent, peaceful. The occasional tree rustled gently in the cold breeze. A brown-haired man with matching eyes and rectangular glasses strolled quietly through the district. His shayakusho swayed with each step. A sudden flicker of movement, and another man landed beside him. Aizen-sama. Here's the harvest. The newcomer pulled out a transparent box. Inside, dozens of spirit particle clusters, each one unique in shape and color. Under the pale moonlight, the newcomer's identity was plain to see. If any 4th Division member had been present, they'd immediately recognize their gentle vice captain, Higashi Shuuichi. Aizen took the box, slipping it into his sleeve without a glance. Then, slowly, he resumed walking. Shuuichi followed half a step behind, wordless. He'd been working under Aizen for decades. He knew this pace meant something more was coming. They walked for quite a while, only stopping once they reached the edge of the noble estates. Aizen lifted his gaze toward the ornate roofs ahead. If I recall, your first notable act was assassinating a noble you found distasteful. Yes, Aizen-sama. It was that event that caught your attention. And brought me into the light. Shuuichi bowed his head slightly, his tone reverent. Thanks to your occasional warnings, most nobles have spent these past decades howling impotently at criminals. Aizen murmured. But it seems that status quo is fraying. If needed, I can eliminate the Shuuichi. Aizen's voice was soft, yet sharp enough to slice his words in half. How many times must I remind you? Killing a few nobles won't change the rod and soul society. Not now, not ever. Don't act without orders. Yes, Aizen-sama. Shuuichi nodded, obedient. Aizen stared a while longer at the glittering palaces, then vanished in a flash step, no explanation given. But Shuuichi understood. The absence of detail meant the message was obvious, and he was expected to grasp it without being spoon-fed. Sure enough, come morning, he didn't even need to investigate, gossip arrived on its own. Did you hear? The 9th seat of the 6th Division killed a fellow officer during a mission, then slaughtered every Shinigami who tried to stop him. Not just that. His wife tried to intervene too, he butchered her as well. But why didn't any of them get brought in for healing? What else? They all died on the spot. The 9th Division handled the cleanup. The moment Shuuichi heard the chatter, he pieced it together. They hadn't named the 9th seat, but between the incident and the timing, it could only be one man, Tsunayashiro Takatake. Of the 5 great noble clans, the Tsunayashiro oversaw the Grand Spirit Book Archive. And in the timeline of future disasters, he'd be the 3rd true boss-level antagonist after Iwak. But not now. Not yet. This event, in truth, was a narrative catalyst, an excuse to bring another villain onto the stage, Tosen Kaname. Which meant, last night's cryptic words from Aizen made perfect sense. It was both a reminder, fuel for Shuuichi's justified hatred of the nobility, and a means to wrap their actions in a cloak of righteousness. He could understand that only because Shuichi wasn't originally from this world. He was a transmigrator, from a certain blue planet called Earth. Too bad, though. He'd brought the wrong damn cheat code. His template was something meant for transmigration into Earth's ancient past. All he had was a bit of foreknowledge. No system. No buffs. No game interface. Just average. The body he'd possessed, a Rakongai commoner named Higashi Shuichi, had nothing going for it aside from a passable spiritual power aptitude. Aikido? Had to learn it the hard way. Kido? Grind it from scratch. Sword art? Start from zero. As for his Zanpakuto? Had to enroll in the Shino Academy and slowly work toward it like everybody else. 100 years. That's how long it took. And what did he have to show for it? Not much. His earthborn logic just couldn't grasp Soul Society's absurd metaphysics. Communicate with your blade. They said. It's a goddamn sword, not a pen pal. Control your spirit particles. They said. Control what? Flash steps? He just mimicked what he saw. Sword art was okay, thanks to martial arts movies back on Earth, but everything else? Dumpster fire. The teachers at Shino? Useless. Just clock in, drone on, clock out. Whether you understood or not was your problem. Sometimes he wondered if they all got their jobs through nepotism. Even after joining a squad, the vice captain who ran continued instruction was no better. Just repeated the textbook. Never once answered his questions properly. The result? Shuichi sucked. At everything. He'd wasted decades getting nowhere. So one night, after tearing out who knows how many strands of his own hair, he made a decision that would have made his ancestors scream. He was going to join Aizen. This was pre-Hogyoku. Pre-hair gel. Pre-betrayal. Aizen was still lurking in obscurity, barely noticed, seated at the bottom of the 5th division. He had no lieutenants. No trusted subordinates. Surely, Shuichi thought, Aizen would be happy to guide a loyal underling from the ground up. Watching your pawn grow strong had to be satisfying, right? As for the ethics of helping Aizen kill fellow Shinigami, Shuichi didn't care. He wasn't a hero. He just wanted to survive. Shinigami lived for thousands of years. If he could just live through the next few arcs of chaos, the world would be his oyster. Worst case scenario? Retire to the human world like Urahara. Set up a little shop. Grow a beard. More importantly, Aizen treated his people well. Jin, Tosen, they didn't lack resources. Aizen gave power to those who served. As long as Shuichi didn't try anything stupid, he'd be fine. What? He had plans for him too, stay the hell out of it. Let Ichigo be born. Don't interfere. Those transmigrators who yelled "I defy fate" were fools. If you already knew the script led to victory, why change the play? All Shuichi had to do was survive. Everyone else? Necessary sacrifices. Yes, his morals were flexible. His initial plan had been to take Tosen's place. But back then, Aizen hadn't reached the civilian soul phase of his Hogyoku research. He was still studying Shinigami power itself, which meant he needed Rishi samples, lots of them. But sending hollows to kill Shinigami was inefficient. So Shuichi volunteered to join the 4th division. From there, he extracted spirit particles during treatment. 60 years passed like that. He clawed his way up, an inch at a time, from faceless medic to vice captain. His strength, once a joke, now rivaled squad captains. Under Aizen's personal instruction, he finally became proficient in Aikido, flash steps, sword art, Kido. He wasn't talentless. Just misunderstood. He could lead a squad now, no question. Unfortunately, his captain was Anohana Retsu. And she missed nothing. So he walked on eggshells, never once letting her catch him harvesting Rishi. This afternoon, the 4th Division received word from Central 46, Captain Anohana was invited to attend Tsunayashiro Takate's trial. But everyone knew what invited in principle meant. Anohana wasn't going. She didn't give a damn. So the task fell to Shuichi. He could have skipped it. Their presence was just a precaution in case of emergencies. But he wanted to see the next boss in person. And he knew something big was coming. Aizen wouldn't have said anything otherwise. After all, he was still just a nobody in the 5th Division. Officially, anyway. So let me go see it for myself. This shining beacon of a trial. Shuichi folded the reply letter, slid it into the waiting courier's hands, and smiled faintly, mockingly, as he turned toward the judgment hall. Chapter 2, A Farcical Trial. Soul Society, Siri Itai, Central 46 Chambers. For over a millennium, countless trials had taken place beneath these cold stone arches. Today was no different. 40 wise men and 6 judges sat arranged in tiers above. Below them stood Commander General Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, 4th Division Vice Captain Higashi Shuuichi, 8th Division Captain Shun Sekiraku, and 9th Division Captain Muguruma Kensai. On the floor, bound and alone, stood Tsunayashiro Tokunada. Honestly, the setup felt excessive to Shuuichi. The Commander General's presence was expected. He attended most Central 46 hearings. His stern gaze lent the court its borrowed courage. Muguruma Kensai's presence made sense too. He led the capture after the incident. But Shun Sekiraku? That one puzzled Shuuichi. What's the head of the intelligence division doing at a trial like this? Of course, that thought stayed locked in his mind. He wasn't about to question Kiraku to his face. But as the trial progressed, the reason became painfully clear. Shuuichi caught the death glare Tokunada sent toward Kiraku and, inwardly, gave the man a silent thumbs up. You've got balls, brother. Turns out, the Tsunayashiro family had already brokered a backroom acquittal. Kensai was prepared to release Tokunada. Then Kiraku dropped a formal accusation on Central 46's lap, forcing them to act. Now they were in a bind. The Tsunayashiro clan, one of the 5 great noble houses, demanded face. But so did Shun Sekiraku, captain of the 8th Division and prized student of the Commander General himself. Damned if they favored one. Damned if they didn't. Thus unfolded this bastardized excuse of a trial. Tokunada stood accused, technically, but the charges were laughable: unintentional manslaughter, excessive force in self-defense, soft, sanitized, sterile. One of the elders even shot Kiraku a pitiful look as if to say, "This is the best we could do." The sentence? House arrest for 500 years, deferred by 6 months so Tokunada could transition his responsibilities. No restitution. No penalty. Even someone like Higashi Shuuichi, who never claimed moral high ground, found it offensive. It would have been better not to hold a trial at all. At least then people could pretend justice might still exist. He turned to Kiraku and saw only quiet disappointment in the man's eyes. If he weren't born into the Kiraku clan, Shuuichi thought, he might have followed Aizen too. Kiraku was a man of contradictions, idealism cloaked in irreverence. Most were fooled by his lazy smile. To Shuuichi, the trial was a complete failure. Central 46 tried to appease both sides and ended up alienating them both. Worse, they didn't even realize it. After the judgment, they ordered Captain Muguruma to escort Tokunada and announce the verdict to the public, as if that would legitimize their disgrace. Shuuichi followed silently. When they arrived at the square, he saw him, fists clenched, teeth gritted, blind eyes wide open. Tosen Kaname. It hit him in that moment. He had misunderstood Aizen. Last night's words weren't about the trial itself. They were about this man. In canon, it was Aizen who recruited Tosen. But now that he had Shuuichi as a reliable lieutenant, there was no need to risk exposure. By nudging Shuuichi to attend and invoking past memories, Aizen was leading him to see Tosen as a mirror of his former self. He didn't need to say anything. Shuuichi would handle the rest. Masterful, Shuuichi thought, deeply impressed. If I didn't have foreknowledge, I'd be dancing on his strings like everyone else. Kensai finished reading the verdict to a crowd of cheering, clueless Shinigami. Not one noticed Tokunada walk away, unguarded and free. Not even a leash. No surveillance. No conditions. Ridiculous. But not everyone missed it. Though blind, Tosen's spiritual perception was sharp. His eyes locked onto Tokunada. And Tokunada saw him too, his late wife's closest friend. He approached, calm and measured. Tosen asked why. Why did he kill Keikyuu? Tokunada sneered, relishing the opportunity to boast. He spoke in detail, sneering at Keikyuu's kindness, her pacifist dreams, her belief in love and peace. All of it, in his eyes, was filth. Repulsive. And then he did it, lifted Tosen's Zanpakuto and placed it against his own throat. Go ahead. Just a flick of your arm, and you can avenge your precious friend, my wife, Keikyuu. So which matters more? Her dream? Or her revenge? His voice was mocking, eyes locked on Tosen's empty stare. Was he daring Tosen to strike? No. He didn't care if he died. He wanted Tosen to break. From the moment he touched that blade to his neck, he had already won. Whether Tosen struck or not, Tokunada would savor the outcome. But fate sided with him once more. Tosen trembled. He hesitated. He couldn't do it. He remembered Keikyuu's dream, a world without hate, and couldn't defile it with blood. If I kill him, how could I face her in the afterlife? Tosen wept inside. And Tokunada? He laughed. Drunk on sadism. He struck Tosen, fists, elbows, knees. Beating him savagely, trying to provoke a response. But Tosen endured. Not a word. Not a blow returned. At last, Tokunada grew bored. He turned, leaving Tosen half dead on the ground. If you're that obsessed with her nauseating dream, then go join her in the grave. He couldn't even be bothered to kill him. Let the family retainers finish the job. But just then, light erupted from the sky. Bakudo number 62, 100 puppets. Dozens of pale rods of light crashed down, slamming into the advancing assassins and pinning them where they stood. Vice Captain Higashi? One of the attackers recognized him. I'm not sure what just happened here, Shuichi said coolly, stepping between Tosen and the assailants, but this is Syriite AI? A civilian showing up here with an unregistered Zunpacto? Suspicious enough. He won't die here, not yet. I'm taking him to the 10th Division for questioning. Any objections? His spiritual pressure unfurled, not enough to crush, just enough to warn. One of the would-be killers tried to protest, but he's a Tsunayashiro. Shuichi silenced him with a glare. I wasn't aware nobility had the right to execute people without trial. Even Central 46 doesn't have that power. And he wasn't wrong. Technically, that was the law. It was just never enforced, at least not when nobles were the perpetrators and commoners the victims. But now that someone had spoken aloud, they couldn't hide behind shadows. Just like Kiraku's accusation, the moment it hit daylight, it had to be addressed. Defeated, the attackers stood down as Shuichi bent down to tend to Tosen. Of course, the 10th Division was a lie. He brought Tosen not to any interrogation chamber, but to his own quarters in the 4th Division, where someone was already waiting, Aizen Sosuke, calm and smiling. Chapter 3, Tosen Kaname joins. Convincing Tosen was almost too easy, so easy that Higashi Shuichi started to worry on Aizen's behalf. Is this guy really loyal, or just pretending? In Shuichi's own words, Tosen took one look at Aizen, felt the vast spiritual pressure he wasn't even trying to hide, then listened to Aizen's grand dream of reshaping the Rotten Soul Society, a dream echoing Keikyu's own, and promptly burst into tears, pledging himself on the spot. That's Tosen for you. A romantic to the end. His whole life, he'd been chasing the ghost of a friend's dream, so much so that he lost himself along the way. If love exists in this world, Shuichi thought from the corner of the room, silently watching this emotional one-man performance, then Tosen and Keikyu's love, born of friendship, transcending death, is first on the list. Recruiting him had always been part of the plan. The real problem was the Zunpacto in his hands. Tosen, Shuichi said, stepping forward after the conversation ended, since you're one of us now, there's something I need you to answer honestly. Where did that Zunpacto come from? Of course, Shuichi already knew. But as a good actor in a long con, he had to pretend ignorance. I took it from Keikyu. Tosen said quietly. I want to inherit her will. Her dream. Shuichi sucked in a sharp breath and glanced at Aizen. According to regulations, a deceased Shinigami's Zunpacto must be reclaimed by the proper authorities. If what you said is true, then I imagine the higher-ups have already noticed it's missing. He turned back to Tosen, expression grim. Unauthorized possession of a Zunpacto is punishable by death. The moment the word death left his mouth, Tosen's grip on the blade tightened. I won't hand it over. Never. Not even if it costs me my life. Shuichi winced, looking to Aizen for help. He knew how to solve it himself, of course, but sometimes, you had to let the boss have the spotlight. Tomorrow, Aizen said calmly, you'll take Tosen to see Shun Sakuraku. He'll tell the whole story. Of course. Aizen had already planned it out. Yesterday's farcical judgment had clearly left Kiraku fuming, and Tosen was just a civilian. If this earned a few sympathy points, Central 46 could use that to patch their image. In Soul Society, a captain's goodwill was currency. So the next morning, Shuichi brought Tosen to the 8th Division. Everything unfolded exactly as Aizen predicted. Kiraku listened with furrowed brows and soft eyes, visibly moved. Before Central 46 could even react, Kiraku had already reported the matter himself. This time, the Central 46 was unusually agreeable. No problem at all. After all, it only involved a commoner. And Kiraku had already offered a concession: Tosen would be enrolled in the Shino Academy. That officially legitimized his possession of the Zunpacto. No one could complain afterward. Thus, what should have been a headline scandal across all of Soul Society vanished without a ripple. Tosen entered the academy. And Shuichi's life returned to its usual chaos. Yamada Kiyanosuke. Shuichi sighed, staring at the pale, intense Shinigami in his office. How many times have I told you? You can't beat me. What's the point of challenging me every week? Vice Captain Higashi. Yamada replied with icy poise, our division is tasked with saving lives. We shouldn't value combat prowess above healing ability. And frankly, if you refuse to compare Kaido with me, I must say you're unfit for the 4th Division. Perhaps you'd be more at home in the 11th. It was always the same. Shuichi pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine. Go convince the captain. If Anohana agrees, I'll accept your challenge. That was his go-to line. It always worked. Until today. She agreed. See? Even she? Wait, what the hell did you just say? Shuichi froze, eyes wide. He had to have misheard. Anohana Retsu. The Anohana. Kind, yes, but also the original Kinpachi. The most lethal swordswoman in Soul Society. That woman. Agreed with Yamada's Kaido above all doctrine? No way. Shuichi was 1000% certain something was off. But Yamada wasn't the type to lie about this. Which meant Anohana really had approved it. Why? Shuichi's scalp tingled. Don't tell me she discovered what I've been doing. No. Impossible. If that were the case, it wouldn't be Yamada sent to deal with him. Anohana would come herself. Maybe even bring Yamamoto. No. The truth had to be subtler. And then it clicked. She must have suspected something, noticed faint irregularities in the condition of patients he treated. Maybe not enough to act openly. But enough to want him temporarily removed. Yamada was the perfect excuse. Smart. Cautious. Classic Anohana. Shuichi felt cold sweat on his back. He was probably done for. If he got caught now, Aizen wouldn't lift a finger. In fact, Aizen might silence him just to tie up loose ends. A dog who barked too much was a liability. And if Central 46 found out? His whole career, his life, would vanish. I understand. Shuichi said quietly. Tomorrow, then. We'll compare Kaido. This time, there was no sarcasm in his voice. No lazy smirk. Only a bitter smile, curling faintly at the corners of his lips. Chapter 4, 2 Years of Peace. So. You really think Anohana Retsu is on to you? 3 days later, in Siriai's Hanamaki district, the 1,000-yen ramen bar. Aizen set his chopsticks down gently after finishing his bowl. His voice was soft, quiet. Yeah. Shuichi replied, wiping the oil from his lips with a napkin. That's why I didn't put up much of a fight during the Kaido duel. If I'd gone all out, Yamada Kiyonosuke might not have beaten me. But staying on as vice-captain just wasn't worth the risk. You made the right call. Aizen said, adjusting his glasses. Beneath that gentle surface, Anohana is a beast. Working under her, caution is wise. But I've been demoted to third seat. Shuichi said with a worried look. Technically I can still perform treatment, but most Shinigami are going to prefer Kiyonosuke now. You don't need to worry about that. Aizen smiled, calm and serene. Even if that hadn't happened, I was going to pull you off the field soon anyway. Wait. The research made progress? Shuichi leaned forward, breath short, voice hushed. Acting the part of an excited subordinate. Quite the opposite. Aizen said smoothly. That line of research hit a dead end. But recently, Zala Pro found something new by studying certain individuals in the human world. A new path. Fascinating, isn't it? If one road closes, we try another. Shuichi watched Aizen's confident expression and saw through it instantly. This wasn't some last-minute revelation. Aizen had clearly been working on it behind the scenes for a while. If not for the Kiyonosuke incident, Shuichi doubted Aizen would have mentioned anything at all. Is there anything I can help with, Aizen-sama? Now that I've stepped back, I've got more free time. He asked, feigning eagerness. In truth, he wanted no part of it, but appearances had to be kept. Thankfully, Aizen had no such plans for him. Not at the moment. What I need isn't something your current position can access. The ideal assets would be someone from the 10th or 9th divisions. Once Kaname graduates the academy, we'll begin. Tosen Kaname. Shuichi echoed. And with that, he knew exactly what Aizen's new path was. The Hogyoku. To craft it, Aizen needed souls with Shinigami potential, a resource that someone in the 4th division simply couldn't gather without scrutiny. But the 10th division, responsible for Rakongai patrols? Or the 9th, which handled crimes and cover-ups? Perfect? If it were up to Shuichi, he'd pick the 9th. Easier to hide bodies there. That was probably why, in the original plot, Tosen joined the 9th division after graduation. After lingering a while longer, they both left the ramen shop one after the other, keeping their relationship discreet. Publicly, they were barely acquaintances. And then, 2 peaceful years passed. In the first year, Shuichi stayed constantly on edge. He kept expecting Anohana to storm in with a secret audit. But nothing happened. She remained her usual warm, serene self. She even pulled him aside once and apologized over the Kiyonosuke ordeal. By year 2, Shuichi was lost. It was as if Aizen had forgotten he existed. Maybe once or twice he summoned him, but only to spout vague promises about the future. No missions. No directives. Just silence. He felt like a normal Shinigami. And it terrified him. Because if the surface was that still, something huge had to be churning below. Even the hollows in Hukomundo had quieted. Aizen kept the Menos locked down. Sometimes, he'd allow one or two to cross over, just enough to give the 13th Division of Imperial Guard something to fight. It was too clean. Too controlled. Which meant only one thing, Aizen was cooking something big. But the problem was, this wasn't in Shuichi's memory. This whole stretch, these 2 empty years, didn't exist in the original timeline. Which only made the unease worse. What is he planning? Shuichi lay on his back, sprawled on the wide bed in his 4th Division quarters, staring at the ceiling. The calm was deafening. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Shuichi. Open up. He opened the door to find a clean-cut man with short black hair, parted at a perfect 3/7 split. Dressed in his Shyakusho, exuding a fresh-faced energy, Jinjiro, currently the 14th seat of the 6th Division. His dream? Opening an eyeglasses shop in Siriite AI? What's up, Jinjiro? They'd met not long after Shuichi stepped down. He'd gone to Rukongai to buy glasses for Aizen, just a petty gift to curry favor, and stumbled into Jinjiro, who happened to be hanging out at the same opticians. The guy knew everything about glasses. One thing led to another, and they became friends. The Noble Hunting Festival. It's happening again. 4 years, man, it's finally back. They set up registration at the Cherry Blossom Plaza. You haven't signed up yet, have you? Jinjiro was practically bouncing. Noble Hunting Festival? Shuichi blinked. Then it hit him. Right. That dumb pageantry those nobles imported after watching some Earth dynasty throw a similar event. Officially a hunting event. In truth? A glorified matchmaking carnival. A stage for male nobles to show off for eligible noblewomen. 13 court guard divisions weren't invited to hunt, they were there as security. But for many commoner male Shinigami, it was the closest they'd ever get to a noblewoman. What if she notices me? That kind of thought ran rampant among them. Shuichi had never cared. He had zero interest in those inbred noble ladies. His aesthetic sense had been shaped by modern Earth, after all. He'd rather wait for Soul Society to modernize further, or just sneak off to the world of the living and chase some deep, passionate romance there. So when Jinjiro brought it up, he'd genuinely forgotten the festival existed. But now his instincts screamed. Aizen. Did you spend 2 years waiting for this? Chapter 5. The Noble Hunting Festival. It turned out Higashi Shuichi's instincts were dead on. The same night he unwillingly accompanied Jinjiro to register at the Cherry Blossom Plaza, he received a message from Aizen. So this really was about the hunting festival, huh? Shuichi murmured as he gazed out his window toward Rukongai. But seriously? Rescue our captured comrades? That's the slogan they're going with. As if Hollows would shout something like that. Who's actually buying this crap? He sneered. Aizen's nonsense was, as always, beautifully packaged, but still nonsense. Still. The message wasn't the point. The point was the misdirection. Aizen's real move was likely elsewhere, probably deep in Rukongai, where he'd quietly harvest all those qualified souls he'd pre-selected, while the whole Imperial Guards was busy guarding a glorified noble dating show. Typical. Aizen. Shuichi chuckled coldly. So much for no rush. Turns out Aizen had been preparing for this all along. All the talk about waiting for Tosin to graduate had been just that, talk. And what was Shuichi's role in this masterstroke? Simple, provide the layout. Identify the key nobles. Mark the high-interest zones. Feed information to Aizen's people so the actual strike could be executed during the chaos of the event. Aizen couldn't rely on Kyoka Suigetsu here, not when nobles would scatter the moment the hunt began, making illusionary preemptions unreliable. But Shuichi's Zanpakuto? That was another matter. How long's it been, Cha? Since we last danced in the shadows? He whispered to the moonlight. The festival came fast, wrapped in pageantry. As one of the few grand spectacles nobles had organized in recent years, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards went all in. All captains showed up in person. The only absentee was Joshiro Yukitake, whose illness kept him away. The male Shinigami turnout wasn't small either. Shuichi counted at least 20 participants. Not bad, considering only seated officers were allowed to register. But when he glanced around at his own squad, 4th Division, the so-called girl magnet of the Imperial Guards, he saw only 3, Captain Anohana Retsu, Vice Captain Yamadaki Anosuke, and himself. Don't those girls want to fall in love? He muttered. Still, this suited him fine. With fewer people around, he had fewer eyes to dodge. He could deploy his Zanpakuto with less suspicion. He sidled up to Anohana just as the Tsunayashiro Patriarch began his pompous speech, and whispered, Captain. Considering how few of our squad showed up, should I release my Shikai? It might help keep the nobles safer. He wasn't reckless. He would never unleash a Shikai inside Syriite AI without clearance. That was literal law, punishable by death. He expected a nod. A quiet, professional go-ahead. What he got instead was devastatingly gentle rejection. That won't be necessary. Anohana said with that smile that melted glaciers. I know your Zanpakuto can split into tiny autonomous spirit avatars, perfect for this kind of situation. But Kiyonosuke already assured me he can handle all medical responsibilities during the event. I've given him my word. I can't break it, now can I? I see. Shuichi's eyes slid past her, right to the shadows behind her, where Kiyonosuke stood with arms folded and a frosty glare. Coincidence? Hell no. That little bastard was watching him like a hawk. And suddenly, the last 2 years clicked into place. The decrease in patience. The constant redirection to the medicine lab. The subtle demotions. It hadn't just been Kiyonosuke's politicking. It had been Anohana's quiet nod of consent. She knew. Or at least, she suspected. And if that was the case, his days in the 4th division were numbered. Shuichi locked all the panic away behind a bright, brilliant smile. That's actually wonderful news. He said cheerfully. Using that technique always exhausts me. If Vice Captain Kiyonosuke can handle the burden alone, I'm grateful for the reprieve. Oh, is that so? Then maybe you're relaxing a little too early. A voice like crashing sunlight hit him from behind. Shuichi didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Muguruma Kinsai, current captain of the 9th Division. A man who looked like he'd walked straight out of a shonen manga. Built like a tank, heart like a furnace. They'd known each other in passing. Everyone in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards knew Shuichi, even if just as the former gentle vice captain. You seem to know something, Captain Muguruma. Shuichi said, still smiling. Care to enlighten me? His mind was racing. Everything was spiraling since Anohana's unexpected refusal. Trap. It's a trap. Kenzai announced with zero subtlety, flinging an arm around Shuichi and grinding his knuckles into his hair like an over-enthusiastic older brother. Turns out those hollows in Hugo Mundo have been acting real fishy, gathering in large groups, moving in sync. 2 of them even seem to be giving orders. Add that to some other intel we got, and... well, the Commander General and Kiraku are convinced they're planning to hit here. During this festival. Shuichi jerked away, fixing his hair with a grimace. Kensai just laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. Honestly, I don't know why we even agreed to host this stupid thing. All it does is make us babysit nobles and keep a bunch of barely contained hollows at fighting strength so the show looks good. Total headache. Kensai kept rambling, but Shuichi was no longer listening. His entire spine had gone cold. Because if he knew, then Anohana definitely knew. She had known everything. The trap. The danger. The odds. And yet, she said nothing. She was watching him. She's testing me. He kept his expression neutral and replied, makes sense. That's probably why the rest of our squad didn't show up. They must be on standby for post-battle relief. But inside, his thoughts were spiraling. Anohana was no fool. She wouldn't leap to accusations. But if she suspected he was connected to the hollows, if she thought he was feeding Aizen intel, she didn't need proof. She just needed an excuse. Don't rely on past life impressions, Shuichi reminded himself. Don't trust the mask she wears. She's not just kind. She's the first Kinpachi. And she wouldn't hesitate to slit his throat with a smile. But what he still didn't understand was why. What had made her suspect he was linked to Hugo Mundo? What clue had he left behind? Chapter 6, The Hunt Begins, Part 1, but it's still just the Commander General's speculation. We can't cancel a major noble event over a maybe. Anohana's voice floated softly from behind Higashi Shuichi. So only vice captains and above were briefed. Since you're currently 3rd seat. You weren't informed. Her words were logical, reasonable, perfectly phrased. And to Shuichi, who'd already raised his guard, they sounded exactly like someone shouting nothing to see here while standing on a pile of corpses. True, true. Shuichi replied with a genial nod. Even if you gave the Hollows 100 guts, they'd never dare charge into Soul Society in force. Causing trouble in Rakonga is one thing, but this... no way. Anohana smiled. The same soft, inscrutable smile she always wore. Thankfully, Jinjinjiro arrived at just the right moment, giving Shuichi a graceful excuse to withdraw. They've released the Hollows. Let's go, our post is West Rakonga, 62nd District. Jin was nearly bouncing. Why there? Shuichi asked, flashing into a flash steps to match the pace. Because that zone only has standard Hollows. Jin said with smug satisfaction. Least dangerous, Least contested. Nobles don't care for it, and the other Shinigami prefer flashier targets. I snatched our assignment right away. Easy. He'd clearly come prepared. Shuichi was less enthused. It ran counter to Aizen's instructions, but after Anohana's earlier probing, he wasn't about to risk drawing more suspicion. After all, if he failed Aizen, the worst that would happen was a cold scolding. But if Anohana caught him red-handed? He didn't want to think about it. They arrived at the 62nd district soon after. According to the festival plans, this zone, along with 64, 66, 71, 73, and 75, were designated hunting areas. The spacing was intentional, meant to prevent nobles from kill-stealing one another. This event wasn't just a blood sport, it was performance. A show of strength. Reputation building. And it had to be fair. The perimeter was guarded jointly by the 10th and 2nd divisions. Normally, only a handful of Shinigami volunteered to join the nobles inside the zones, keeping the numbers tight. But today, something was off. There was a captain already present. Shuyuin Taicho? Jin stammered the name, wide-eyed. Great, Shuichi thought. So much for heroics. With her here, nobody else is getting a moment in the spotlight. That was what Jin was thinking too, down to the last syllable. The infamous captain of the 2nd division, Shuyuin Yoruichi, met their arrival with a casual wave. Hey. You two are the Shinigami assigned to this zone, yeah? Yes, Captain Shuyuin. Shuichi replied with a respectful bow. Didn't expect this area to be under your personal supervision. But truth be told, Shuichi wasn't surprised at all. Kensai had already hinted this was a trap. It only made sense to have at least one captain in each of the 6 zones. If anything, only having Yoruichi here seemed too thin. But then again, considering her capabilities, peerless flash steps, impeccable combat strength, she was more than enough. No matter where the hollows showed up, she could intercept them instantly. Having 2 captains here would have been a waste of resources. It's not really supervision. Yoruichi said with a wave of her hand. I'm just here to hang out. Don't mind me. You two do your thing, I won't interfere unless I absolutely have to. That casual tone belied the dangerous edge behind it. Shuichi knew her reputation well. He responded calmly, because he knew something was going to happen. That was inevitable. Jin, however, was visibly devastated. His dream of charming a noble heiress with dazzling battlefield bravado had just imploded. Should have stayed in the 6th division. At least there, he could have earned overtime and inched closer to funding that dream glasses shop. Not long after, the noble contingent arrived. 29 participants, 16 men, 13 women. Balanced. Shuichi gave them a cursory glance. Until a small figure caught his eye. Su Ifeng? He wasn't sure. The girl couldn't have been more than 10. But there was something unmistakable in her stance, her expression. A child, yes. But unmistakably her. Shuichi dug through his memory, flipping through nearly forgotten lore. Yes. Yes. That was it. Feng family, minor nobility, long affiliated with the Shuyuin clan. Their members had long served as personal assassins. And now, with the family all but extinct, they'd sent little Su Ifeng out early, to gain experience. Probably as a form of desperate investment in the family's survival. But the problem is, this world isn't the same as the one I remember. Here, Aizen's holotech had evolved faster, much faster, thanks to Shuichi's decade of supplying high-grade Shinigami Rishi. Which meant, they had new tricks. One in particular was the Death Knot, a Rishi construct that could absorb all spiritual energy within a fixed radius, functioning as a potent defensive field. It was invented by Sazela Pro. And guess who got to test it first? Higashi Shuichi. His verdict? Annoyingly effective. If you didn't break the knot's threshold damage, the hollow behind it was untouchable. Keto and ranged attacks? Useless. But it had a weakness. Melee worked just fine. Shuichi had no idea if Aizen would deploy it during this incident. The thing had been shelved after the test, never officially released. But if it did show up, it'd cause chaos. Just as Shuichi was pondering all this, the nobles began unleashing their power, Keto, speed, martial displays, raining down on standard hollows. It had begun. Then, 3 Garganta portals ripped open right near his position in the 62nd district. They're here at last. They really came. 2 minds, opposite edges of the field, reached the same thought at the same time, Shuichi and the silent figure lurking nearby, Shuyuin Yoruichi. Chapter 7, The Hunt Begins, Part 2, Boom. 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 Reality wasn't like those neatly choreographed battles in anime. The hollows didn't politely declare their presence before attacking. The 3 elite Gillians had only half emerged from their Garganta when they fired their Sero, blinding lances of destruction, already primed and crackling. Bakudo number 8, Repulsion. Thunder Strike. Higashi Shuuichi and Shioi Yoruichi moved at the same instant. Shuuichi unsheathed his Zanpakuto and channeled Bakudo through the blade, coating it in a translucent layer of rishi. With a flash step, he swung, slicing through the incoming Sero. Its trajectory veered wide, missing the confused nobles by mere meters and detonating harmlessly in the distance. Yoruichi, meanwhile, had already predicted the shot's path. She raised her palm, compressed Kido into a pinpoint bolt, and vaporized the second Sero mid-flight, so fast it was invisible to the untrained eye. But two Shinigami weren't enough. The third Sero screamed across the field, carving through a cluster of fallen lesser hollows, and struck a young noble before he even had time to scream. He died instantly. By the time the dust settled and the three Gillians fully emerged, the nobles were only beginning to process what had happened. So was Jinjinjiru, who stood frozen in place, stunned. What the hell? Gillians? Already? As a 14th seat of the 6th Division, a squad that mostly handled noble affairs, Jinjiru rarely saw live hollows, much less fought them. Most intrusions into Seoul's society never made it past the outer districts, they were always intercepted by the 10th, 11th, or 2nd Division. His reaction was normal. And against Gillians or Ajusha's level hollows, low-ranking officers like him were usually cannon fodder. Yoruichi knew better than to expect anything from him. And the nobles? Worthless in a fight. Jinjiru. Get these nobles out of the 62nd district, now. Yoruichi flash-stepped between the incoming hollows and the frozen nobles, her eyes blazing. Why yes, Captain. Jinjiru stammered, finally snapping out of it. He turned to fetch Shuuichi, only to find him already gone. Shuuichi had leapt into battle while everyone else was still catching up. Aizen's message said I could display moderate strength. Which probably means any opponent I can beat? He grinned. Truth be told, life under Aizen had been frustrating. Sure, he'd gotten stronger. But he'd never used that strength. Aizen's path was pure stealth, strike only when the odds were absolute. Now, finally, he had an excuse to loosen the leash. As he dropped onto a stunned Ajusha's, Shuuichi grinned like a child on a sugar high. You should have stayed in bed today, big guy. Tessin. The word was spoken low, but it hit like a thunderclap. The hollow didn't even see him move. One moment, Shuuichi was a flicker, the next, his heel came crashing down like a meteor. The hollow's skull cracked, and its hulking body slammed into the ground, half buried in rubble. That technique. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed. Among the four ways of the Shinigami, sword art, Kido, flash steps, Hikita, most chose sword art. Kido came second. Then flash steps. Hikita? Practically forgotten, except by the 2nd Division, whose covert operations forbade flashy powers. But what Shuuichi had just used, Tessin, a refined Hikita technique, was not the kind of thing you picked up from self-study. It was a 2nd Division specialty. Yoruichi frowned slightly. Had he trained under her command once? Or was this something more complicated? But Shuuichi wasn't thinking about her. His strike hadn't even warmed him up. He wanted more. But even so, habit kept him grounded. He remembered his real mission. Go forth, Cha. He raised his Zanpakuto, then released it without hesitation. Shikai. Command the battlefield. Cha. The blade sliced a vertical arc through the air. Spirit particles exploded outward. The Jillian he'd just flattened was split clean in half, its body disintegrating into motes of white. Then, the true ability took hold. 17 humanoid figures formed, faceless, white, miniature constructs of Rishi. They hovered in the air, silent, waiting. He can reconstitute enemies' Rishi. Just like his own. It was the first time Yoruichi had seen Sha in action. She'd only heard rumors from Yamamoto and Kiraku. No wonder Shunsui said that Zanpakuto is dangerous. It wasn't about raw power. It was because the ability, breaking down enemies into autonomous Rishi puppets, resembled the Quincy. Not entirely. Quincy's destroyed both spirit particle and soul. Cha, by contrast, only broke down Rishi, leaving the soul intact. But even with that difference, it was dangerously close to taboo. 3rd seat Higashi. Yoruichi called, her tone sharp. Cease using your Zanpakuto ability. Stick to Hikida. Work with me. He'd expected this. Mission complete. So he sheathed his weapon, bowed with exaggerated guilt, and said, Apologies, Captain. I panicked. I won't use it again. Meanwhile, underground, hidden from view, 10 more faceless spirit puppets slid away. Shielded by the chaos, masked by the others moving visibly, these advanced units slipped into the shadows. With flash steps and cloaking Kido, they scattered, west to districts 64 and 66, south to 71, 73, and 75. The hunt had truly begun. Chapter 8, The Hunt Begins, Part 3. The official report Higashi Shuichi had filed with the 13th Division of Imperial Guards only detailed a fraction of his true capabilities. According to that sanitized version, his spirit puppet constructs could provide emergency rishi supplies to other Shinigami, and replicate about 80% of his own Hikida and flash steps techniques. What he didn't report, what he made sure stayed buried, was that they could also replicate his full power in Kido. Not easily, of course. High-level Kido was a massive drain. If one of his puppets tried anything above number 90, the spell might succeed, but the puppet would burn out completely. Still, it was a devastating ace in the hole. And Shioi Yoruichi? She had no idea. Under normal circumstances, she might have sensed the puppets he sent creeping into other districts. Her spiritual perception was leagues above most captains. But today's battlefield was a blur of chaos, swarming hollows, incoming Gillians, and 4 Ajusha's level threats. Not to mention the 17 decoy puppets Shuichi had sent openly charging across the front lines. She was too busy keeping up to notice the real play. Meanwhile, Shuichi's true goal was simple: locate and identify the coordinates of key upper-class nobles, then transmit those to the real strike team Aizen had hidden in the wings, led by none other than one of Yukomundo's most dangerous ace-pada, Coyote Stark. Tencho. Shuichi's whisper was calm as he appeared in front of a Jillian. His left hand shot forward, 2 fingers extended. Crack. The hollow's hiro ruptured as a spiraling hole punched clean through its chest. Its arm spasmed and fell limp, the body crashing to the ground like a broken puppet. Even as he landed atop its shoulder, using the momentum to vault forward toward his next target, Shuichi's expression remained relaxed. You picked the wrong time to spawn. The Hikida. Yoruichi watched from the flank, brow slightly furrowed. His movements were seamless, clean, aggressive, merciless. Not a single wasted step. No hesitation, no flourish. Just death, delivered with surgical precision. He fights like a natural-born assassin, she thought, obliterating Ajusha's with a single Kido blast. His flash steps is behind mine, but still elite. And if his Kido matches his Hikida, he might be capable of learning it. She meant Shunko, her secret technique. But before she could consider further, an unexpected figure wandered into the war zone. Shuichi, still moving effortlessly through waves of hollows, was coordinating puppet surveillance across the other districts. The first wave had mostly been a distraction. The real threat, Stark, the disobedient Baragon, and their armada, waited for his signal. All he needed was the confirmed locations of the true high-ranking nobles. Most of them, predictably, had been evacuated the moment the Black Garganta opened. His mission was a race to find them before they slipped away into Syriite AI. One puppet returned with a confirmed coordinate. He prepped to relay the data to Stark, channeling it through a specialized spiritual code. Then another puppet sent back a very strange image. A young noble girl. Tiny. Barely older than 10. She held a toy wooden sword, more stick than weapon, and had crept into a hidden angle behind a hollow, thrusting it forward with every ounce of her tiny, trembling strength. She trying to die? He froze, caught between confusion and disbelief. Then he recognized her. Sui Feng. Yes. The future head of the Feng family. Currently, a suicidal little girl with more guts than sense. To be fair, her positioning was excellent. The angle, the timing, all perfect. She just didn't have the strength. Or the tool. A wooden stick wasn't going to pierce hollow flesh. The next image confirmed that. The hollow turned, slow and furious, and reared up to fire a arrow point blank. Does Sui Feng matter in the grand timeline? If I don't save her, does it affect Ichigo Kurosaki's birth? Would her death change Yoruichi's future? Questions blitzed through Shuichi's brain. But then he remembered Yoruichi's form bathed in lightning, beast-like, unstoppable. The ultimate fusion of Ikida, Kido, and flash steps. If I save her, I might get a foot in the door with Yoruichi. Maybe learn her secret technique. Decision made. Save her. Even if the odds were small, it was a small cost for a potentially massive gain. The strategist commands the field, Bakudo number 73, Tozensho. His Sunpacto hummed as he pointed toward her. A streak of blue lightning split the air, crossing most of the battlefield in an instant, just as the hollow's Sero detonated. The bolt became a crystalline prism, triangular and blazing with azure light, encasing Sui Feng completely. The Sero struck. Exploded. And did nothing. When the smoke cleared, the prism remained untouched. Not a scratch. A beat later, Shuichi flash stepped forward, materializing directly in front of the stunned hollow. It barely had time to register his face. Count yourself lucky. He said coldly. My Sunpacto's abilities don't get much screen time. You get to see one. He placed his left hand on the hollow's abdomen. Tencho. The hollow convulsed, a sharp cone-shaped crater forming in its torso. Shuuichi wasn't done. Tessin. He launched the hollow into the air with one hand, then jumped after it, his foot slamming down with crushing force. By the time the body hit the ground, the soul had already begun to dissolve. And Shuuichi stood tall, eyes already scanning the battlefield for his next opportunity. Game on. Chapter 9, Want to see a real fight? The battle still raged on, but the one in West Rakongai's 62nd district was drawing to a close. After finishing off the final Ajusha's class hollow, Shioin Yoruichi approached Higashi Shuuichi. Captain Shioin, he started to speak, but Yoruichi raised a hand to stop him. We'll talk later. No time now, she said briskly. Just got a message from Shunsui. Seems the team escorting the nobles back to Siriite AI ran into a massive ambush. The commander-generals ordered me to reinforce them. She glanced down to where the young noble girl, freed from Raiden Sankakusho, stood clutching the broken hilt of her wooden sword. Third seat Higashi, I'm leaving the rest of the hollows here to you. And that little lady too, see her home safe. Got it? No problem at all, Captain Shioin. With my strength, handling the cleanup here is no issue. Shuuichi replied without hesitation. Yoruichi gave a nod, satisfied. She was curious, of course. Shuuichi Shikai had revealed a function never logged in any official record. But now wasn't the time to question it. That little girl, though. She recognized her. A Feng. The Feng family were essentially retainers of the Shioin clan. And if she remembered right, the current Sui Feng had recently mentioned a prodigy among their kin, Feng Kaorio, a child with great potential, possibly her successor. Judging by what Yoruichi had just witnessed, the kid had spirit. In the hands of someone like Higashi Shuuichi, whose loyalty was nearly Shunsui-level meticulous, she'd be well protected. Then I leave this place to you. The final syllable hadn't even left her lips before she vanished, swallowed by her unmatched flash steps. Shuuichi-sama? Thank you. Kaorio's voice was soft and unsure. She stood hugging the ruined hilt of her Mokuzenpakto, cheeks tinged red, eyes averted. She didn't know who Shuuichi was, but she recognized the hair on Yoruichi's back. And if that woman had trusted this man, then he had to be important. She wasn't wrong. Shuuichi gave her a short nod, eyes closed, fingertips crackling faintly with Rishi. Stark's message had come in. Coordinates confirmed. We've pinned down most of the squad leaders. You've done enough. Let us handle the rest. So. His job was over? Shuuichi frowned. Already? I barely got to enjoy it. Truthfully, most of the kills had gone to Yoruichi. Aside from a single Jillian and some minor cleanup, he'd only had a few chances to stretch. But unless Aizen gave him permission to masquerade as a captain level, he couldn't push further. He had to play the dutiful third seat. You want to fight hollows? He turned, eyes falling on the girl still hugging her broken sword. Eh? Why yes. I want to be strong like you, Shuuichi-sama. Her response came fast and fierce, eyes burning with resolve. Shuuichi gave her a slow shake of the head. Then knelt slightly, placing his palm on her head in a gentle pat. Your heart's right. But you missed one thing. In a Shinigami's battle, spiritual pressure is everything. No spiritual pressure? No power. No defense. Nothing. Spiritual pressure. She mumbled, small mouth tugging downward. She knew what it was. But knowing wasn't doing. She was still too young, her pressure, even with talent, was barely a flicker. Shuuichi-sama, then. Why your hand? He extended his right hand again. Shuuichi smiled, warm, soft, disarming. Well then, noble lady. Want to see what a real fight looks like? He had a plan now. Befriending Feng Kaorio might be an excellent long-term investment. If she grew into the woman he remembered, head of the 2nd Division, commander of the Onmitsukido, then when Aizen's fall inevitably came, and it was time for Shuuichi to flip the script and play the loyal soldier, someone like her backing him could make all the difference. Just like Yoruichi once did. Kaorio, of course, had no idea what thoughts churned beneath Shuuichi's smile. All she felt was her heart pounding wildly. Her small hand slid into his. Without another word, Shuuichi pulled her gently into his arms. She let out a soft gasp as her body tipped forward, and found herself securely cradled, his arm wrapped around her waist, positioning her with practiced ease. Bakudo number 39, fan-shaped barrier. A translucent shield of Rishi bloomed around her, shaped like a shimmering disc, durable and wide, keeping her cocooned in safety. Then, flash. They were gone. A heartbeat later, Shuuichi appeared in front of a raging Jillian, his arm still wrapped around Kaorio, her eyes wide with wonder. Tencho. 2 fingers. 1 touch. The hollow vanished in a mist of shattered rishi. Another 100 meters, another jillion. Shuichi appeared above it, eyes calm. Tessin. This time he didn't hold back. His heels slammed down with such force that the hollow disintegrated midair. Another. Then another. Then another. Less than 10 minutes later, the 62nd district was silent. Every last jillion reduced to ash. Now, he said, standing on a hill overlooking the battlefield, Kaorio still in his arms, her cheeks flushed and eyes shining like twin moons. That's a real fight. Chapter 10, A Threat from Anohana Retsu. The month that followed was nothing short of hell for the 4th Division. The coordinated assault by the Hollows during the Nobles Hunting Festival had left behind carnage so vast that even Soul Society, in all its immortal might, reeled. Dozens of nobles had perished, but the casualties among the 13th Division of Imperial Guards were even worse. The reason? 2 names, Baragan Lusenbairn and Coyote Stark. 1, an ancient Vesto lord with a grotesquely broken sense of time, whose ability to age all things around him had kept 4 captains pinned down, unable to so much as breathe near him. The other, a deceptively lazy espada with a hollow gaze and a gun that split the sky. But it wasn't just their raw power that tore through Soul Society like paper. They'd brought evolution. 2 new abilities, never before recorded by the Shinigami. One was dubbed Deathbind, a horrifying skill that pulled in any and all spiritual abilities used within its sphere, Zunpacto powers, Keto spells, even ambient rishi. Only domain type or physically embodied powers could resist it. The second was called Decay Drive, a passive drain that wore down Shinigami simply by proximity. Every clash, every step, every second spent near those enhanced hollows would chip away at one's spiritual power, permanently and irreversibly. In the face of these unknowns, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had suffered. Worse, due to fear of a broader invasion, Commander Yamamoto had held back a third of the fighting force in Sairi Itai, including 5 captains. By the time they realized it was a feint, just the 2 espada, the damage had already been done. The Hollows retreated before reinforcements could even arrive. And so for an entire month, the 4th Division became the pulse of Soul Society. Non-stop triage. Endless blood. Screams and whimpers. And Higashi Shuichi? He barely had time to sleep. As the division's 3rd seat, second only in healing ability to Captain Anohana and Vice Captain Yamada, he had been everywhere. At some points, quite literally, splitting his spirit puppets to heal 24 at once. So busy, in fact, he hadn't managed to meet with Aizen even once since the attack. But now, with the last critical patient stabilized and demoted to light injury status, Shuichi finally stepped out into the open-air streets of Sairi Itai, breathing in air that didn't smell like antiseptic, charred blood, or scorched rishi. He didn't know it, but inside the 4th Division barracks, eyes followed him as he walked away. Yachiru. On Izama. Said a languid, amused voice. That's not very polite, you know. You promised to show me your flower arrangements, but ever since I arrived, your eyes have been glued out the window. Don't tell me Soul Society's infamous Ice Queen has finally found a man worth melting for? The speaker sprawled across a bench, brown eyes gleaming, purple hair tied loosely behind her back. Her figure was ample, to say the least. Radiating charisma even in rest. Anohana Retsu smiled without turning around. Love? No. Curiosity, perhaps. That single word, curiosity, wiped the grin from the other woman's face. She sat up straight. Her body language tightened. The report I compiled for you, was it useful? Anohana finally turned. You brought it? Of course I did. Though I knew you weren't calling me here for flowers. Garyo Hikaifune, captain of the 12th Division, tossed 2 thick bundles of paper onto the table. Her voice, playful seconds ago, had gone cold with seriousness. There's a discrepancy, but not a disproof. The methods used match closely, structure, flow, even post-mortem spirit composition align. I can't confirm a connection. But I can't rule one out either. Anohana's smile thinned. She picked up the 2 reports. The one on the left, aged and brittle, was from over 50 years ago, detailing a handful of obscure cases that had almost slipped past record entirely. Only Garyo's whim to let her then prodigy studentary practice had brought them to the 12th Division's attention at all. The thing I don't get, Garyo continued, is why now? Why did you suddenly revisit those cases from 50 years ago, especially 2 years ago, long before this incident? That was when you first asked me to dig. She leaned forward, eyes searching. I can't help but wonder if this has something to do with that death god you brought me back then, the one half devoured by a hollow. Anohana didn't answer. Her silence was more telling than any confirmation. Garyo pressed on. If I remember correctly, that Shinigami's wounds healed. At least, superficially. But under the scans. Some damage seemed permanent. Just like those from 50 years ago. Irreparable disruptions to spirit channels. Burned out keto pathways. Frayed rishi anchors. Anohana's eyes closed, lashes lowering like twin blades. Then she asked, Garyo. If you had to choose. Would you call this natural evolution? Garyo stilled. In that moment, the air changed. The room no longer felt like a cozy break space between old friends. It felt like a battlefield dressed in silence. Or was it deliberate? A long pause. Then. If I had to choose? Garyo said, softly now. I'd say. Deliberate. Anohana didn't respond. She returned to the window. Her eyes followed the trail where Higashi Shuuichi had vanished minutes ago. Her thoughts, however, didn't vanish at all. Coincidence? Every Shinigami attacked by that kind of hollow has passed through your hands. Her lips barely moved. Her words, inaudible to anyone but herself. Or are you planting something in them? Either way, she would find the truth. Even if it meant peering into the abyss of betrayal. Chapter 11, The Wrath of the Ancient King. Baragon. On the 9th day of the new year, fat snowflakes descended quietly over the island nation in the world of the living. A pitch-black gate appeared mid-air along a snowy mountainside. From within its steps emerged a man clad in black, his hair just as dark as the void behind him. It was Higashi Shuuichi, finally taking his long-overdue leave after a month of non-stop healing work. Unlike other Shinigami who indulged themselves in rakongai during their days off, Shuuichi always chose to visit the human world. Gazing at the unchanged historical progression of this land, he couldn't help but be struck by the strange illusion. Perhaps, 100 years from now, someone named Kubo would be born here. A mangaka who'd sit in a small room and sketch out a manga called Bleach. A foolish thought, probably. Leaving the island behind, Shuuichi traversed the ocean with ease afforded by his rishi body. He took a detour over a crumbling empire across the sea, glimpsing its long-dormant legacy, before slipping into a blind spot of the 13th Division's surveillance network. There, using a covert spiritual technique, he contacted Hugo. Moments later, a compressed garganta tore open above him, smaller than usual, but unmistakable. A gateway, not made by a Shinigami's dangai, but by a hollow. Theirs was simple, direct, and efficient. Aizen had once tried to teach Shuuichi how to open a garganta himself, but the attempt had ended in humiliation. Try as he might, Shuuichi simply lacked the knack for it, and eventually gave up. That's why he still needed to use these workarounds. Inside Lost Noshes, deep in the hollow world, a jagged rip split the air, and Shuuichi stepped through. Everything looked just as he remembered it. 40 years had passed, yet the inside of Lost Noshes remained exactly the same. Lord Shuuichi, Lord Aizen is waiting for you in the lab. Below him, a kneeling figure spoke with respectful reverence, a humanoid hollow with a sharp gaze. It was Daldoni Alessandro del Socascio, an Ajusha's class hollow destined to become the first ever Espada number 3, though now, with the Hogyoku still incomplete, he hadn't yet shed his mask. At present, there were only a handful of Rancor. The evolution of Hugomundo into the Empire Aizen envisioned was still underway. But those few Rancor that did exist were terrifying, easily capable of defeating multiple lieutenants like Muguru Makinsai in a single battle. The route to the lab wasn't long, but it passed through the central throne room of Lost Noshes. Instinctively, Shuuichi glanced inside, and locked eyes with the one seated atop the skeletal throne. Baragon Lusenbairn. The second Espada. King of Hugomundo before Aizen arrived. His gaze radiated naked, seething contempt. Baragon hated Aizen. Everyone knew it. He only served under him because he couldn't win in a direct fight. But should the opportunity arise, he would strike without hesitation. And as for Shuuichi, Aizen's faithful errand boy, Baragon despised him even more. And unlike Aizen, Shuuichi was a target he could hit. Rot. Respira, Emperor of Bones. Without a word of warning, Baragon slammed his massive great axe into the ground beside his throne. The ruby set in the weapon's hilt erupted with black fire, instantly engulfing both Baragon and his throne in waves of deathly flame. The hell? Shuuichi felt like he'd just stepped in dog shit. He'd merely glanced at the guy, and now the bastard was activating his resurrection. Who the hell opened with their ultimate release like it was nothing? But complaints were luxury. His reflexes kicked in. Advance, Hi Ohisha. Master Strategist, deploy the plan. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods Prison of Light. Drawing his Zanpakuto, Shuuichi released his Shikai. 6 gleaming, frost-covered rods pierced Baragon from 6 angles, forming a glowing, crystalline seal. Icy mist clashed violently against black flames, like a spiderweb of frost and fire coiling through the throne room. He knew it wouldn't last long. Against Baragon's power, aging itself, no restraint could hold forever. No matter how strong, All techniques eroded under the weight of time. Shuichi used his Shikai's stratagem, ice, to buy a few moments of paralysis. If you want a real fight, then don't blame me for not holding back. As the frost prison began to dissolve under the decaying aura, Shuichi made his decision. 40 years ago, he wouldn't have lasted a second. Aizen certainly wouldn't have stepped in to save him. That's why, back then, he had simply chosen never to set foot in Hugomundo. But now, after decades of Aizen's brutal training, he wasn't so easy to push around anymore. Hado number 91, thousand-hand incandescent heaven-killing spear. His Zanpakuto swept upward. Heat surged through the air. Rings of flame spun around the blade, converging into blinding points of light. Just as Baragon broke free of the frost and rose in his skeletal, death god form, the spell fired. 10 radiant beams tore through the air. Respira. From behind bleached teeth, a miasma of death poured out, Baragon's signature ability. Time itself leaked from his mouth, reducing most of the Hado to cinders. But not all. A few stubborn rays punched through, scraping bone, scattering embers across his crown. Higashi Shuichi. Baragon roared in fury. That such an insignificant Shinigami could touch him, even slightly, was a stain on his pride. Sonido triggered. In an instant, he closed the distance, swinging his axe in brutal arcs. Steel clashed against steel. Zanpakuto against great axe. The throne room crumbled around them, and the ceiling shattered, revealing the eternal night sky above Hugomundo. Don't think Aizen's favor makes you a king. Shuichi bellowed. You can't even beat me. You're nothing but a relic. With a surge of spiritual pressure, he forced Baragon back. Before the wave of death could reach him again, he flash-stepped into the sky. His spiritual pressure flared like a beacon. Then that's enough. A precise arrow knocked Shuichi's sword sideways, interrupting the final motion. Dozens of bala followed, striking Baragon and forcing him back. The voice was calm. Soft. Lethargic. Coyote Stark floated between them, yawning slightly, his long coat fluttering in the windless void. This isn't your battleground. This is Las Nosha's. Don't get in my way, Stark. Shuichi's eyes blazed. You think just because Aizen lets you sit in his house, you're untouchable? I already tolerate the lot of you, you think I'll ignore him too? He jabbed his blade toward Baragon. But Stark didn't blink. His bored gaze fell on Baragon, warning him in silence. Then he turned to Shuichi. You can hate him all you want. I don't care. But Lord Aizen asked to see you. Now. Still want to keep playing? Shuichi hesitated. Aizen-sama, huh? He exhaled sharply. Then lowered his Zanpakuto with an exaggerated frown. Fine. I'll let him off this time. Chapter 12, The Kind Employee vs. the Corporate Boss Hugomundo. Las Nosha's underground laboratory. Above the ground, the clash between Titan-class beings had left ripples in the air, but none of that seemed to touch this place. Here, Zala Progrance, the leading scientific mind among the minnows, was immersed in his latest research. Across the room, seated elegantly at a crimson mahogany desk, was a man dressed in Shinigami robes, reviewing a research report with a composed expression. Aizen-sama. Higashi Shuichi pushed open the laboratory door, walked directly over to the desk, and bowed with practiced formality. Have you reached the level where you can face Baragon head-on? Aizen didn't lift his eyes. His voice was calm, casual. No, Aizen-sama. You know my capabilities. To defeat Baragon, I'd need either an anti-Baragon Bankai crafted specifically for him, or to overwhelm him with pure spiritual pressure. As I am now, neither option is within reach. That scene earlier was nothing but theatrics. If I don't act like that, he's going to try something every time I visit Hugomundo, and frankly, I'd rather not deal with that. Shuichi answered truthfully. There was no point hiding anything from Aizen. He was completely bound to this side, concealment only made things worse. The only reason he dared to feint a Bankai just now was because he'd sensed Stark nearby. He knew Aizen would never allow him to release his Bankai so openly in Las Nosha's. Especially now. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards had begun striking Hugomundo with renewed force following the Noble Hunt incident, and there was no telling which reconnaissance squad might be lurking nearby, perhaps even someone who recognized his spiritual pressure. Only after hearing this did Aizen finally glance up from his report and shift the subject. Tell me what you learned during the Noble Hunt. As expected. Aizen couldn't care less about Baragon's antics. In his eyes, Baragon was no different from a lieutenant-level annoyance. If Shuichi were to be killed by such a relic, then he never deserved to be a pawn on Aizen's chessboard to begin with. Shuichi straightened up. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards is still incredibly powerful. Even without the captain commander taking the field, just 6 captains were enough to repel both Baragon and Stark. He paused. Also, Based on what I observed, Shun Sekiraku of the 8th Division and Shioi Nyoruichi of the 2nd Division didn't fight at full strength. The others, Muguruma Kinsai, Kanpachi Kuruyashiki, Hirako Shinji, and Kamikawa Renosuke, they, too, were holding back. Shuichi's observations came from what his spirit puppets had recorded on the field. As for knowing the true upper limits of those captains, that'd be too suspicious for someone in his position. Stark reported the same. Aizen replied, setting the research paper down. Especially regarding Yoruichi. He is convinced she didn't even reveal her trump card. Shuichi's peripheral vision flicked to the report Aizen placed down. As expected, it was a document penned by Pro, an analysis of souls. So Pro was already neck-deep in spiritual research. Which meant Ulfor Grants, Pro's elder brother, would soon be born. And it also meant Aizen's interest in souls with Shinigami potential, especially those from Rakongai, was escalating. Previously, his experiments were confined to Rishi manipulation on a surface level. Now, it was about soul structure. Do you need my assistance probing them? Shuichi asked, knowing full well Aizen never made idle conversation, not with him, at least. Every word was measured. Every silence, calculated. Probing, yes. Aizen nodded. But not Yoruichi. Then who? Shuichi asked, though the answer had already begun forming in his mind. It couldn't be Muguruma, the Imperial Guards' go-to-power scale. And Hirako Shinji was Aizen's old captain, his capabilities already well known. The rest were allowed, active fighters, easy to read, easy to measure. Only 3 remained, the seemingly indolent Shun Sekiraku of the 8th Division. The quietly enigmatic Anohana Retsu of the 4th. And the fragile, constantly ill Yukitake Joshiro of the 13th. Anohana was a dead end. Shuichi had spent 70 years under her. She never revealed anything. Yukitake. Practically invisible, his spiritual pressure too faint to track. Which left just one. Shun Sekiraku. Aizen spoke the name as if it were an afterthought. Since the beginning, the only Shinigami Aizen ever considered a true threat was Yamamoto Genryuzai. But even he now realized, overthrowing Soul Society required knowing the limits of all its captains, not just one. That was the next step. A few years ago, Aizen had come across an experiment log, one someone had tried to destroy. In it, he'd found hints regarding hollowification of Shinigami. Since then, he'd redirected his focus. And Shuichi, being an exceptionally convenient tool, would now be tasked with some heavier lifting. I understand, Aizen-sama. I'll complete the assignment as swiftly as possible. He offered no protest. Shuichi had long since accepted the unspoken truth of working under Aizen, never refuse. No matter how ludicrous the command, Aizen didn't want analysis. He wanted obedience. Shuichi prided himself on being a model employee. And honestly, this was a lot more appealing than being told to go test Baragon again. For a moment, he felt the slightest flicker of smug relief. Which lasted all of 1 second, before Aizen's next line made him freeze in place. I recall you said you took 7 days of leave? Yes, Aizen-sama. Is there something you need? The Imperial Guard sent 1 captain and a vanguard unit into Hugomondo. Yes. They're not going back. Chapter 13, Trust in Aizen. In the underground laboratory of Lost Noshes, Higashi Shuichi stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the ground. Nervous? Not at all. From the moment over 80 years ago when he decided to pledge loyalty to Aizen, carefully feigning weakness to bait and eventually win the man's favor, securing a place among his original conspirators, Shuichi had always known this day would come, a day when he'd have to turn against his fellow Shinigami. He felt no guilt. In his eyes, those people were doomed the moment Aizen marked them. If they didn't die by his hand, they'd fall to Aizen, Tosen Kaname, or Jinakamaru eventually. The only difference would be how much effort Aizen would have to expend to kill them. And saving them. Shuichi never entertained such naive ideals. He wasn't some chosen one sent by the gods to change the world. He was just a man with knowledge of the future, struggling to stay alive in a world that wasn't his. He had no responsibility to be a hero. So when Aizen gave him his latest mission, Shuichi found himself strangely relieved. Was he excited? Not really. If given a choice, he would have preferred to continue living as the 4th Division's vice-captain, occasionally sneaking spirit particles to Aizen. That role had been perfect, aside from how limiting it was in showing off his full strength. But worried? Not in the slightest. After all, Shuichi knew Aizen better than anyone. This was a man who never fought an unprepared battle. The post-Hogyoku Aizen didn't count, he let it get to his head. If Aizen said Shuichi could take down a captain, then it meant he had every contingency accounted for. Sure, Shuichi wasn't at a level where he could openly kill a captain in a straight fight, he might barely edge out your average captain, but not dominate them. Still, When it came to executing plans, Shuichi trusted Aizen more than anyone. About half an hour later, Shuichi emerged from the lab. Only now did he understand the full scope of Aizen's previous operation. He had underestimated the man's planning again. Having Baragon and Stark lead a frontal assault on Soul Society wasn't just about creating chaos or harvesting spiritually gifted souls from Rakongai. That was just the surface. The true objectives? Test the results of years of experimentation. Evaluate the combat capabilities of Soul Society's captains. Probe how quickly and effectively the 13th Division of Imperial Guards could respond to a large-scale crisis. And most importantly, close the book on Aizen's previous research focus. From here on, Aizen would no longer dedicate resources to the study of Shinigami spiritual particles. Meaning, Shuichi was officially unemployed. With that thought in mind, he started speculating on Aizen's new assignment, teaming up with Stark to assassinate the current captain of the Exploration Corps, Senjuro, here in Hugomondo. A warning to the furious nobles? Perhaps, but that was just surface-level justification. The real motive, Shuichi thought, might be to see how Soul Society reacts to the simultaneous deaths of two captain-level Shinigami. Because in Aizen's plan, Baragon and Zalapro would eliminate the 10th Division captain sent on expedition at nearly the same time. The last time multiple captains were lost simultaneously? Over 800 years ago, during the war against the Quincy King, Huac. Even during the Great Purge against Quincy sympathizers 60 years ago, Soul Society had only lost one captain. Aizen probably wasn't foreseeing the event decades later that would exile Yoruichi, Urahara, and others. More likely, he was laying the groundwork for a full-scale purge of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, starting by cutting off Yamamoto Genryu's limbs before taking on the head. Coincidence or not, that future incident might have just conveniently lined up with Aizen's grander scheme. Shuichi couldn't be sure, but he knew Aizen's mind well enough to bet that 60 to 70% of this theory was on point. Hey, little Shuichi. So, how do you plan to deal with that annoying recon squad? As he exited the lab, the voice of Lilynette Gingerbuck, Lieutenant to Stark, cut through his thoughts. She looked up at him with a mischievous grin, green hair bouncing beneath her skull-shaped helmet. Shuichi flicked her forehead with a finger. Who are you calling little, huh? You barely reach my waist. Doesn't that embarrass you? You jerk. How dare you? Lilynette shouted, leaping up to strike back. Enough, Lilynette. Stark finally spoke up, lazily. Shuichi, Aizen-sama said to follow your lead on this. Aside from Baragon's personal troops, you can command my forces however you want. Got a plan yet? A plan? Shuichi wanted to roll his eyes so hard they'd fly out of his head. You think he could come up with a comprehensive tactical plan in under an hour? Who did they think he was, God? Still, all of that was internal monologue. Out loud, Shuichi kept it respectful. After all, this was Stark, Uncle Wolf himself. Without plot armor, a powerhouse like him could have easily survived until the Wandenrick invasion and gone toe-to-toe with the Stern Ritter. We scout first. Shuichi said calmly. Let's locate our target. I don't know how the Recon Corps operates, and I haven't seen that captain fight yet. Plans come after that. Chapter 14, The Buried Captain, Part 1, Senjuro, born of minor nobility, formerly served in the 10th Division. 30 years ago, he achieved Bankai. With no open captain positions among the 13th Division of Imperial Guards at the time, he voluntarily applied to the Expeditionary Force and assumed the role of its captain. The recent hollow incursion into Soul Society was first detected by him. He reported the suspicious activity to the higher-ups in Soul Society. Unfortunately, most members of the Central 46 did not believe his intelligence. Hugomondo had remained dormant for so long that the nobles had grown complacent, forgetting the terror of the minnows. Thankfully, the captain commander still stood. He believed the report and made arrangements in time, otherwise, the losses to Soul Society would have been far worse than they already were. Even so, the consequences were grim. The nobles' rage had been ignited, and Senjuro, along with his expeditionary force, became scapegoats. Worse still, his former superior officer was dragged down with him. The nobles blamed Senjo for the ambiguity of his report, his wording used possibly instead of definitely. That uncertainty, they claimed, was the reason Central 46 made the wrong call. The 10th Division captain, having defended Senjo's position, was thus sent to Hugomondo to handle the thankless, perilous mission. The only solace was that the previous attack had clearly depleted Hugomondo's forces. Over the past month, the Expeditionary Force and the 10th Division troops had easily completed their quota of Gillians. Only the directive to capture 20 Ajushas-class minnows sounded utterly absurd. What, they think Ajushas are as common as cabbages? This is Hugomondo, not the Syriite AI? If an Ajushas wants to run, You think we can stop it? Sanjo scoffed. As a man who'd fought and survived in Hukomundo for years, he knew better than anyone how laughable that order from Soul Society was. Yet his old commanding officer, the current 10th Division captain, seemed to think differently. As a captain born in the Rakongai, a commoner elevated by pure merit, he obeyed orders from Central 46 with unwavering discipline. Word was, his dream was to marry into a noble house. So now, as Sanjo stood atop a desolate ridge, gazing toward Las Noches in the distance, he didn't know whether he should pray for his former captain, or mourn him in advance. They all knew Las Noches was ruled by Baragan Luzenbairn, the self-proclaimed king of Hukomundo. That place was crawling with Ajushas. Sure, you could go in, but only if you thought you could take on Baragan himself. Captain, are we really just going to let the 10th Division's captain walk into that death trap? The Expeditionary Forces Lieutenant, Satori Akira, came to Sanjo's side, voice laced with concern. What else can we do? We've got an unspoken agreement with Baragan. We don't enter Las Noches. He doesn't mess with our hollow hunts. If we violate that line now, the next time Soul Society sends troops here, it's gonna cost us. Sanjo understood what was at stake. Noble's bloodlust was one thing, but the real purpose of their presence here was to kill just enough hollows to maintain the balance between the three realms, Soul Society, Hukomundo, and the world of the living. But if the 10th Division captain gets killed, he won't. As long as he wants to survive, even Baragan can't easily kill a captain. That title still means something. Besides, we're in position to provide backup. If he makes it back here, Baragan will get the message loud and clear. Unless he really wants to declare war on all of Soul Society. Sanjo's voice was firm. Satori didn't argue, though inwardly he grumbled, they literally brought their army to Soul Society last time. What part of that isn't a declaration of war? Still, Satori trusted his captain's judgment. Sanjo had a reputation for measured strategy, not recklessness. After confirming the plan, Satori turned back. He needed to regroup with the main force, ready their extraction in case things went south. They were too far from base right now to afford delays. But he hadn't gone more than 500 meters before he stopped in his tracks. A Shinigami stood ahead. Short black hair. Brown eyes. Standard issue Shiakusho. A dark green Zanpakuto with dragon and phoenix engravings at his waist. Satori racked his memory. Nothing. This guy wasn't one of the 10th Division's tagalongs either. First time meeting. Name's Higashi Shuichi. 21 years ago, I was promoted to 4th Division's vice captain. Now I'm third seat. The man greeted him with a warm smile, like a spring breeze. Higashi could have gone about this differently, used stealth, used misdirection, increased his odds of success. But in the end, he chose not to. Because no matter how far he was willing to stoop to survive, he wouldn't apply underhanded tricks on enemies weaker than him, especially those who, in every way that mattered, were innocent. If the day came when his heart turned cold, when survival meant becoming a monster, then what would be the point of surviving? So he gave Satori a courtesy he didn't have to. Satori didn't understand any of this, but after years in Hukomundo, his instincts screamed, this guy isn't ordinary. Even if Higashi was telling the truth, Satori instinctively stepped back, left hand reaching for his Zanpakuto. Third seat Higashi, would you care to explain why you're here? I don't recall the 4th Division assigning anyone to Hukomundo. Sharp memory. That was the mark of a true Expeditionary Force veteran, far sharper than the average Imperial Guard soldier. This force, Higashi realized, could match any division in raw capability. Their obscurity in the canon timeline. There must have been a reason they never had their moment. He shrugged. What did it matter? Everyone here was going to die, whether by someone else's hands or his. Satori didn't understand that either. He was still wondering whether to attack or run for Sanjo when Higashi made his move. But not before offering one last mercy. I am here to kill Captain Sanjo. Unlucky for you, you just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. His voice turned cold. His gaze sharpened like a drawn blade. You'll die here too. Engage, Hayasha. Chapter 15, The Buried Captain, Part 2, Shunshai? Satori Akira's Zanpakuto was knocked from his hand. Now missing his left arm, he collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to retaliate. Reflecting on the skirmish that had lasted less than 5 minutes, he realized with despair that whether it was Kido, Hikata, flash steps, or sword art, he was outclassed in every discipline. Especially the sheer spiritual pressure, far beyond any captain he could recall. And yet this Shinigami could only attain the rank of third seat in Soul Society? I wish I could have gone back. That sudden, impossible longing to return to Soul Society bloomed in Satori's heart. But he knew it was a fantasy. For some unknown reason, the man before him had been assigned to kill their expeditionary captain. As his lieutenant, Satori believed he'd done everything he could. I just hope the captain has realized what's happening. Helpless, he stared up at Higashi Shuichi as the man approached, Zanpakuto in hand. Then the blade fell. Command, Hayasha, dominate. Those were the last words Satori Akira ever heard. His body disintegrated into motes of pale light, which condensed into 13 faceless, white Rishi constructs. Higashi stared at the fading particles. There was no emotion in his gaze. This hadn't been a battle of equals. Unless he had deliberately held back, the outcome had always been inevitable. The only thing that warranted respect was Satori's loyalty to Captain Senjoru. A faithful lieutenant. Pity loyalty rarely kept anyone alive. With a wave of his hand, 12 of the constructs scattered, each vanishing using stealth-type Kido. The last one exploded into raw spirit energy, flooding back into Higashi and completely replenishing his reserves, with plenty to spare. The other front should be underway by now. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he had the 12 remaining Rishi constructs head for the other battlefield, concealed by Kido. Originally, Higashi's plan was for Baragon and Stark to stage a mock battle before the assembled Hollows, faking mutual injury, then intentionally letting the Hollows escape to be captured by the expeditionary force. The goal: give them the illusion that Hukomundo was depleted, that Baragon posed no threat. Next came wave after wave of mindless Hollows charging at the expeditionary squads, a ruse to imply that Baragon and Stark feared a counterattack and were trying to delay with sacrificial pawns. The aim was to draw elite units of the expeditionary force deeper into Hukomundo, creating isolated battle zones with enough time and space to kill their captains. So far, the plan was working perfectly. By now, Higashi should be on his way to rendezvous with Stark, who was likely already engaging Captain Senjoru. But plans were for fools. Senjoru was still a captain. He might never have appeared in the original storyline, might be weaker than someone like Muguru Makinsai, but Higashi wasn't going to gamble with that. Why risk it when he could let Stark soften the man up first? Stark, unlike Higashi, wasn't interested in elaborate schemes. Once he confirmed Senjoru was isolated, with Lilinette circling to check, he immediately opened with a barrage of bala. A hollow? Captain Senjoru, true to his rank, reacted instantly. Even under ambush, he drew his Zanpakuto and blocked the attack. But Stark, perhaps still weighed down by the loneliness from before he joined Aizen, didn't speak much. Outside Higashi and Lilinette, he had no patience for conversation. A Sero of cobalt blue followed, its oppressive spiritual pressure pinning Senjoru in place, forcing him to defend head-on. Child of Heaven, ironclad wall. Dragon's flight, lion's roar, tiger's growl, wolf's hunt, sever heaven and earth before collapse. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Not all Shinigami could skip incantations. Senjo was among the ordinary. Thankfully, Danku's chant was short, and he had sufficient proficiency. The massive Rishi barrier rose just in time. A black flower of 8 petals bloomed. The Sero struck, detonating with apocalyptic force. Dust and sand erupted across the battlefield. Through the swirling haze, Stark emerged, twin blades drawn from his pistols, closing the distance. Blades clashed in rapid succession. One of Higashi's constructs arrived just then, standing at the edge of the dust storm, watching the silhouettes clash. It hesitated, then pressed its hands together as Rishi gathered. Hado number 58, Tornado. A spiraling tempest launched forward, a wide-reaching, indiscriminate blast. Higashi had no qualms using such attacks. He doubted it would even scratch Stark. Taking advantage of the cleared air, Senjoru released his Zanpakuto. Cleave, Urka. Kurensheri Uga. The ground trembled. Everywhere Stark tried to step, pillars of flame burst forth. Hesitate even a second, and the espada would be scorched. Another of Higashi's constructs arrived, providing a better view. The released Zanpakuto had a crescent-shaped guard. Its edge curved like a scythe, and the blade itself burned crimson. On closer inspection, something unfamiliar was coiled around the hand holding the hilt. Higashi squinted. Wait a second. I've seen that blade before. Chapter 16, The Buried Captain, Part 3, Fragments of dead memories began assailing Higashi Shuichi. He vaguely remembered that name, Shuju Kamigai, a Shinigami who, in the original timeline, had served as the captain of the 3rd Division. After Aizen's defection alongside Genokamaru and Kaname Tausen, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had recalled Tenbai from the expeditionary force to fill the vacant position. But the weapon he wielded wasn't a true Zanpakuto. It was a Bakudo, a secret creation of the upper noble family, the Kasamyoji clan. Ambitious in their reach, the Kasamyoji had designed the Bakudo to replicate Zanpakuto-like powers. It granted its user abilities similar to Shikai and Benkei, but unlike a Zanpakuto, whose power stemmed from the Shinigami themselves, a Bakudo drew its power from an internal core, an artificial nucleus. The result was a weapon that offered consistent powers regardless of its wielder. Any Shinigami who took up the same Bakuto would manifest the same abilities. Yet this boon came at a price. Bakuto constantly drained the user's spiritual energy, and when the supply ran dry, it turned on its wielder, consuming them in turn. So to see one appear here, now, in the hands of a captain-level Shinigami in Hugo Mundo, was more than unexpected. Shuichi's eyes narrowed. So this is why Senjori managed to attain Benkai so suddenly. And why he volunteered for the expeditionary force. Given the Bakuto's capabilities, even a Shinigami who struggled with basic Shikai could awaken immense strength overnight. A temptation few could resist. Still, Shuichi could tell, this weapon, Rika, was not a finished product. Its current form, Kurenzu Renga, was only the most basic application of its power. He had yet to see the advanced technique, Henzu Renga. That alone proved its limitations. Not that it mattered. Even at its current level, it was enough to force Coyote Stark, the Primera Espada, to finally stop playing. Infinite load, Sero Barrage. What was a single Sero? A common attack. Predictable. Defensible. What about 10? 100? 1,000? There was no spectacle. No elegant flash or trick of technique. Just overwhelming force. A tidal wave of cerulean destruction surged forward. Senjori had only one option. Escape. Oh? My cue already? Far off, watching through his Rishi clone's eyes, Shuichi chuckled. Hado number 75, Gashu Utek. In the path of Senkai Uryu's escape, one of Shuichi's spirit clones emerged from the sands and vanished, triggering the fall of 5 iron pillars from the heavens. Baketu? Senjori's mind reeled. One look, and he knew, if he was caught, he would be locked in place for at least 5 seconds. In a battle like this, 5 seconds meant death. Benkei, Rika, Ga-Uratsukaku. A black dragon coiled around Senjori's arm. His blade's hilt became a silver-scaled gauntlet. Sonic howl of the dragon. The Bakuto vibrated. A ripple of sound, invisible to the eye, tore through the pillars of iron midfall. They shattered into fragments. Even 2 of Shuichi's clones, standing just outside the battlefield, disintegrated from the residual resonance. Far away, Shuichi couldn't help but wipe a tear from his eye. Or rather, drool from his chin. In the original timeline, Rika had been infamous. It neutralized Zanpakuto abilities and could halt a Shinigami from releasing their blade at all. Even Yamamoto Genryusei, the strongest Shinigami of the millennium, had not been immune. If Aizen had possessed Rika, he wouldn't have needed the extinguisher Rancor. He could have waltzed through Soul Society, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. But Aizen hadn't known about the Kasamiuji clan's secrets. Not then. Now, Shuichi would not make the same mistake. Today, Senjori would die, and the Bakuto would not return to the nobles. Hado number 88, Dragon Strike Heaven-Shaking Lightning Cannon. At long range, 2 spirit clones combined their power to unleash a titanic surge of lightning. Futile. Senjori roared. His weapon resonated again. The beam unraveled into harmless motes. But Stark had already rejoined the fight. Infinite load, Sero Barrage. Not all hollows were created equal. Stark's spiritual power was vast. His big moves were small talk. It was his nature. And Senjori knew, Rika wasn't built for this. Against Shinigami? A menace. Against hollows? A liability. With no choice, Senjori vanished in a flash step. But this was why Aizen had ordered Shuichi's involvement. You won't escape. Hado number 96, Flaming Sword of Cremation. On Senkai Uryu's escape route, 6 Rishi clones had gathered. 5 clasped each other, merging their energy. The last raised a spectral blade and struck. The resulting blaze engulfed the sky in an inferno of finality. Chapter 17, The Buried Captain, Part 4, The Air Burned. The ground hissed and vanished into steam. This Kido, Itokazo, developed by Genryusei Shigekuni Yamamoto based on the power of his own Zanpakuto, unleashed its might without restraint. I told you, it won't work. Sakunrijin. What could have forced any other captain into full alert, what should have threatened death with a whisper, was rendered toothless before Senjori's Zanpakuto, a blade that seemed tailor-made to nullify such overwhelming power. But Higashi Shuichi had known this. Every Kido, every explosion and illusion, was nothing but sleight of hand, distractions masking his true assault. And he had succeeded. By the time Senjori sensed his spiritual pressure, Shuichi was already within 10 meters. For someone versed in Hikida and flash steps, that was as good as breathing on the enemy. Bone Crusher. His fist drove forward, a single-knuckled hammer aimed at the captain's chest. It was a technique he had developed from observing Yamamoto Zikatsu, but where the technique focused on piercing, concentrating force to a single point, Bone Crusher did the opposite. It spread out, collapsing an opponent's defenses across a wider zone. Shuichi's aim was clear, to shatter as much of Riz's defensive capacity as possible in one blow. He never expected a captain-class opponent to fall from a sneak attack. And he was right. Even with all his planning, the instant before the punch landed, Riz's instincts kicked in. His left hand moved on reflex, raising his Bakayaudo, his mimic blade, in a desperate block. Boom. A deep, echoing impact. Blood sprayed from Riz's mouth. Even with the blade absorbing much of the blow, Shuichi had held nothing back. The force sent him careening through the sky, crashing hundreds of meters away, right into Stark's line of pursuit. Shuichi's arrival on the battlefield had changed the game. Stark could no longer unleash his absurdly large Sero volleys with impunity. He wasn't Baragan after all, he couldn't afford to torch an ally with collateral. But restraint didn't mean helplessness. With a flick of his wrists, the twin pistols became the fangs of a lone wolf once more. Sonito. Stark was behind Ru in a breath, blade slashing from the shadows. Even wounded, Sanjou was still a captain. His sword rang out, deflecting blow after blow. But the worst part, the part that squeezed the breath from his lungs, was the coordination. That nameless Shinigami wasn't just assisting the Rancor. They moved like trained killers, alternating roles, attacks flowing in a rhythm too practiced for coincidence. Why have you betrayed the Soul Society? Ru barked the question at Shuichi, hoping to stagger him with righteous fury. But Shuichi didn't flinch. His response was a cold laugh. Do you really consider yourself loyal to the Soul Society? That stunned Ru. Was he loyal? Of course not. He had accepted the Bakodo, a synthetic Zanpakuto forged in secret by the Kasamioji clan, and kept it hidden. He had never reported it. The day he gripped that blade, he had already turned his back on Syriite AI. Joining the expeditionary force was his silent penance. But how did this man know? Was he sent to purge him? Then why fight alongside a hollow? Too many questions. Too many cracks in his focus. Bone crusher. Shuichi struck again, the fist crashing into Riz's sternum. This time, the captain wasn't lucky enough to block. He plummeted like a stone, blood trailing behind him. Shuichi surged forward for the finishing blow, but Stark was already there. The twin blades rose. They would end it. Then it happened, a surge of spiritual pressure erupted from Ru. Another technique? Shuichi's instincts screamed. He vanished with flash steps, narrowly avoiding the blast. But Stark wasn't as lucky. Though he sensed it coming, he couldn't stop mid-strike. The Konriga, a burst of dragonfire, slammed into him, hurling him through the sky. His white uniform disintegrated into ash, and charred flesh smoked beneath it. Shit. He's trying to escape. Even wounded, even cornered, Sanjou still fought like a cornered beast. In a normal battle, he might have survived. But this wasn't normal. Higashi Shuichi had spent decades under Aizen Sosuke, the only Shinigami left in the trader's service. Where others had gifts, Shuichi had been forged, every skill honed to the limit through relentless training. Were his talent any higher, he might have stood toe-to-toe with names like Ano Hanaretsu or Shun Sekiraku. Instead, he fought alongside Stark, still unable to finish a single captain in one clean blow. But the fight was ending. He felt his spiritual pressure collapsing, his Bakodo finally turning on him. It was never your power. You knew that. You must have accepted this ending long ago. Shuichi raised his Zanpakuto, cold and sharp. The edge gleamed. Master of War, cunning stratagem. Bakudo number 79, 9 Sunbind. A single thunderclap split the sky. Black restraints of arcing electricity slammed down, forming a prison of 9 jagged bars that sparked and hummed with destructive power. Unlike cunning stratagem, ice, which froze and slowed, cunning stratagem, lightning was for speed and annihilation. It gave Shuichi incredible reach, both to support allies from afar, and to crush enemies up close with inescapable swiftness. Before, Riz's mimic blade suppressed even this power. But now, his spiritual power was faltering. The mimic blade was devouring its master. Break. Ru roared, forcing his numbed arm to swing. The lightning prison shattered. But that moment, that single breath of rebellion, that was all Shuichi and Stark needed. And this time, Shuichi moved faster. As he passed Ru, he whispered by the dying man's ear, "Hope you're born luckier next time." His Zanpakuto plunged into Riz's chest, piercing clean through. Cunning stratagem, control activated. Before Stark's eyes, Sanjou dissolved into particles of light. And the devouring mimic blade, no longer fed, clattered to the earth, inert. Chapter 18, The Spoils of War. With the mission complete, it was time to collect the spoils. That was when Higashi Shuichi hit a snag. "Hey, little Shuichi, you seem really interested in that Zanpakuto." Lilynette chirped, hopping to his side with a teasing grin. Shuichi nodded, his gaze fixed on the still glowing weapon before him. After all, this was no ordinary blade. This was Rika, the Bakudo, a mimic blade capable of sealing away even the release of Genryu's Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Unlike the Stern Ritter's medallions, which could merely steal a banchi, Rika suppressed everything: shike, kido, even spiritual techniques. For a Shinigami facing Rika, the only options left were hikida and basic swordplay. For someone tied to Aizen Sosuke's faction, it was the ultimate trump card. Owning Rika meant that when the day inevitably came, when Aizen fell and the tides turned, Shuichi could defect back to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards with a weapon strong enough to deter any pursuer who doubted his deep cover excuse. But the problem now was how to claim it. If his memory was right, a Bakudo and a Zanpakuto could not coexist. To wield Rika meant forsaking Binsha, his current blade, nurtured through sweat and battle. And truth be told, Shuichi wasn't willing to give it up. Binsha had grown with him. Its ability was precise, versatile, deadly when needed. Which meant he couldn't touch Rika. He feared that the moment he did, the mimic blade would imprint on him, forcibly overriding his connection to Binsha. But if he left it untouched, it would only be a matter of time before the Kasamioji clan sent agents to reclaim it. And when that happened, odds were high they'd dispatch a captain-class figure to do the job. Guess I have no choice but to tell Aizen. Shuichi sighed, frustrated but not stupid. Rationality won out. He had to report this, ask Aizen to dispatch Jillian-class hollows to transport the blade back to Las Noshes for safekeeping. Of course, he'd have to keep certain things off the record. Anything related to Rika's true nature, its capacity to seal spiritual powers, the fact it wasn't a real Zanpakuto at all, had to remain secret. He'd also need to grease the wheels with Zalaprogrants, to ensure the scientist didn't get too curious about the weapon's properties. As for Aizen himself, Shuichi guessed the man wouldn't be too invested. Lately, Aizen had focused all his attention on the nature of the Shinigami soul. Something like Rika, dangerous, yes, but fringe research, would be left to someone else. Still, just as Shuichi began preparing to send his message, Stark stirred. Something's off. I don't like the look of things near Baragon's End. He frowned, gaze drifting toward the distant shadows of Las Noshes. Totally expected. Shuichi muttered with a wry smirk. That side's supposed to be Baragon and Szalapro. But let's be honest, Szal's probably just standing back taking notes, and maybe accidentally helping the 10th Division captain survive. Gotta keep his test subject alive, after all. He couldn't shake the feeling that Aizen never intended for Baragon's team to succeed. If anything, it felt like he had set them up, perhaps to check Baragon's ego. Otherwise, why split them into two groups? If Aizen had really wanted results, he could have grouped Baragon, Stark, Szal, and Shuichi all together. With that firepower, even Shun Sakuraka would have had to fight for his life. Should we assist them? Stark asked. Even though he wasn't fond of Baragon, Stark still viewed Aizen's orders with respect. Internal squabbles meant nothing in the face of duty. But Shuichi shook his head. No need. Just sit back and enjoy the show. He knew what Stark was thinking, but saw no reason to waste effort. Then his communication link activated. Aizen was calling. And just as Shuichi had guessed, the man had returned to Hugo Mundo. Or more accurately, he had briefly returned to the Soul Society to use Kyoka Suigetsu and create an airtight alibi for himself and Shuichi, then quietly returned to clean up after Baragon. When Shuichi connected, Aizen had just finished disposing of the coincidentally escaped 10th Division captain. A Zanpakuto that doesn't revert into an Asaki after its wielder dies? Aizen mused, eyes gleaming. Shuichi remained cautious. He hadn't revealed Rika's true identity. As far as anyone, including Stark and the other Rancor, knew, this was just a special Zanpakuto. Yes, Aizen-sama. Given its apparent tendency to consume the wielder's spiritual pressure, I don't believe it's safe for me to bring it back personally. May I request you dispatch a few Jillian to secure it? He bowed politely, voice calm. But Aizen surprised him. Bring it back? Why would we do that? Shuichi froze. This wasn't the response he expected. What do you mean, Aizen-sama? Leave it where it is. Aizen said with a faint smile. If this blade truly is unique, there's no way the captain from the expeditionary force crafted it himself. Had that been the case, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would have known about it long ago. In other words, someone else forged it. And I doubt they'll just sit back and let the Siriai's cleanup squads collect it. Track them. Follow their agents. Discover the truth of their intentions. And if you're wrong, then eliminate everyone who comes for it and then have the Jillian retrieve it. It was rare for Aizen to spell out his thoughts so clearly. And when he finished, Shuichi felt his burden lift. He had worried over nothing. He had fallen into the trap of viewing the world from his own narrow lens, assuming Aizen, with all his grand ambition, would obsess over one measly blade. But Aizen didn't care about the object. What mattered was what it revealed. Good. Shuichi murmured, ending the connection with a smirk. Aizen really is a great boss. Chapter 19, Anohana Retsu's suspicion. Communication between the Soul Society and Hukomundo was usually subject to delay, but this time, with the deaths of 2 captains and a vice-captain, the remaining members of the expeditionary force were forced to activate an emergency relay. By the time dawn had yet to break the following day, Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto, Captain Commander of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, had already summoned an emergency captain's meeting. Given the severity of the situation, even the chronically ill Joshiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th Division, arrived at the 1st Division barracks, pale-faced and short of breath. There's no doubt, Captain Commander, this was a direct provocation from those hollows. Kankawa Renshuk, captain of the 3rd Division, was the first to voice his outrage. That Baragon bastard clearly isn't satisfied being just king of Hukomundo anymore. So what's your plan then? Lovekawa, captain of the 7th Division, stood with his hands in his pockets, unimpressed. In the last hollow hunt, we were prepared. Sure, the noble families and the districts in Rakongai suffered heavy casualties, but we in the Imperial Guards barely lost anyone. The hollows, on the other hand, were devastated. Only those 2 special class Menos we classified as Rancor, and a handful of Ajushas, even escaped our encirclement. Shunsui Kiraku, captain of the 8th Division, spoke at the perfect moment, his tone calm but grave. Normally, this report would have come from the 10th Division captain, since post-battle cleanup fell under their jurisdiction. But due to the obvious, the 10th Division's captain being among the dead, Shunsui had stepped in. What are you implying, Kiraku? Kankawa bit back his question as soon as it left his mouth. It was rhetorical. They all knew what it meant. The imbalance between Hukomundo and the Soul Society could only lead to one outcome. Even Kensai Mugaruma, the usually brash and quick-tempered captain of the 9th Division, now stood silent, brow furrowed, head lowered. Enough. The captain commander interrupted, his deep voice slicing through the tension. I didn't summon you all to dwell on what's already done. Last night, Central 46 issued their decree. At least 5 captains from the Imperial Guards will advance into Hukomundo to carry out the punishment. Baragon Lusenbairn must be destroyed. His eyes swept the room. Who among you volunteers? Shunsui was the first to step forward. Count me in. He spoke without much enthusiasm. Death meant little to him these days. He didn't want to go, but more than that, he didn't want to stay in the Soul Society only to be tasked with executing Rakongai innocents under the guise of restoring balance. Kensai thought the same. If the mission had been about purging evil from the fringes of Rakongai, he would have volunteered without question. But cleansing masses of wandering souls to preserve cosmic equilibrium, that wasn't something he could stomach. The remaining volunteers followed, Kanpachi Zaraki of the 11th, Lovekawa of the 7th, and finally Kankawa of the 3rd. Anohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division, declined. As she left the 1st Division barracks, her thoughts turned elsewhere. Isn't Higashi Shuichi on vacation? She recalled her lieutenant, Yamada Sanosuke, mentioning it a few days ago. Anohana soon found herself in the 4th Division's captain's quarters, scanning the recent shift rosters. Sure enough, Shuichi had begun a 7-day leave 6 days ago. Could it be you, Higashi Shuichi? Her gaze sharpened, icy and calculating. Too many clues pointed to something unusual, specifically, his possible ties to the Hollows. But what she lacked was evidence. So Anohana made no report to the captain commander. She would investigate on her own. She summoned a random 4th Division member and easily confirmed Shuichi had taken his leave in the world of the living, again. That alone was odd enough to stick in the minds of his fellow squad members. To most Shinigami, the human world was backward and primitive. Outside of the 13th Division, which was forced to maintain a constant presence there, no one went unless duty demanded it. But Shuichi? Every time he had the chance, he went. And when the human world was involved, the 13th Division was impossible to avoid. Aside from anomalies like Aizen or Ahura Harakisuke, any Shinigami wishing to travel to the world of the living had to request the 13th Division to open a Senkaiman. So, Captain Anohana came all the way here just to ask about your former vice-captain? Joshiro Yukitake coughed from his chair, peering at the composed but obviously focused woman seated opposite him. I simply had something I needed to speak to him about, and was told he was on vacation. Anohana offered a gentle smile. A poor excuse. Yukitake didn't buy it. He knew Anohana too well, once known as the first Kinpachi, a woman of unfathomable instincts and razor-sharp purpose. Something to speak to him about? More like, something wrong with him. Still, he didn't call her out. It was an internal matter for the 4th Division, and he had no intention of meddling. Soon, The 13th Division's lieutenant arrived with 2 squad members in tow. Facing 2 captains, both subordinates looked visibly nervous. "See, Captain, I was just drinking with Shuichi-san 3 nights ago, in that country across the sea in the living world. I remember, we both got completely hammered. Someone from the observation post had to drag us back, and we didn't wake up till noon. I was with him yesterday. I was gathering supplies and told him I'd return to the Soul Society, but he insisted on a farewell dinner, turned it into this whole send-off ceremony. I only got back early this morning. Captain, he's not in trouble, is he?" The tension in the room thickened. Yukitake shot Anohana a look full of amusement. "See? Everyone's figured you out. Even these nobodies can smell that something's off." But Anohana wasn't listening to Yukitake. Her thoughts were elsewhere. Had she misjudged Higashi Shuichi? She should have felt relieved. Instead, her suspicion deepened. That, more than anything, troubled her. Chapter 20, Things Never Go As Planned. Mundo, just outside Las Noches, the place where the Expeditionary Force Captain, Sengoku Ryu, had fallen. Stark and Lilinette had long since returned to Las Noches. The only one left behind was Higashi Shuichi. At this moment, he had no knowledge of what was unfolding far away in the Soul Society, no idea that his gentle, big sisterly captain had nearly uncovered part of the truth hidden beneath the fog. Trusting Aizen without question, Higashi Shuichi was stationed here without the slightest anxiety, faithfully carrying out his assigned task, wait for the prey to walk into the trap. A long-duration Bakudo number 26, present hiding mask, veiled his form completely. He had also suppressed almost all of his spiritual pressure, leaving just enough to maintain the spell. And to further ensure no one would detect him, he had gathered a dozen mindless Jillian-class hollows, placing them around him in a chaotic pattern to mask any spiritual pressure he might emit. Unless someone specifically attuned to Higashi's presence showed up, no Shinigami coming to retrieve the Bakuya blade would ever notice he was there. Originally, Higashi had expected to be camped out here for 10 days, maybe a month. To his surprise, less than a day had passed before several Shinigami figures appeared in his field of vision. Judging by their uniforms, they weren't members of the Expeditionary Force. They must have been part of a special retrieval unit from the Soul Society, tasked with recovering the Asaki of fallen Shinigami. But Higashi saw through them immediately. These people were not members of any retrieval squad. They came straight for Rika, the Bakuya blade, with no hesitation or signs of searching. As if they knew exactly where it was from the beginning. Who else could do that, other than those belonging to the clan that created the Bakuya blades? After decades of life in the Soul Society, Higashi had never heard of any tech that could precisely track the location of a fallen Asaki. There it is. The group landed beside Rika. One of them, a wiry, smaller man, pointed to the blade embedded in the sands. Rika, having lost the supply of spiritual energy sustaining it, had dulled in appearance. Its threatening aura was gone. Now it looked like an oddly shaped long sword, not something remotely resembling an Asaki. That one Shinigami's certainty only further confirmed their true identities. The small man slung a black rectangular case off his back, placing it beside the blade. With a pair of custom gloves, he reached to extract Rika from the sand. That's when the betrayal began. A broad-shouldered Shinigami with long black hair moved. Bakudo number 30, piercing triple flash beam. 3 glowing fanged projectiles erupted behind the smaller Shinigami, pinning him, and another Shinigami in front of him, to a boulder with a loud crack. "Aishiwaka Yujuk, what the hell are you doing?" A third Shinigami, beak-nosed and shocked, barked out. His first instinct wasn't to retaliate, it was to question. Hiding in the shadows, Higashi couldn't help but shake his head. People like this wouldn't last long in the real world, only in anime do characters hesitate at moments like this. Hado number 31, Shako. Aishiwa responded coldly, a chantless fireball launched straight from his palm. The beak-nosed Shinigami's eyes widened in horror as the crimson orb struck his chest, bursting into a brilliant explosion. The final member of the group, a short and stocky man, finally caught on. "You're betraying us, Kyujuk." Incantation, scattered bones of beasts, crystal towers, Higashi tilted his head. Is this guy serious? The short Shinigami had begun chanting Hado number 63, Lightning Spear, a much higher level spell than the others, but what was the point? They were 5 meters apart. What idiot thought it was a good idea to stand still and recite a novel in the middle of battle? Clearly not a veteran. Aishiwa didn't wait. This time, no Kido, just steel. Yunshi the Tizunpakto, used a basic flash steps, and drove it clean through the fool's chest. End of story. The 2 remaining Shinigami, still pinned to the boulder, screamed, "You've gone mad, Aishiwa Kyujuk. The Kasamioji clan will never let you live." But Aishiwa only laughed like a man already crowned victor. The Kasamioji clan? Ha! Once I possess this Bikia blade, I'll instantly have captain class power. What can they possibly do to me? Beg me for cooperation? That's all they'll be able to do. With that, Aishiwa strode to Rika, cast aside his Zanpakuto, and reached down, his eyes wide with madness, as his fingers wrapped around the blade's hilt. The moment fresh spiritual pressure touched the sword, Rika awoke. A terrifying aura radiated from its core. From this day forward, I am a captain. He laughed, throwing his head back, then spun around and leveled Rika at the immobilized survivors. Die for me, Shatter, Rika. Rei and Dan. The blade surged to life. A fireball screamed from the curved tip, trailing a searing arc through the air. 2 screams. 1 result. The last 2 were reduced to ashes without so much as a flicker of resistance. This is captain level power. Ha ha ha. This is my power now. From today onward. It all belongs to me. Aishiwa trembled from head to toe, drunk on his own ecstasy. Then, sigh. A sound. Out of place. Quiet. Tired. Who's there? Panic bloomed in Aishiwa's heart. He hadn't sensed anyone nearby. Not even the faintest flicker of spiritual pressure. All he'd seen was the dull wanderings of a few Gillians in the distance. Impossible. From the moment he gripped Rika, he should have reached captain-level power. So how could someone still sneak up on him? He didn't have to wonder long. A silhouette stepped into view from less than 100 meters away. 13 Division of Imperial Guards, 4th Division, 3rd Seat, Higashi Shuuichi. Chapter 21, Biting Off More Than You Can Chew. You saw everything? Aishiwa Kyujuku's voice was low and cold. The moment he realized the newcomer was just an ordinary Shinigami, his panic vanished. I must have just failed to notice him because I haven't fully mastered my new captain-level power yet. He consoled himself with that fragile thought. Opposite him, Higashi Shuuichi raised both hands, looking utterly unbothered. Crystal clear. Then you can follow their example. Caution Rika. Without giving Higashi a chance to speak further, Aishiwa Kyujuku unleashed an attack. Pillars of flame burst from the ground, waves of heat billowing outward. Aishiwa sneered as the blaze engulfed Higashi's silhouette. Another fool. Facing an enemy and acting that casually, he had only himself to blame for becoming the second sacrifice to Aishiwa's newfound captain-class power. And then, Aishiwa's expression froze. You know, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even bother exchanging words. But this time, I'm curious, what happens when a Shinigami who already wields his Zanpakuto picks up a Bakuto? The flames dispersed. There stood Higashi, unscathed within a transparent, circular barrier. Impossible. That's Bakudo number 39, fan-shaped barrier, isn't it? How can that block my caution Rika? Aishiwa instinctively stepped back, shouting in disbelief. If that's the case. Then. Bankai. Rika, Karma Flame Shell. The Bakudo Rika flared to life again, but compared to when it had been wielded by Sengoku, this Bankai was far weaker. Its spiritual pressure output and overall pressure weren't even in the same league. To use Higashi's internal measurement, Sengoku's Rika Bankai had about 5 Kinpachi worth of power. Aishiwa's? Maybe half a Kinpachi, at best. Higashi didn't even bother releasing his own Zanpakuto. He simply took one step, and in that instant, appeared directly in front of Aishiwa Kyujuku. His left hand rose calmly and pressed against the man's forehead. Those who can't even walk shouldn't try running. Boom. A dull impact. Aishiwa slammed into the dirt headfirst, half buried in sand. The flames surrounding Rika died instantly. No. Impossible. I'm already a captain. How could you? Even now, muffled from beneath the sand, Aishiwa's voice quivered with refusal. A captain? Don't make me laugh. If Bakudo could really let any random foot soldier become captain tier overnight, the Soul Society wouldn't just have the 5 great noble houses, Kasamioji would have become the 6th long ago. Higashi's voice was cold and dismissive. Seeing Aishiwa still struggling to rise, Higashi's eyes flashed with a sliver of pity. He swung his blade once, mercifully ending the man's foolish life. Then, Higashi turned his gaze to Rika, the Bakudo that had once again lost its master. Oddly enough, he could feel its anger. Understandable. Both its last wielders had died by his hand. Anyone would be keeping a grudge list at this point. Man. I was hoping to shadow them discreetly, not end up cleaning up corpses. How the hell do I report this? Higashi sighed heavily. He truly was in a bind. If any of the other Shinigami earlier had done even a passable job, Higashi could have helped out behind the scenes, maybe subtly trip Aishiwa up with some Kido interference. But they'd folded like paper bags. And Higashi couldn't afford to act openly either. Without Aizen's Kyokusu Agetsu, he had no way to fabricate a believable excuse for his presence. Worse yet, someone might turn around and pin this entire incident on him. Letting Aishiwa live was never an option. The man had openly turned on the Kasamioji clan, clearly intending to either go rogue or defect to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and spill everything. Either way, he had to die. Still, this whole mess hadn't been part of the plan. Now, Higashi had two choices: wait for the next group that might come for Rika, or contact Aizen and ask the boss to clean up this mess. And hey, why waste free high IQ support? Now this is interesting. Aizen chuckled after receiving Higashi's report. What a delightful little tale of betrayal. Then, Aizen-sama, should I continue waiting here for others to show up? Higashi gave up trying to guess the next steps. Aizen clearly didn't care about Rika's combat function. After all, just now when Aishiwa grabbed it, his Zanpakuto instantly reverted to an Asaki, proving once again that Bakuto and Zanpakuto couldn't coexist. That meant Higashi wouldn't be using Rika anytime soon. His own blade, Habesha, was too valuable to throw away. So honestly, he'd stopped caring about who picked up Rika next. It's not like the blade can be destroyed anyway. As long as I keep an eye on the Kasamioji, I can always retrieve it later, once I figure out how to resolve the Zanpakuto-Bakuto conflict. That was Higashi's new stance. Before, he'd been terrified the Kasamioji clan would reclaim it, and he'd lose his shot forever. But after seeing how pathetic Aishiwa had been with it, he realized, only rare individuals like Senjoro or the future Amagai Shujut could truly master Rika. Whoever inherited it next might not even pose a threat. And as for what to do with Rika now? That was Aizen's call. Because even he hadn't predicted Aishiwa's betrayal, this had veered off the script. You said they went straight to Rika's location, no hesitation, no searching? After a pause, Aizen posed the question. Yes, Aizen-sama. That was all he needed to say. Aizen immediately understood the implications. Back in the Soul Society, seated comfortably in his private chambers, Aizen's lips curled into a smile. Then bring the Bakuto back with you. Stay near it, and guard it. I suspect others will come looking, and those encounters may prove informative. Higashi hadn't mentioned that one of the dying Shinigami had accidentally blurted out the Kasamioji clan's name, so Aizen hadn't yet connected this to their involvement. But it didn't matter. He could already sense the power players behind the blade. Meanwhile, Higashi wanted to cry. Didn't the Aizen from my memories handle this kind of grunt work himself? I swear, he used to roll up his sleeves just to rip out random Rakongai souls for research. Why is it that when something shady needs doing now, it's always my job? It must be because I've been too damn competent. After accepting the new task, Higashi swore to himself, next time, I'm slacking off. Being a loyal, eager-to-please employee never ends well. Chapter 22, Join the 2nd Division? When Higashi Shuichi returned to the Soul Society, it just so happened to be the day after 5 captains had departed en masse to launch an assault on Hugomondo. Upon hearing the news, Higashi offered a silent 3-second eulogy for Baragan Lusenbairn in his heart. It was obvious, Aizen had no intention of aiding Baragan. In fact, it was certain that all his top-tier rankar, including Stark and the research freaks Zalapro, had already been ordered to withdraw into the forest of minnows beneath Las Noches to avoid the heat. Just imagining Baragan standing alone against 5 captains. What a beautiful image. As for the question of whether Baragan would pull a Stark and try to run, Higashi could only shrug. If Baragan were the type to run, he wouldn't be Baragan. In a way, Baragan really was an honorable brute to the bitter end. But frankly, that had little to do with Higashi. Whether Baragan lived or died, it didn't matter. Alive, he might be marginally useful. Dead, all the better. The real shock came when Higashi had barely stepped back into the Soul Society, and someone completely unexpected found him. Yoho Shuichi-kun. You're finally back from the human world. Yoruichi Teicho? Higashi stared, stunned, at the dusky-skinned beauty who had appeared before him like a gust of wind. His words tripped over themselves in disbelief. He immediately regretted not checking the spiritual calendar before taking time off. Why did the unexpected keep slapping him in the face? And seriously, he was going to have words with his boss. Come on, you've been embedded in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards for over 70 years. Could you maybe show Yoruichi Shioin your damn Zanpakuto already? For someone with such grand ambitions, maybe stop obsessing over your weird science projects and set a small goal, like putting every captain and vice captain under Kyoka Suigetsu first. Of course, that was all internal screaming. He'd never dare actually say that to Aizen. Still, it was undeniable, something had slipped through the cracks in Aizen's plan. So, the first thing Higashi did was use their secret communication channel to contact Aizen, who, as expected, became a silent observer of the situation. What? Are you that surprised to see me? Yoruichi had clearly picked up on the brief pulse of spiritual pressure that escaped Higashi's usually impeccable control, but she assumed it was just a reflexive reaction. How could I not be surprised? Higashi clutched his chest dramatically. I'm just an ordinary Shinigami, suddenly being greeted by someone of your stature, waiting right here for me to return from leave, no less. I'm honored. And stunned. The line was meant for both Yoruichi and Aizen. Because Higashi knew Aizen was undoubtedly sinking Kyoka Suigetsu's illusions as they spoke. If any other Shinigami happened to bump into Higashi Shuuichi at the wrong place or time, Aizen would need to adjust his manipulations immediately to preserve the cover. Wait for you? Don't flatter yourself. Yoruichi waved a hand dismissively, grinning. I just happened to be visiting Yukitake and heard from him that you'd be returning from the human world today. Huh? Sure you did. And so? Yoruichi Taicho, you came to find me because... Higashi wasn't about to expose the lie of a captain, especially not the head of the Shioin clan. Besides, the only real contact he'd had with Yoruichi up to now was that one mission during the last Hollow Purge, when he'd stepped in as her support and rescued a young Soifan. At the time, he'd done it with the intention of getting closer to Yoruichi. But this was a little too straightforward. Yup. I want you to join my second division. Yoruichi slapped a hand on his shoulder and flashed a blinding grin. Taicho. I was just doing what any Shinigami should. Higashi immediately launched into his pre-prepared script. And then stopped. Wait, what? Join the second division? This plotline feels... off. PFFT. What, were you expecting something else? Yoruichi chuckled at the dumb look on his face. Hey. Just caught off guard. But if I may ask, Yoruichi Taicho, what made you suddenly think of inviting me into the second division? Higashi tried to maintain his composure. Truth be told, he had no strong attachment to the fourth division. He'd originally joined because it made it easier to extract spiritual samples for Aizen. It was all about proving his value. But now that he no longer had to do that grunt work, and with Aizen apparently viewing him more favorably than ever, maybe switching squads wasn't such a bad idea. Still, he couldn't just agree outright. First, it would make him look eager to jump ship, not a good look for any employee. Second, he still needed to know what Aizen thought. Because Aizen was the real boss. He could afford to disappoint anyone else. Disappointing Aizen? That was an express ticket to getting both his soul and ashes obliterated. What other reason could there be? Yoruichi threw an arm around his shoulder. You know what the second division excels at, Hikida and flash steps. You're a beast at both, it'd be a shame to leave that potential wasted. With her arm still draped over him, Higashi could feel a certain firm softness pressing into his arm. He mentally screamed for help. Hurrah Harakisuke, your girlfriend is currently weaponizing her assets, can you please do something? Still, Higashi held firm. Even if I wanted to join, Yoruichi Taicho, proper procedure still requires approval from my current captain. Without that, it's simply not possible. He used Anohana Retsu as a human shield while waiting for Aizen's reply, which couldn't come just yet with Yoruichi this close. Oh, her? Don't worry. Yoruichi grinned proudly. She said if you want to leave, she won't stop you. Higashi's heart skipped a beat. Something about that line felt off. Captain Yoruichi, what exactly did Captain Anohana say? Just what I told you. If you want to leave the fourth division, she won't get in your way. Why? Problem? That chill down Higashi's spine told him all he needed to know. Then I'm very sorry, Yoruichi Taicho. He said with a deep breath. If Captain Anohana is being that gracious, I must repay her properly, by staying in the fourth division. No more hesitation. Decision made. Chapter 23, No Escaping the Second Division. Today explaining something in different ways can entirely change its meaning. Higashi Shuuichi understood this well. And he was certain that Anohana Retsu, the seasoned veteran of Soul Society, knew it even better. When Yoruichi Shioin went to speak with Anohana about transferring Higashi to the second division, the phrasing should have been something like, whether or not Higashi wishes to join the second division is entirely up to him. In this, the focus would be on the second division. But instead, what Anohana said was, whether Higashi wants to leave the fourth division is his choice. On the surface, the two phrases seemed identical. But given that Higashi knew Anohana had lingering suspicions about him, the second version carried a deeper implication. A warning. It sounded like Anohana was respecting his agency, but it was really a quiet threat. If he chose to leave the fourth division, she might not remain as calm as she was now. The subtext was plain. Though Higashi didn't yet know exactly what evidence Anohana might have against him, the truth was, he was hiding something. Going against her directly right now would only invite disaster. So she's laying her cards right on the table. Higashi sighed bitterly to himself. He had expected this moment to come eventually, just not so soon. He thought that after 2 years of silence, Anohana had moved on. Turns out she'd just been biding her time. Something must have happened to push her into action, forcing a direct confrontation through veiled words. This was a clear sign, a serious talk was on the horizon. A crisis. A real crisis. And all it had taken was one carefully worded sentence to completely unsettle him. Unfortunately, Yaruichi couldn't hear Higashi's inner turmoil. From the pained look on his face, she simply assumed he felt guilty for turning her down. Hey now, don't take it so seriously. I was just making an offer. Yaruichi gave him a reassuring slap on the shoulder. Your captain respects your decision, and so do I. But if you ever want to come to the second division, you're more than welcome. She grinned brightly. Honestly, the vice captain spot's yours if you want it. That idiot Omeda couldn't beat you in anything. A blatant betrayal of her own vice captain. But if Higashi actually believed her, then his 100+ years in Soul Society would have been for nothing. Everyone knew who Omega Marikyo was, the wealthiest man in Soul Society on paper. That status alone secured his seat as vice captain. Anyone who tried to replace him would have to be suicidal. I understand. If I ever think about it, I'll definitely reach out, Yaruichi Teicho. Higashi responded politely, subtly slipping out from under her arm, before her assets could interfere with his brain any further. No problem. Yaruichi seemed unfazed, replying cheerfully. Then came a moment of awkward silence. In truth, Higashi was waiting. Waiting for Yaruichi to leave. But a few seconds later, it became clear, she wasn't going anywhere. Yaruichi Teicho? Do you still have business here with the 13th Division? If so, maybe I should take my leave. Higashi's tone grew nervous. He wasn't particularly worried about Aizen. By now, he was sure Aizen had already adjusted the illusions of Kyokusuigetsu after overhearing their interaction. What did worry him was the possibility of someone from the Kasamioji clan showing up uninvited, tracking Rika, the Bakoto sealed within the sword case slung across his back. If that happened, how the hell would he explain it to Yaruichi? But of course, Yaruichi had no intention of letting him off that easy. Nope. I've wrapped up my business here. She shook her head with a strange smile on her face. Then, may I ask what your plan is now? Higashi was starting to realize, Yaruichi's Shioin was terrifying when she wanted to be. You don't want to join the second division? That's fine too. She narrowed her eyes playfully. But you're still coming back with me today. I want to do a proper evaluation, see what kind of tricks you're still hiding. She looked at him as if she already knew everything. Can't we do this another time? I still need to report back to the 4th division. It was the only excuse he had left. Once again, he used Anohana as his human shield. Too bad Yaruichi had already prepared for that. No need. I've already spoken with Captain Anohana. She agreed to lend you to me for a few days. Once I'm done using you, I'll return you, good as new. She flashed him a mischievous smile. So, Shuichi-kun, I'm afraid you don't have a choice today. Well, that was that. Yaruichi had said it out loud. If Higashi kept trying to weasel out now, even an idiot would know he was hiding something. Still, just before they departed, Higashi couldn't help but ask, Yaruichi Teicho. Why today? Why are you so insistent on bringing me back now? It's been over a month since the Hollow Purge. During that time, you haven't even visited the 4th division once. At that, Yaruichi glanced back and sighed. Because I made a promise to a little girl. Higashi blinked. She asked me to bring her hero big brother back to visit her. What kind of person would I be if I broke my promise? Shuichi-kun, little girl. Hero big brother. The moment those keywords registered, Higashi knew exactly who she meant. Young Soifun. The Feng clan was ruthless, no doubt. They had taken advantage of Soifun's presence during the previous Hollow Purge, when she caught Yaruichi's attention, and leveraged it perfectly. They already gotten her into the punishment force. As for why Higashi was so sure it was the punishment force specifically, and not any of the other second division subgroups, it was simple. Only the punishment force accepted members without strict requirements. Even non-Shinigami could join. And right now, Soifun clearly had little to no spiritual pressure. She didn't have a Zunpacto, either. Her only path in was through connections. Chapter 24, Sparring with Yaruichi, Part 1, Lord Shuichi. Just as Higashi Shuichi stepped foot into the 2nd Division's special training grounds prepared for the Onmitsukido, a tiny figure leapt from the stands with radiant joy in her voice, rushing straight at him. So it's you, Shorin. Higashi opened his arms and caught young Soifun in a gentle embrace, his hand instinctively ruffling her short dark hair like one would a beloved younger sibling. But deep inside, something felt off. Had he somehow replaced the position Yoruichi Shioin held in Soifan's heart in the original timeline? Holding the blushing, slightly trembling girl in his arms, Higashi couldn't help but think, yeah, that might actually be the case. Not that it was a bad outcome. In fact, it might even be better than his original plan, which had merely been to establish a favorable relationship with her. But this change could have ripple effects. For example, would Soifan still ascend to become the captain of the 2nd Division after Yoruichi's defection, as she did in the canon timeline? Higashi couldn't say. In fact, he wasn't even sure he believed in the original timeline anymore. He was the butterfly, after all, and his wings had been flapping long before this point. Still, whatever happened in Soul's society, it likely wouldn't reach the world of the living, not the remnants of the Quincy, not the shadow of Yuak. As long as he ensured Ishin Kurosaki ended up in the human world at the right time, there would be someone to face it all. Probably. He was lost in thought when the soft voice of Soifan brought him back to the present. Lord Shuuichi, you can let me go now. Lady Yoruichi is still waiting for you. Said in the tiniest whisper, almost inaudible. Ah, sorry, Shorin. Higashi quickly set her down, sheepish. Still, he had to admit, holding her like that had a kind of pleasant, soft texture. Different from Yoruichi's firm, athletic build. But not inferior. It's fine, Lord Shuuichi. Soifan said, ducking her head. Then she took a deep breath, lifted her face, and looked up at him with those bright, earnest eyes. I'll become a Shinigami as strong as you one day. Higashi was tempted to ask, and what about your precious Lady Yoruichi? But when he opened his mouth, all that came out was a warm hum. Across the field, seemingly having had enough of this fluffy display, Yoruichi tossed a set of training armor his way. Catch. He snatched it with one hand. Behind him, Soifan took the cue and zipped back up to the stands like a disciplined little shadow. At the same time, all the Onmitsukido operatives who had been training with Okada drills cleared the field, taking to the benches. Clearly, Yoruichi had made sure the sparring ground was cleared in advance. She was serious. So before we begin, Captain Shioin, may I ask what the rules are? Higashi asked while equipping the armor. No Zanpakuto. Anything else goes. Yoruichi was finishing her stretches as she replied. No Zanpakuto, huh? Higashi's hand lingered on his sword hilt for a second, fingers stroking its edge in thought. He pondered what that restriction meant. Why that specific rule? Because he didn't believe for a second that Yoruichi, or Anohana, or Aizen, did anything without purpose. On its own, a spar with him had no meaning. But if it wasn't about the sparring, what then? An evaluation? And Yoruichi just so happened to possess an ability, one that could rival even a Bankai. More importantly, it required mastery of Okada, flash steps, and Kido to even learn. If this is about that, well, now I'm wide awake. The spark of excitement ignited in him. In a world like this, where personal strength could bend fate itself, Higashi didn't need a desire to destroy the world, but it would be nice to have the power to do so. Just in case. His innate talent might not be enough to replicate Yoruichi's signature technique. But to taste it, to aim for it, why not dream big? Maybe, just maybe, he could reach it. That flame in his chest roared to life. His posture straightened. His lazy air vanished, replaced by something sharp and crackling. Then, Captain Shioin, don't mind if I go first. He unbuckled his Zanpakuto from his hip and tossed it to Soifan in the stands, vanishing in a burst of flash steps. Katsukan. His fist surged forward, only to be met halfway by Yoruichi's. Their knuckles collided with a crack, sending a wave of force rippling through the air. She was pushed back several paces. Higashi didn't stop. No time to breathe, that was his combat mantra. His fist twisted to a flat palm, then into two fingers lit with static. Hado number 4, Byakurai. A low-tier spell? Yoruichi smiled slightly at the choice. It meant Higashi understood. Higher-tier Kido weren't always better in real fights. Low-level spells, when amplified by a user's own spiritual pressure and deployed at the right time, could be just as effective. By using Byakurai, a fast, light-weight spell, he could seamlessly chain it after an attack, leaving no gap in pressure. And since Yoruichi had taken his initial strike head-on, she would have to suffer the follow-up spell, unless she had layered her body with spiritual barriers in advance. She hadn't. Sparks leapt across her frame as Byakurai's arc struck her directly. Paralysis. That was the secondary effect of Byakurai. It didn't last long. The gap in their spiritual pressure wasn't wide enough to bind her completely. But it was just enough. You didn't cast that to paralyze me. Yoruichi murmured. You just wanted to slow my flash steps. To your level. Shunko. Byakurai. Higashi's reply came through action. Yoruichi deflected it, again. But more lightning danced across her skin. So that's it. You're trying to wear down my mobility. Matching my speed by stacking small disruptions. She said it aloud this time. But Higashi Shuichi said nothing. He didn't need to. His answer burned in his eyes. Chapter 25, Sparring with Yoruichi, Part 2, The early spring chill still clung to the Soul Society. Standing in the stands, Soren, little Soifun, hugged the Zunpacto nearly as tall as she was, her breath streaming out in pale mist. Lord Shuichi. On the field, the battle between Yoruichi Shioin and Higashi Shuichi had reached its boiling point. Yoruichi, having had her flash steps briefly suppressed by Higashi's clever techniques, welcomed the ensuing close-quarters clash with visible delight. She made no effort to break free from the restraints, instead choosing to respond with her superior mastery of Hikida. But even with her holding back, the difference in skill and combat experience was still wide. Gradually, the fight tipped in her favor. As a member of the Onmitsukido under the 2nd Division, Soren should have been cheering for her captain. And yet, each time Higashi took a hit, each time he was thrown back, Soren unconsciously tightened her grip around the sword in her arms, silently praying for him. Boom. Once more, Higashi was sent flying by a brutal kick from Yoruichi, crashing into the stone wall at the edge of the field. The impact shattered the rock, sending shards into the air. Lord Shuichi. Soren couldn't help crying out, earning puzzled glances from nearby Onmitsukido members. Under normal circumstances, she'd have glared back defiantly, but not today. Her thoughts were wholly consumed by the man on the field. It was as if he'd heard her call. Embedded deep in the cratered wall, Higashi grit his teeth as spiritual power surged through his limbs. Channeling Kaido to stabilize himself, he pulled free from the rock, his movements shaky, but not broken. Then came the chant. Merge, repel, extend to the earth, know the powerlessness of your own self. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Yoruichi froze mid-charge, her eyes narrowing. When did you finish the incant? She didn't even get to say the word chant before the massive obsidian coffin rose from the ground beneath her feet, swallowing her whole. Dozens of black spiritual power crosses pierced the surface, and the entire training ground darkened beneath the suffocating spiritual pressure. Cough. Just now, when I was flying through the air from your kick. Higashi's hands pressed against the shattered wall as he slowly dragged himself free and dropped back to the ground, staggering slightly as he landed. Yoruichi hadn't held back on the last blow, he'd honestly thought she meant to kill him. Fortunately, his training in Kaido paid off. Years of quiet effort had raised it to a decent level. He could still fight. Barely. But that kick. It pissed him off. He'd assumed she'd hold back more, given he was only vice-captain level on paper. But now it was clear, she wasn't trying to win. She was trying to break him. Well then. He was going to give her some intensity in return. Logically, there was no point, she'd still win. But something inside him refused to accept being completely overwhelmed. At the very least, I won't go down like a joke. He spat a mouthful of blood to the ground and glanced up at the stands, where little Soifun hugged his sword tightly, eyes wide with worry. So that's what this feeling is. He let out a low chuckle, bitter but amused. So this was what it felt like to be someone's hero. Just then, a crack ran down the center of the black coffin. It split open with a deafening sound, revealing Yoruichi's toned figure, wrapped in lightning and breathing hard, her shunko barely disrupted. She didn't seem the least bit bothered by her disheveled appearance. On the contrary, she looked exhilarated. Ha 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 ha. Higashi Shuichi, you're so damn interesting. Maybe I've got a few more surprises. Higashi wasn't shocked she broke free so fast. Their spiritual pressures weren't even close. A spell like Kirahitsugi could only truly restrain someone if the caster's spiritual pressure rivaled the target's. Bakudo number 21, Red Smoke Bomb. Thick red smoke exploded outward from beneath his feet, engulfing the entire battlefield in moments. If a head-on fight didn't work, then blind both of them. That won't help, Shuichi. Yoruichi's voice came from behind him, cutting through the haze like a blade. Reikoken. Even without sight, a Shinigami could track spiritual pressure. It was fundamental to combat. In a blur of motion, a storm of punches rained down on Higashi from within the smoke, each one striking true. But something was wrong. Yoruichi narrowed her eyes. Higashi wasn't retaliating. That wasn't his style. Was he, waiting? Bakudo number 8, Repulsion. She caught a glimpse of the small spiritual power shield he had raised over his forearms, cushioning the blows, but barely. It was already splintering. This isn't his plan. She needed only a few more strikes to shatter the shield, and force his real move. But he made the first move instead. Suddenly, thick chains of glowing spiritual power coiled from his arms like serpents, latching onto her limbs. Bakudo number 63, Ethereal Binding Chain. You know that won't hold me. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed. She flared her spiritual pressure to break the chains instantly. But then, Bakudo number 75, penetration of 5 iron pillar. 5 massive iron pillars fell from the sky, crashing down to pin them both. And at the same time, Higashi yanked on the chains, dragging himself against her. Bakudo number 79, 9 Sunbind. The two of them were now chest to chest, his breath fogging against her cheek. The instant he cast the 9th sphere, they were locked together, surrounded by 9 black spiritual pressure anchors, frozen in place. It's pointless. Yoruichi muttered, spiritual pressure surging. Too late. The 5 pillars struck. Pinned. And with his body sprawled over hers, Higashi's eyes burned with madness. He whispered the chant. Hands of 1,000, that cannot touch the darkness, archers of the sky, that cannot find the moonlight, path of glory, swept by wind, gather without hesitation, obey my will. 8 bodies. 9 paths. Celestial law. Sacred treasure. Great wheel. Great turret. Aim far, and vanish in radiance. Hado number 91, 1,000-hand incandescent heaven killing spear. Brilliant light rained down the length of the iron pillars. And then, the entire 2nd Division training ground was consumed by the roar of the blast. Chapter 26, Soifan who won. The explosion at the end had nearly blown the petite Soren, young Soifan, right off the bleachers. Clinging stubbornly to the stands as the dust finally settled, only one question echoed in her heart. Logically, she should want her captain, Yoruichi Shioin, to emerge victorious from this sparring match. Emotionally, she wanted it to be Lord Shuuichi standing at the end. The scene answered her quickly. Yoruichi stood tall at the center of the training ground, while Higashi Shuuichi hung limply in her grip, like a scolded cub, unconscious and battered. Did Lord Shuuichi lose? Soren's heart sank, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears. It was the expected result, so why did it feel so painful? Especially seeing him unconscious like that, her chest ached. Don't worry, Soren. Your Lord Shuuichi didn't lose. On the contrary. If anything, I'm the one who lost this match. Yoruichi strolled over with the unconscious Shuuichi slung over her shoulder, gently consoling the girl. She couldn't help but recall the final moment of their fight. If she hadn't released her full spiritual pressure at the very last instant, she might have been seriously injured by that reckless, all-or-nothing move of Shuuichi's. More importantly, she clearly felt it. In that final attack, that Hado number 91, 1,000-hand incandescent heaven killing spear, his spiritual pressure had surged to captain class. Even if only for a fleeting second. Whether it was a temporary spike or an actual breakthrough from their battle, Yoruichi couldn't say. But one thing was certain, Higashi Shuuichi was close. Very close to crossing that threshold. Guess I've got a real eye for talent, huh? Just picked a random guy, and it turns out he's a captain in the making, ha 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 ha. Yoruichi burst out laughing. She thought that to a certain someone who doubted Shuuichi's potential. Not cut out for it. They'd said. She'd definitely be rubbing this in later. Right then, Soren, who had been inspecting Shuuichi's injuries with growing worry, suddenly looked up at Yoruichi. Lady Yoruichi. Just now you said. Captain material? Were you talking about Lord Shuuichi? That's right. Your Lord Shuuichi. I believe he'll be a full-fledged captain before long. Yoruichi pulled on his spare captain's hori, covering her still exposed, curvaceous figure as she smiled. Though the praise wasn't meant for her, Soren still beamed like she'd swallowed sunlight. Lord Shuuichi is the greatest Shinigami. I'll follow in his footsteps, and become a captain myself. She clutched her Zanpakuto tighter. Then, Yoruichi assigned her a task. Lady Yoruichi, you want me to take care of Lord Shuuichi while he recovers? I can't, I'm not qualified. Her cheeks lit up like fireworks, and her tiny head shook furiously. Then what do you expect me to do? Yoruichi smirked. I only managed to borrow Shuuichi from Anohana for 3 days. I was planning to spend those days testing him little by little, but instead the guy goes full throttle on day 1 and knocks himself out. What am I supposed to return, some unconscious wreck of a man? Yoruichi chuckled, clearly in excellent spirits. Shuuichi's ferocity satisfied her deeply, only someone like that might be able to learn that technique of hers, the one hidden away at the very bottom of her arsenal. Still, this was just his first test. He'd proven his combat fundamentals were strong enough to qualify, but whether she would actually teach him her secret technique depended on many other factors. Thankfully, someone else would be evaluating those. But I don't know Kaido. Soren bit her lip, glancing at Shuuichi with worry. He's so badly hurt. How can I treat him? You don't have to. Yoruichi replied smoothly. Just look after him. I've already arranged for someone else to handle the healing. And she had someone very specific in mind, Someone who could both treat him and assess him. Soren looked down at Shuichi again. And nodded fiercely, as if making a solemn vow. I understand, Lady Yoruichi. I'll take good care of Lord Shuichi. Yoruichi nodded, satisfied. Leaving a few instructions with the others in the detention force, she departed. When Higashi Shuichi opened his eyes again, an entire day had passed. He blinked. His body felt fine? Too fine. Didn't he almost blow himself up with Yoruichi in that final move? He was sure he'd been on death's door. So why did his body feel like it had been through a massage and a hot bath? Lord Shuichi. You're awake. The door slid open and in ran Soren, hands wrapped in white bandages, face lit with joy. Soren? Wait, aren't I in the 4th division? He was genuinely surprised to see her. Nope. You're in 2nd division, Lord Shuichi. She hurried to his bedside to help him up. But he waved her off. Not that he didn't want to experience the luxurious life of a nobleman being pampered, but considering her tiny height barely reached his waist, she'd probably need his help just to hold him steady. You're the one taking care of me? And what's with the bandages on your hands? He stepped down from the bed, still a little dazed. Soren blushed under his gaze. Yes. Lady Yoruichi assigned me to look after you. But I didn't heal you. That was done by our 3rd seat, Urahara Kisuke-sama. Urahara Kisuke. That name sent a ripple through Higashi's mind. And the bandages? I wrapped them because I've been training my Hikida. I didn't want to hurt my hands too badly. She shyly unwrapped the cloth to show him her slightly calloused but determined little palms. Is that so? That's amazing, Soren. Shuichi smiled, gently placing a hand on her head and ruffling her hair. I'm sure you'll grow up to be an incredible Shinigami. He smiled, but inside, his mind was already racing. If Urahara Kisuke treated him, then that means he's already been near the sword. That back kodo. Rika. Did he touch it? Chapter 27, Urahara Kisuke's probe snow had begun to fall lightly outside the window. After coming up with a casual excuse to send little Soifun away, Higashi Shuichi carefully checked the sword case placed beside his bed. Thankfully, it showed no signs of having been opened. But upon finishing his inspection, Shuichi couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He was letting paranoia get the better of him. If someone had opened the case, unless it was someone from the Kazumioji clan, who knew what it contained, no ordinary Shinigami would have thought to use the specialized gloves required to handle the back kodo. Which meant they would have tried to touch Rika barehanded. And if that had happened, well, it would have been obvious. He wouldn't have woken up to just Soifun outside his door. 3rd seat Higashi, good morning. I'm Urahara Kisuke, also 3rd seat of 2nd division. May I come in? Just as Shuichi was packing his things, preparing to leave the 2nd division barracks, a knock sounded at the door. Urahara Kisuke. Shuichi froze. It must have been Soifun who reported his recovery. Come in. Shuichi stood upright, calling toward the entrance. A moment later, a man stepped in, relaxed posture, the kind of effortless grace that seemed to say the world spun at his pace. Handsome in an understated way, there was something serpentine about him, always a step ahead, never revealing too much. Unlike Shun Sekiraku's overt playfulness, Urahara Kisuke's charm was subtler, composure with a veil of mischief. It was no wonder that Aizen Sosuke, after merely a few observations, had labeled Urahara as one of the few people in Soul Society worth taking seriously. They were far too similar. I only used some very standard kaido to heal you. Urahara said casually. I didn't expect your body to recover this quickly. Not at all. Without your healing, 3rd seat Urahara, I'd still be in a sorry state. Shuichi offered a polite response, mirroring the formality of the exchange. His inner motto, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. But after such a lively spar with our captain, Urahara continued, are you still sure you want to remain in 4th division? The shift was sudden, clean, sharp. He wasn't here to chat. Shuichi narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting I should transfer to the 2nd? Instead of answering, Urahara smiled faintly. Then he shifted the subject again, seamlessly. I heard that during your tenure as 4th Division's vice captain, you were especially beloved. The squad respects both you and Captain Unohana greatly. Even after stepping down, that hasn't changed. I hear your successor, Yamataki Anosuke, has had a rough time filling your shoes. Really? Shuichi replied with mild surprise. I haven't heard Vice Captain Yamada mention that. Truth be told, he beat me fair and square inches our match. The entire squad saw it, it was a clean victory. I'm certain the 4th Division holds him in high esteem. Internally, Shuichi smirked. Yamataki Anosuke? That guy worshipped Unohana like she was the moon and stars. The rest of the division? They didn't exist in his world. He only became vice captain to get closer to her. There was no way Urahara didn't know that, so this comment? A test. Ah, so just a rumor then. Urahara said lightly, as if dismissing it. But still, it's strange. You're known for your gentle personality, your restraint. So why such an aggressive combat style yesterday? That didn't seem like the Shuichi everyone knows. A baited hook, nonchalant, but laced with purpose. Because I once made a promise to a little girl. Shuichi said quietly. To show her what a real Shinigami looks like when they fight. His voice drifted, pulling at a distant memory. She was willing to strike at a hollow even when she knew she had no chance. After that. How could I back down? Regardless of the outcome, I couldn't show her fear. His tone was calm. But Urahara heard the resolve. And so did the one hiding outside the door, Soifun, little hands clenching tightly at her robes. So that's why. Lord Shuichi. She bit her lip, eyes misting over. Shuichi hadn't said this for her sake. Not intentionally. But it was true. She was the reason he went all out. After he had sealed Yoruichi inside the Kurihitsugi, he could have surrendered. He had proven his strength by then, no one would have questioned his ability. But he hadn't. PFFT. Then you really don't belong in the second division. Urahara suddenly laughed, shattering the tension. That kind of conscience will only get you punished in our squad. Ha. Shuichi chuckled too, the abrupt shift catching him off guard. True. I think I'm better suited for the fourth division. Seeing injured Shinigami walk again after my treatment, that's what really brings me joy. They chatted for a while longer, the conversation drifting into lighter topics. After half an hour, Urahara excused himself and left. But as Shuichi stood at the doorway, watching him go, he knew the truth. The real questions had all come at the start. The rest was filler. Whether Urahara had found what he was looking for. Whether Shuichi's answers had helped him reach his goal. Shuichi couldn't say. Only Urahara Kizuke knew the answer to that. Chapter 28, What level are you to be flexing like that? Snow danced gently through the air over Siri-ite AI. Higashi Shuichi flicked a few scattered flakes off his sleeve. After parting ways with a rather reluctant Soifun, he left the second division barracks. But before he'd walked more than a few steps, he could already feel it. Several unfamiliar spiritual pressures had quietly emerged around him. Hey! Shuichi smiled faintly, forming a specific hand seal with his left fingers. A prearranged signal surged forth, racing toward the 5th division. Where Aizen Sosuke would receive it. Then, as if nothing had happened, he strolled right out of Siri-ite, heading toward South Rakongai, District 73. This district had once been designated a noble hunting ground. After that bloody incident, all civilians had been forcibly relocated, and the place had suffered significant damage during the chaos. With Siri-ite's usual indifference to outer districts, especially one as far down the number line as the 70s, reconstruction had barely even begun. Now, it served as the perfect hideout for high-numbered district criminals, or for clandestine meetings that couldn't happen under the sun. You've been tailing me all this way. Shuichi said, finally stopping in his tracks, sword case sliding from his back to the dirt. Still not ready to make your move? What, planning to wait till I walk all the way to the 80th district? A few figures dropped silently into place, surrounding him in a loose formation. Lines of Bakudo had already been quietly etched into the air and ground, sealing off every potential escape route. Higashi Shuichi. Former vice captain of 4th Division. Currently 3rd seat. Known for high proficiency in Kaido and Hikida. Zanpakuto's Shikai under heavy regulation, unauthorized release forbidden unless granted by a captain-class Shinigami. The lead figure recited like a proud bureaucrat, fingers raising one by one for emphasis. Shuichi raised a brow. Are you reading my wiki page to me? Honestly, was this guy trying to flex how much intel he had? That info was so public even cleaning staff knew it. Unless you're about to tack on currently riding with 5th Division's lowest seat Aizen Sosuke, none of that is worth reciting. He rolled his eyes internally. 3 things. The man finally said. First, hand over the Zanpakuto at your feet. Second, tell us how you got your hands on it. Third, account for every detail from the moment you returned from the world of the living to the moment you stepped out of 2nd Division today. He held up 3 fingers like he was laying down holy law. But to Shuichi, it looked more like he was posing for a dramatic portrait. Goddamn. Shuichi thought, do I look like the one playing dumb here? They're acting like they're the ones with the hidden cards. You want 3 things? He said aloud, brushing back his hair. I'll give you 1. The man's face immediately twisted with displeasure. Shuichi smiled coldly, sharp teeth glinting. What kind of trash dear nobodies do you think you are, talking to me like that? Hado number 63, lightning spear. The man snapped. A roaring blast of thunder exploded toward Shuichi without incantation, full power, practiced to perfection. It had felled many before, even a few vice captains. There was no hesitation. He was sure this blast would silence the insolent dog before him. But the dog didn't bark. It raised a single hand. Bakudo number 39, fan-shape barrier. The circular spirit shield snapped into place, and the Raikō crashed against it like a wave breaking on stone. Not a single crack formed. What? That was only level 39. How the hell did it block Raikō? The attacker shouted in disbelief. Shuichi didn't bother replying. He extended one finger, pointed with icy precision. Hado number 63, lightning spear. Same technique. No chant. No mercy. The enemy fumbled, panicking, reflexively casting Enkozen as well. He should have dodged, but didn't. Too late. The blast tore through the shield like wet paper. When the smoke cleared, the man was on his knees, most of his torso missing. Not qualified. Shuichi didn't even look at the body. His eyes scanned the remaining enemies. Surprisingly, none of them looked afraid. Instead, they silently raised their blades, each wielding a Bakudo, and rushed in, as if driven by orders that outweighed survival. Shuichi sighed. He didn't waste another breath. Flash steps. Desho. Sakatsu. No Kido. No flare. Just pure Hikida and footwork. Within a minute, not one was left standing. He hadn't even broken a sweat. He hadn't spared a single one. Because right when the first corpse hit the ground, Shuichi had sensed it, a faint fluctuation of spiritual pressure. Concealed. Watching. Waiting. Clap. 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 A slow, deliberate applause echoed through the air. The shimmer of Bakudo number 26, present hiding mask. Faded, revealing a man in noble robes, an old man with a composed expression, posture elegant like a sharpened brushstroke. Well, well. So this is the real Higashi Shuichi. Former vice captain of 4th Division, beloved for his warmth and gentleness. Yeah, here you are, ruthless, merciless, hiding power far beyond your station. Shuichi turned. He didn't recognize the man, but his instincts screamed one thing, high-ranking Kasamioji. You flatter me. Shuichi replied coldly. In Soul Society, most of us wear masks. Mine just has sharper edges. Besides, I was being gentle. They didn't suffer. A pause. The old man's smile deepened. Is that so? Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunoi Takazutsu, steward of the Kasamioji family. And, more importantly, the creator of the Bakudo you have at your feet. He stepped forward slowly, eyes gleaming. I believe you've heard of me, haven't you? Chapter 29, none of them are any good. The air was still frigid. Snowflakes drifting down were halted just outside the protective barrier of condensed rishi. Beneath his feet, the snow had only just begun to melt. Higashi Shuichi eyed the aging Shinigami before him. He vaguely recalled Yunoi Yukaku from the Bakudo incident, but the man hadn't appeared often. Most of the focus had been on Captain Amagai Shujuku. So Shuichi didn't know much about him. So, Steward Yunoi. Shuichi said, tone calm, blade angled with deliberate ease, you really think calling that thing a Zanpakuto is accurate? I've never seen a Zanpakuto that didn't revert to an Asaki after its wielder died. He narrowed his eyes. And I'm pretty damn sure no Zanpakuto has ever had multiple wielders. He pointed the blade at Yunoi, a clear warning to stay back. Yunoi stopped without resistance. Whether you think it's a Zanpakuto or not is irrelevant. He said coolly. The real question is, why did you lead us out here so deliberately? I think it's time you told me. If Yunoi hadn't realized yet that Shuichi had brought them to this desolate place on purpose, then he'd wasted decades serving as the Kasamioji family steward. You're not worried I already reported this to Captain Shioi of the 2nd Division? Shuichi countered casually. He knew better than to let an old fox like Yunoi control the pace. The only way to keep the advantage was to control the conversation. Yunoi's smile turned sharper. And you're not worried I might tell Captain Unohana IV that you haven't been spending your leave in the human world, but sneaking into Hukomundo? As the steward of the Kasamioji, one of the noble families just beneath the Great Four, Yunoi hadn't come here with just a few bits of intel. A whole day's lead time had let him dig up Shuichi's entire file. Including one curious detail. A few days ago, Captain Unohana herself had visited the 13th Division to ask about Shuichi's whereabouts. Ordinarily, that might seem like a captain's concern for a subordinate. But in the context of this, Yunoi didn't believe in coincidences. Whether or not Shuichi knew about Unohana's visit didn't matter. Yunoi could now use it as a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, Shuichi did know. And now, it was his headache to deal with. Could Yunoi have figured something out? No, No way. But if he hadn't, why would he bring up Anohana as leverage? A mental storm raged behind Shuichi's gaze. He looked up again at Yunoi, and over the old man's head, a blood-red danger seemed to pulse in the air like a bleeding alarm. Hey. Looks like it's time we had a proper talk. Shuichi muttered, suppressing the urge to cut the man down right here. Yunoi's status wasn't like the random Shinigami he'd eliminated before. Killing someone of the Kasamioji family's inner circle would spark far worse consequences than slaying even a captain. But that didn't mean he wouldn't do it. Yunoi was hard to kill, not impossible. Unlike Anohana Retsu. He couldn't beat her. Not yet. Not even Aizen would risk clashing with her for his sake. Return the Zanpakuto, Rika, to us. Yunoi ordered, voice broking no argument. And I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Shuichi laughed. I don't mind a little intimidation. He said, voice dropping, but there's a limit. You've forgotten one thing. His tone turned cold, emotionless. I'm not a good person either. Hado 78, Zankarin. His blade slashed downward. A crescent-shaped blast of Rakido carved through the air, splitting the snow and launching twin shockwaves into the sky. Child's play. Yunoi scoffed, extending his left hand forward. Bakudo 81, Danku. He chanted, cast the spell. A towering wall of rishi sprang up before him. Shuichi's Kido slammed into it without so much as a crack. Even the explosion's force seemed muffled. That spiritual pressure. Shuichi muttered darkly, it's already approaching captain class. That kind of pressure, combined with Yunoi's age and likely battlefield experience, meant one thing: Shuichi wouldn't be able to finish this quickly without unleashing his full spiritual pressure. Which meant, if he couldn't kill Yunoi here and now, he'd leave behind yet another witness, another piece of leverage. Don't think just because you killed a few of the Kasamioji family's hired blades that you can throw your weight around. Yunoi sneered. You've crossed a line you should never have approached. He hovered midair, eyes arrogant, looking down at Shuichi as if he were something that had crawled from the gutter. If Shuichi weren't still marginally useful, Yunoi wouldn't even have let him speak. So what if he'd been hiding some of his power? As long as he hadn't reached captain level, he was no threat. And even if he had reached it, what could a lone upstart do against a behemoth like the Kasamioji family? By all normal logic, Yunoi's assessment was airtight. Unfortunately, the man standing before him wasn't normal. Higashi Shuichi had long since secured the thickest backing in the next 100 years of Soul Society's future. It's rare to be impulsive in life. Shuichi murmured after a pause, voice almost too quiet to hear. But I'll gladly pay the price for this one. Up above, Yunoi caught the word impulsive, and a flicker of unease crawled up his spine. No, impossible. He's just a Shinigami who couldn't even hold on to a vice-captaincy. Even with some hidden strength, but before the thought could settle, the air changed. A wave of spiritual pressure slammed down, compressing the very space around them. It wasn't just felt, it crushed, like the sky had turned to lead and dropped. Yunoi's eyes widened. You actually have captain-class spiritual pressure, he couldn't finish. A bolt of lightning carved through the air and struck his nerves, paralyzing him. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Then Shuichi was upon him, his entire form filling Yunoi's vision. Advance, Cha. He who commands the blade. Commands men. His Zanpakuto ignited in a pulse of white-green light, the polished edge glowing like a blade forged from authority itself. Chapter 30, everyone thinks they've got the upper hand by afternoon. The snow had stopped falling over District 73 of South Rakongai. The assassins hired by the Kasamioji clan had already been erased, disintegrated by Higashi Shuichi's Zanpakuto ability. The spiritual interference devices that had been set up to mask their battle's spiritual pressure fluctuations were now neatly packed away, sealed and silent. Opposite him, Yunoi Yukaku clutched the wound in his chest, gasping raggedly, breath frosting in the cold air. 4 spirit body constructs, Rishi clones summoned by Shuichi, stood sentinel around the defeated steward, unmoving and expressionless. Hey! If I were you. Yunoi managed, voice dry with blood and pride, I wouldn't have hesitated at the last moment. If I were you. Shuichi replied, crouching before the older man, voice carefully restrained, I wouldn't be mouthing off before leaving this place alive. The truth was, he'd been ready to kill Yunoi. Ready to sever the old man's head cleanly, vanish into Hugomundo, and spend the next 100 years hiding in that godforsaken desert, biding time until Aizen's inevitable rebellion tore Soul Society apart. He'd prepared for exile. But just as his Zanpakuto's Shikai had fully activated and he was about to make a clean kill, Aizen had contacted him, perfect timing, as always. Don't kill him. He's still useful. And Shuichi. Don't be impulsive. Shuichi hadn't believed that last line for a second. There was no way Aizen hadn't been watching the entire fight, lurking nearby with Kyoka Suigetsu cloaking his presence. Otherwise, how could he have intervened so precisely? No. That warning wasn't to protect Yunoi. That was Aizen making sure he didn't get his hands dirty. And yet, Aizen was his superior. For now, Shuichi was still playing the part of the loyal subordinate, the promising employee who followed orders to the letter. If the boss said spare him, then the bastard lives. For now. You can keep going, if you really want. Shuichi muttered, watching Yunoi closely. Yunoi wanted to sneer, to snap back, but he wasn't stupid. Shuichi's right hand clenched around the hilt of his Zanpakuto, veins bulging, restrained fury dancing just under the skin like a sealed explosion. The mask of civility could crack at any second. So Yunoi wisely chose silence. Shuichi gave a faint nod, finding that silence just barely tolerable. People with nothing to lose are dangerous. And while he wasn't quite empty-handed, as long as Yunoi believed he was that illusion was enough. I think it's time you heard my terms. The words fell like frost. Shuichi reached out with his left hand, a faint golden glow forming as he cast Kaido, the healing arts of the 4th division. Yunoi's breathing steadied, the worst of the bleeding stilled. You've got my attention. Yunoi rasped, voice hoarse but deferential now. I'll admit it, you Kasamioji nobles are strong. Terrifyingly so. And while I don't fear death, I'd be glad to take a few of you with me. Joining you might not be such a bad deal. Yunoi jerked his head up like he'd been punched in the gut, face twisting as if he'd just swallowed hollow bile. This bastard's insane, he thought. Who tries to join a noble family after nearly killing their chief steward? If he wanted in, couldn't he have led with that before stabbing me? His lips, pale from blood loss, trembled. No one could tell how violently his thoughts were convulsing. Shuichi, of course, didn't care. Or pretended not to. I'll return the blade. But I have conditions. I want to be into the Kasamioji family. And I want to learn how this Zanpakuto was made. That's impossible. Yunoi cut in before the sentence even finished. The method of forging a Bakuto will never, never, be shared with outsiders. So that's what it's called. Bakuto. Shuichi mused aloud, palm resting on the sword case beside him. Yunoi froze. He'd slipped. But from that slip, Shuichi gleaned something even more useful. The fact that Yunoi hadn't outright rejected his desire to join the Kasamioji. No, he'd only objected to the Bakuto's secrets being passed on. That alone told Shuichi everything. Yunoi might be bleeding, humiliated, and furious, but he was already calculating the benefits of bringing Shuichi into their fold. And that was what made him dangerous. Worth respecting, even. You don't need to teach me the forging process directly. Shuichi said with a sigh, almost regretful. But I want to observe it. Just once. And I want access to the Great Spirit Library Corridor. Yunoi's eyes narrowed instantly. The Great Spirit Library Corridor, Darisha Kairo, was one of the most protected archives in all of Soul Society. Built jointly by the 5 great noble houses to collect and preserve records, secrets, and spiritual history spanning thousands of years. Everything that mattered in Soul Society's past was there, forcibly catalogued by divine edict. And the only ones allowed within its depths were the 5 noble clans, or those they explicitly endorsed. Yunoi's instincts flared. So that's his true aim. Joining the Kasamioji? Watching the Bakuto get forged? All just a smokescreen. He wants into the corridor, to dig into the truth behind the blades. He smirked internally. Let him try. The noble clans had built safeguards into the Darisha Kairo. Backdoors known only to them. Shuichi wouldn't find anything useful in there without their permission. He'd walk in thinking he'd cracked the code, only to find blank pages, sealed chambers, and missing volumes. From Yunoi's point of view, this was a perfect trade. 2 conditions that cost him nothing, in exchange for a captain-class ally. And, better yet, he could already imagine the look on Shuichi's face when he came back from the spirit library empty-handed. Fine. He didn't hesitate long. Yunoi gave his answer. Chapter 31, Anohana Retsu must be dealt with in the end. The Bakuto Rika was taken away by Unoi Yugaku, and Higashi Shuichi followed him back to the Kasamioji estate. At Shuichi's request, Unoi didn't lead him through the main gate but instead took a discreet, hidden path. In the private study of the clan head, Shuichi met Kasamioji Mayulu. However, for a captain-class soul reaper defecting to their side, Mayulu didn't show any particular excitement. In fact, from Shuichi's point of view, the head of the Kasamioji clan could even be called cold. Not that it mattered to him. As long as he had the Kasamioji clan's official backing, second only to the 5 great noble houses, many things would become easier down the line. That was also why Aizen, despite lurking nearby and witnessing everything, hadn't stopped Shuichi from releasing his captain-class spiritual pressure in front of Onoi. Everything was part of a larger design. However, the remaining two requests Shuichi made were both temporarily denied by Onoi for separate reasons. For observing the forging process of the Bakudo, the excuse was that the current batch was still under testing and the next production phase hadn't started yet. As for entering the Great Spirit Book Archive, the justification was that it would take time to arrange such access. Both reasons sounded reasonable enough. Shuichi wasn't in a position to refute them anyway. After all, at this point, he was half a retainer of the Kasamioji clan, albeit not one of true loyalty, just mutual exploitation. So that night, Shuichi returned alone to his residence in District 2 of West Akongai. Not because he didn't want to live in Siri-Itai, but because the prices were outrageous. With his salary and years of savings, he could barely afford a tiny apartment under 100 square meters in Siri-Itai. Instead, he chose to suffer a little in Rakongai, where he could buy a spacious 3-story standalone villa with over 300 square meters of space, complete with a 50 square meter entry garden, all for the same price. Aizen-sama. As soon as he stepped in, took off his shoes, and reached the second floor, Shuichi saw a man calmly sipping tea while admiring the moon. They didn't let you observe? Aizen didn't even look back as he took a sip of his tea. No. My guess is Onoi's preparing meticulously before letting me in. He doesn't want me catching a single flaw. Shuichi shook his head. That's to be expected. Nothing outside the plan. Aizen replied calmly. But when you're doing work for the Kasamioji clan in the future, stay cautious. One stroke of the blade isn't erased with a single word. Aizen didn't linger on the subject. To him, as long as Shuichi had embedded himself inside the Kasamioji clan, they were now defenseless to his influence. Learning the secrets of the Bakudo was only a matter of time. What Aizen did care about, however, was something else entirely. Speaking of which, what's your take on your former captain, Anohana Retsu? Shuichi looked toward Aizen's back. He knew Aizen must have picked up on the tension between Anohana and Yoruichi from that day, something subtle and out of place. Captain Anohana is known for her gentle demeanor. Her hobbies are peaceful things like ikebana. But as you yourself once said, Aizen-sama, I believe behind that softness lies a mind that's incredibly sharp. Shuichi paused a moment, organizing his thoughts. Since I joined the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, I've never once seen Captain Anohana take action. And yet, she's remained in her post without challenge all this time. That only leaves two possibilities. Either she's backed by noble lineage like Shun Sekiraku, Yaruichi Shioin, Kuichiki Jinrai, or Yukitake Joshiro. Or she has overwhelming, irreplaceable strength, like Captain Commander Yamamoto himself. The kind of power that kills the idea of rebellion before it's even born. Aizen turned slightly, a barely perceptible smile curling at his lips. From what I know, your Captain Anohana doesn't have any particularly influential noble ties. Shuichi lowered his head in silence. The message was clear. Aizen believed Anohana possessed a power so deep and absolute that no one dared test it. That was the only way she could maintain her command of the 4th Division for so long, far longer than any normal captaincy. Whether it had to do with her division being the medical corps and thus exempt from high-risk battles didn't change the facts. If that's the case, Aizen-sama, then I fear Captain Anohana has already begun to suspect me. 2 years ago, I thought her silence meant she'd let things go, but now I believe it was just a delay tactic. Shuichi frowned as he spoke. It's not that she might suspect you. Aizen interrupted, she absolutely does. That made Shuichi curious. First Onoi, now Aizen, why were both so certain that Anohana had turned her gaze on him? I don't quite follow, Aizen-sama. Shuichi admitted. When you eliminated the Kasamioji's assassins in Hugomundo, Anohana went to the 13th Division barracks. Aizen said slowly, and inquired about your whereabouts. Shuichi felt as if thunder had cracked open in his skull. A storm loomed. But then he saw Aizen's calm expression, and understood. That wasn't the problem. If she really suspected me, Shuichi said carefully, why would she ask so openly? Why not go directly to Captain Yukitake in private? Why say something like that to Yoruichi? It was a contradiction. Too many pieces didn't fit. Was it possible he was overthinking things? Was Anohana's concern nothing more than genuine inquiry? But Aizen shook his head. Actually, I'd say it's thanks to your suggestion 2 years ago. He sounded confident. Ever since Shuichi mentioned Anohana might suspect him, Aizen had begun investigating her behind the scenes. That included a few recent meetings she'd had with Garyo Hikaifun, captain of the 12th Division. Aizen didn't know the content of their conversations, He hadn't risked casting Kyoka Suigetsu on either of them, but the timing and frequency told him enough. There's a saying in the world of the living, if coincidences pile up enough, they stop being coincidences. Chapter 32, You go confront her to understand things properly. We have to go back to years ago, back when Higashi Shuuichi had only just started working under Aizen. After Aizen effortlessly took control of Hugomundo, he quickly realized that the Minnows-class hollows were nothing more than paper tigers. They were nowhere near as powerful or terrifying as the Shinigami made them out to be. Aizen, who had initially seen Hugomundo as an untapped goldmine, instantly lost interest. So he turned his focus back to the Shinigami. At that time, Aizen still firmly believed that only by delving deeper into the true potential of the Shinigami could one reach the unfathomable depths that would allow him to surpass Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryu's Aishigakuni. To that end, he chose one of Higashi Shuuichi's Shikai abilities, Control the Soldier, Command the Man, as a template to develop a custom-made technique for extracting Rishi from Shinigami, rather than outright devouring them like hollows did. It would serve his research far better. But after only a few uses of this technique, Shuuichi quickly identified a massive flaw. Unlike the nameless souls of Rakongai, every single Shinigami death would draw scrutiny from the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, which would immediately increase security and patrols in response. That made Aizen's method of gathering Rishi from Shinigami painfully inefficient. In an effort to prove his worth, Shuuichi personally proposed that Aizen modify the extraction technique so that it could be used without activating Shikai, making it less noticeable. Simultaneously, Shuuichi submitted a request to be transferred from the 10th Division to the 4th Division, arguing that the Medical Corps' constant contact with wounded Shinigami would give him the perfect cover. To make the scheme work even under Captain Unohana's watchful eyes, Shuuichi had a further suggestion: weaken the amount of Rishi extracted from each Shinigami. Just enough that they wouldn't notice or suffer impairment. The trade-off was a smaller harvest per soul, but it came with near-total deniability. And given the sheer turnover of Shinigami in Sairi Itai, most would eventually pass through Shuuichi's hands at least once. It was this caution that allowed Unohana to detect something off nearly 10 years ago, yet to never find the root cause. She simply couldn't pin it down. That is, until 2 years ago, when she happened to see a seated officer from the 12th Division, Sarugaki Hori, flipping through old case records. A single file from decades ago triggered a hunch, and from there, Unohana began connecting the dots. And grew suspicious of Higashi Shuuichi. Unfortunately, before she could act, a seemingly innocent promise made to Yamada Sanosuke alerted Shuuichi. The snake slithered away just in time. To this day, Unohana Retsu has no solid proof. Only suspicions. That's why Aizen said her current hesitation is, in a way, thanks to Shuuichi's early caution. If he had been even a little more reckless, she would have already made her move, maybe even 2 years ago. Of course, Aizen never told Shuuichi this directly. These were conclusions Shuuichi reached himself after analyzing the data Aizen gave him. After all, for someone like Aizen, digging into Unohana Retsu's past was child's play. Most of the young female Shinigami in the 4th Division couldn't resist the charm of that damned smile. But Aizen-sama, Shuuichi said as he closed the folder, concern evident in his voice, even if everything you've said is true, Captain Unohana is still a threat. She may not have taken action yet, but her suspicions won't just vanish. If things go on like this, unless I stop working for you, something will eventually go wrong. Honestly, Shuuichi wouldn't have minded if Aizen had simply chosen to eliminate Unohana altogether. Once, maybe, he had felt something for the characters of the original timeline. But after living in the world of Bleach for over a century, that attachment had long since faded. Now, his number one priority was survival. Everything else, loyalty, affection, sentiment, had to take a back seat unless they aligned with that goal. And Unohana Retsu no longer fit the equation. Unfortunately, Aizen wasn't eager to stir up another storm. He'd just orchestrated the deaths of 2 captains, enraging Central 46. With several others still chasing down Baragon in Hugomundo, he didn't want to draw more attention. Then confront her. Aizen said simply. To anyone else, those words might have sounded like calm advice. But to Shuuichi, they hit like a bomb. I don't understand, Aizen-sama. What do you mean? He was genuinely confused this time. What the hell was Aizen planning now? There's no way to make a move on Unohana in the short term. Aizen said. So here's how you make the problem disappear: go find her, and tell her directly that you intend to fill one of the vacant captain positions, specifically the 10th Division. Depending on how she reacts, you'll know how far her suspicions go. If she insists on keeping you under watch, like Hiroko Shinji does with me, then we'll adjust course. But if not? Then congratulations. You're qualified, both in strength and seniority, to become a captain. Shuuichi stood in silence, his mind spinning. With things said this clearly, it was hard not to think Aizen had been planning this from the start. Had Aizen always intended for Shuuichi to take over a captain's seat? It actually made perfect sense. In the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, captains' positions were strictly 1-to-1, no vacancy, no promotion. Except for the 11th Division, but that post didn't suit Shuuichi's carefully cultivated persona, so Aizen would never put him there. And Aizen himself had always been closely watched by Shinji Hirako. Even the slightest power spike might have prompted Hirako to act. On top of that, captains rarely left Siriite AI. Killing one inside the Soul Society was a whole different ballgame than doing it in Hukomundo or the world of the living. So now, Aizen was merely seizing an opportunity. To Aizen, Anohana wasn't the real problem, she was only a threat to Shuuichi. And this was the perfect chance to hit two birds with one stone, test Anohana, and possibly seat a new loyal captain. It was clever. But it left Shuuichi in a tight spot. Aizen didn't know Anohana. Shuuichi did. She would never let him out of her sight. Just like Hirako kept Aizen under surveillance, Anohana would keep him close, and call it care. Which meant, a one-sided war was coming. And there would be no way to avoid it. Chapter 33, So who's really the villain? The snow stopped. The sky cleared. Morning sunlight streamed through the bedroom window as Higashi Shuuichi lazily stretched in bed, then reached for a jacket at his bedside. With a soft whoosh, only an afterimage remained where he'd stood. Half an hour later, he arrived at the 4th Division barracks. Morning, 3rd Seat Higashi. You're back from leave, Shuuichi-sama? As he walked down the corridor toward the captain's quarters, several 4th Division members greeted him cheerfully. One female Shinigami even tugged gently at the hem of his sleeve. Vice Captain Shuuichi, thank goodness you're back. You've no idea, Vice Captain Yamada is so impatient when teaching Kaido. He yells at us all the time. Shuuichi stopped and looked at the round-faced girl, freckles dotting her cheeks. He chuckled helplessly. Yoko, I haven't been vice captain for a while now. It's just that everyone's gotten used to my lessons, and Captain Anohana allows me to keep teaching Kaido. As for Vice Captain Yamada, well, that's probably just his personality. Don't hold it against him. But we just don't like Vice Captain Yamada. Yoko pouted. He's always scowling and cold. And your skills are way above his anyway. Shuuichi held a finger to his lips. Alright, I get it. How about I talk to the captain today? He smiled gently. This might actually be a good wedge to use, he thought. Yoko's face lit up like a full moon. Then we'll wait for your good news, Shuuichi-sama. She skipped off, beaming. Watching her go, Shuuichi couldn't help sneering inwardly at Yamada Sanosuke. 2 years as vice captain, and the man hadn't won over a single subordinate? You'd have to be uniquely bad at people for that. Guy's more of a villain than me. And speak of the devil, before Shuuichi could take another step, the scowling face of Yamada Sanosuke appeared, clocking in for duty. You actually came back? He growled. What kind of question is that? Shuuichi's brow twitched. You extended your leave by 3 days. I figured a hollow in the world of the living finally did you in. Yamada didn't even try to mask the venom. No need to worry. If a hollow takes you out, I'll still be alive. Shuuichi didn't bother playing nice. If you give a guy like Sanosuke an inch, he'll take a mile. You sure about that? Sanosuke's voice dripped ice. God, with a line like that, Shuuichi thought, if this guy were a villain, he'd already be charging in with a monologue and a sneak attack. Unfortunately, he wasn't. And really, how'd someone with such a sharp tongue live this long? I'll be waiting for the day. Shuuichi replied calmly. Right now, I'm heading to see Captain Anohana. Care to tag along? As expected, that set Sanosuke off like a firework. You're going to see the captain? What for? There it was. Anohana was his trigger. Just mentioning her made him bristle like a hedgehog. Didn't you know? While I was on leave, the captain went all the way to the 13th Division to ask about me. Said she needed to find me urgently. Shuuichi smiled slightly, watching Sanosuke's expression sour. You. His jaw clenched. Even from several paces away, Shuuichi could hear his teeth grinding. The captain doesn't need to report everything to the vice captain. And just because she looked for you doesn't mean it's good news. Sanosuke tried to salvage his pride. And in a way, he wasn't entirely wrong. Well then, Vice Captain Yamada, would you mind letting me pass? I woke up early just to see what Captain Anohana needed me for. Sanosuke glared at him for a long beat before reluctantly stepping aside, just barely enough for Shuuichi to slip past. Shuuichi considered thanking him. Then thought better of it. No point stirring the pot. The guy might get so worked up he actually rebelled, and that would just be a pain in the ass. When Shuichi arrived at Anohana's quarters, she wasn't there. He waited for nearly half an hour before she finally appeared. "You're back?" She entered, removing the long brown scarf from around her neck. Her voice was calm as ever. "Yes, Captain. Yoruichi Taicho from the 2nd Division wanted me to transfer there. I declined. She might have taken that personally, so she dragged me to the 2nd Division and educated me a bit. I was seriously injured, and only came back after fully recovering. 9 parts truth, 1 part lie. Nearly airtight. No holes to poke." "I see. That must have been tough, Shuichi." Standing near the window, Anohana tended to a flower pot as she spoke, her tone utterly unbothered. No hint of accusation. No probing questions. A battle of patience, is it? Shuichi took a deep breath. He knew Aizen's analysis had likely hit the mark. Anohana had no evidence. Only suspicion. And like Hirako Shinji, she intended to keep the threat within sight. Neither would speak it aloud, but both were watching. "I have something else to report, Captain." At those words, Anohana paused. Then turned to face him. "Go ahead." "After fighting Captain Yoruichi, I think I've passed a milestone in terms of strength. My spiritual pressure feels like it's reached Captain class." Yes. If he was going to come clean. It needed a solid cover story. Even if Aizen hadn't spelled it out, Shuichi understood instinctively. He couldn't just say, "Actually, I've been hiding my strength this whole time." That would practically confirm her suspicions. He already had a target on his back. Admitting to deception would be self-sabotage. So after tossing and turning all last night, Shuichi had settled on this excuse. And the truth was, during his spar with Yoruichi, he had indeed momentarily lost control, unleashing his true spiritual pressure. So even if Anohana checked with Yoruichi, there'd be nothing concrete to contradict him. Anohana's eyes sharpened slightly. "Captain class?" she repeated slowly. Chapter 34, A Battle at Full Power, Part 1, "Yes, Captain. I believe I now possess captain-level spiritual pressure." Higashi Shuichi spoke with unwavering confidence. "So what?" Anohana Retsu, serene as ever, resumed arranging the flowers before her, her face returning to its usual unreadable calm. "I heard that the head captain is currently looking for a new captain for the 10th Division. I was thinking. Perhaps I could." Shuichi licked his lips as he spoke, a droplet of cold sweat slipping unnoticed down the side of his forehead. Now came the most critical part. Let's put aside whether simply possessing captain-level spiritual pressure makes one qualified to be a captain. Shuichi, do you remember what you said when you first requested a transfer to the 4th Division? Anohana adjusted the vase of violet lilies before her, her voice gentle, almost concerned. "I remember, Captain. I said I was tired of watching my comrades fall one by one. I didn't want to be the one weeping helplessly on the sidelines, I wanted to be the one saving them when they were most in danger." Shuichi paused, digging into memory, before reciting the words with solemnity. "Then tell me, Shuichi, why do you want to compete for the 10th Division captaincy now?" Her voice remained soft, but her gaze burned like twin flames. And in that look, Shuichi saw it, the unspoken accusation. He knew full well, if his answer didn't satisfy her, she would instantly connect him to the unexplained spiritual particle losses within various Shinigami. Because after so many years in the 4th Division, and after the recent loss of 2 captains in Hugomundo, one of them my former superior, I realized something. Healing. Can't save Shinigami. The only way I can protect them is if I become strong enough to stand at the front lines as a captain, to shield them from the claws of the hollows. Shuichi remained silent for a long while before speaking. His voice trembled with emotion, his body too, as if barely holding together. This time, it was Anohana who fell silent. Could I have misjudged him? Could a Shinigami with such resolve truly betray Soul Society? Could those spiritual particle anomalies have been caused by hollows after all? She had played out countless scenarios in her mind of how Shuichi might react, but this wasn't one of them. In that moment, he seemed more like a true, upright Shinigami than even she did. Reflecting on his past, how he'd always been the first to rush forward during emergencies, even when he'd just transferred from the 10th Division and was nothing but a nameless recruit, it was hard to imagine him harboring ulterior motives. Shuichi, well, yeah, if I'd been draining the spiritual pressure of random strangers, someone would have noticed. Better to hit teammates, they're more understanding. Was I really wrong? For the first time, doubt crept into Anohana's mind. But then she thought again of those Shinigami with irreversible injuries, those spiritual abnormalities she could never explain. Her resolve returned. Even if Shuichi was clean, so what? She couldn't allow any unknown variable to exist beneath her nose. It wasn't just about Soul Society anymore. It was about her pride as a healer. As a captain. Until the truth was uncovered, none of the 4th Division members who had handled those cases, especially Shuichi, would be allowed to leave. Not even if he'd achieved captain class power. Shuichi had no idea how fierce a debate had just taken place inside her mind during those few seconds. All he knew was, the moment Anohana opened her mouth, the breath he'd been holding finally released. If you truly carry that resolve, then fine. Show me everything you've got. Win my recognition here and now. Her voice was calm, yet absolute. If you can't even earn my approval, then your dream of protecting others is a joke. She hadn't rejected him. Nor had she drawn her blade immediately. That meant his words had worked, for now. He had passed the first trial. What came next? He didn't need to think about that yet. Right now, Shuichi lifted his head, eyes alight with blazing will. Fight. That was all that mattered. This time, Aizen had given him full clearance, no restrictions. His objective was simple, test the waters. See just how deep Anohana Retsu's power truly ran. From where Shuichi stood, even his current level of strength might not be enough to make her go all out. But this would be the first time since awakening his full potential that he could fight without suppressing himself. 1 hour later, inside the 4th Division training grounds. Anohana had cleared the area in advance. Now, only she and Shuichi remained. Standing opposite him, facing the unshakable fire in his eyes, even the long slumbering parts of Anohana's soul stirred. Well then, Captain. I'll take the first move. No referee. No signal. Just words. With that, Shuichi stepped forward, both hands moving together. Hado number 67, Ramazan. Lightning surged from his palms, crackling across the field, ionizing the air. In a blink, the bolts covered half the battlefield, a thick mist swallowing his side whole. This chaotic spiritual pressure. Anohana frowned. She had seen Ramazan before, but never like this. The way Shuichi used it, it didn't just obscure visibility. His erratic spiritual energy caused the mist itself to ripple and scatter, making it impossible to sense anything accurately within. Not even Anohana could track his position through perception alone, unless she forcibly blasted the mist away with sheer spiritual pressure. Interesting. This technique devoured spiritual energy and stamina at an alarming rate. But she had to admit, even she was effectively blind in this fog. Anything Shuichi prepared within it would come unseen. But so what? She smiled faintly. Back when she was still known as the most truthless criminal in Soul Society, this kind of trickery wouldn't have fazed her. Her swordsmanship was absolute. Whatever Shuichi had planned. She only needed one strike. Her right hand grasped the hilt. A reverse upward slash followed. A Kido blade sliced through the mist from an unseen angle, and she cleaved it effortlessly. But it wasn't over. Behind her, Shuichi's voice rang out. You let your guard down, Captain. Silver gleamed above her. His Zanpakuto hovered just inches from her head. Chapter 35, A Battle at Full Power, Part 2, Clang. The clash of steel echoed sharply. With an almost contorted movement, Anohana Retsu parried Higashi Shuichi's vicious surprise attack from behind. A weak spot? No, a weak spot is only a weakness if it's taken advantage of. Though puzzled by how Shuichi had suddenly appeared behind her, and not from the same direction as the previous Kido blade, Anohana didn't ask questions mid-fight. Shuichi's combat acumen had clearly surpassed that of most Shinigami, there was no doubt about it now. Anohana spun mid-air, gracefully knocking aside his Zanpakuto with a wide arcing slash. Bakudo number 30, piercing triple flash beam. But Shuichi hadn't arrogantly assumed his feint would be enough. As his blade was deflected, his left hand shot forward from behind the blade's spine, conjuring 3 spearhead-like energy beams spiraling outward toward Anohana's hands and waist. Humphrey. Anohana gave a soft scoff. To so precisely identify the gaps in her sword movements, this man was sharp. With a flick of her wrist, 3 swift slashes split the incoming beams into scattered petals of light. But in the instant she severed the last one, Anohana caught the faintest flicker of a smirk tugging at the corner of Shuichi's lips. Another trap? Her instincts flared, and just then, something icy coiled around her legs. Bakudo number 63, ethereal binding chain. No. That wasn't possible. He couldn't have had the time or angle to cast another binding spell. Besides, the chain's origin wasn't even from Shuichi's direction, it was from deep within the mist. It's your Shikai ability. Those Rishi constructs can use Kido? Once could be called sleight of hand. Twice, Anohana could only acknowledge it as ability. And in her memory, Shuichi's Zanpakuto had the theoretical framework to pull this off. Not to mention, his posture now clearly showed signs of weakening. That initial strike he landed was far too light compared to the spiritual pressure he radiated. It was clear now, He had used the obscuring effect of Ramazan to release his Shikai in secret, then cut himself to activate its ability, creating Rishi constructs mid-battle. This is a new function I discovered after reaching captain-level spiritual pressure. Shuichi admired her keen instincts. Only 2 exchanges, despite all the spiritual pressure he had spent to conceal the constructs, and she had already guessed the core of his strategy. But guesswork wasn't enough to deal with what came next. Bakudo number 79, 9 Sunbind. He landed softly, pointed a finger, and 9 glowing spheres of pressure, tinged with crimson light, appeared around Anohana's body, 8 forming a ring and 1 above her head, rapidly closing in. Bang! Bang! TCH. By now, Anohana had lost count of how many times she'd severed the binding chains around her legs. Yet no matter how quickly she cut them, the chains recoiled and reformed instantly, locking her down again. So he reduced the range. And focused all his power into persistence, to hold even a powerful opponent for just a few precious seconds. Anohana saw through it. This technique was tailored specifically to suppress high combat, low mobility opponents with limited area damage options. And since she was still trying to resolve this battle using her sword alone, she had walked right into his trap. But all this can do is stall me. She raised her gaze to the 9 incoming spiritual projectiles, hungry wolves closing in. Normally, even with her feet bound, she'd slash them all away with ease before they could restrain her. But now, DCHH. Anohana jammed her blade into the ground, propping herself up with its hilt. She missed one. Was Kaio Shibari faster than normal? No, her eyes sharpened. She was moving slower. Something was interfering with her speed. But Shuichi didn't give her time to ponder. The next strike came, a blade wrapped in blue flame, riding the momentum of Hado number 31, Shakuho. Blazing through the mist, he advanced like a monarch of fire, protected by Bakudo number 39, fan-shape barrier. Hado number 88, Dragon Strike heaven-shaking lightning cannon. Blocked from moving freely, Anohana finally abandoned her self-imposed restriction. She had tried to resolve this with swordsmanship alone, but now, her instincts screamed it. Shuichi had predicted her style, maybe even designed this battle around it. On the other side, Shuichi could feel it. His long years of preparation had borne fruit. He'd forced Anohana to abandon her blade and resort to Kido. He couldn't suppress the rush of satisfaction. Even if she was stacked with debuffs right now. Of course, such satisfaction came with a price. Boom. He failed to dodge fully. Anohana's Hiragekizaku Shinryo struck him squarely, sending him flying across the field. His Zanpakuto slipped from his fingers, landing meters away with a clang. The beam's trajectory carved a deep furrow into the training ground, its scorched edge stretching far beyond the impact zone. Even without incantation, even suppressing her own power, Anohana's Kido was devastating. Shuichi had to admit, even at full power and with a full chant, he could probably only match her output at best. Meanwhile, back at Siriitei's western gate, Yamada Kiyonosuke, preparing to lead a team into Rakongai per Anohana's orders, suddenly froze. He felt something. A spike of spiritual pressure, coming from the 4th Division's barracks. What's wrong, Vice Captain Yamada? The 6th seat beside him asked, puzzled. Did Shuichi also get assigned this mission? Yamada's voice dropped to a cold murmur. I think so. I mean, he probably did. But now that you mention it, I didn't see him when we left. Wait, Vice Captain, where are you going? The 6th seat called after him in alarm. But Yamada Kiyonosuke was already walking away, eyes narrow and grim, headed straight back toward the 4th Division barracks. Chapter 36, A Battle at Full Power, Part 3, Inside the 4th Division's training grounds, the air was thick with scorched rishi and the copper tang of blood. Anohana Retsu stood tall, her gaze fixed on Higashi Shuichi, collapsed, unmoving, as if that last Hiragekizaku Shinryo had ripped away his ability to fight. But she didn't move in to finish him. Not yet. Instead, she raised her hand and chanted softly. Hado number 54, abolishing flames. Twin arcs of violet fire lashed out and obliterated the 2 chains that had shackled her ankles since the match began, bindings meant to handicap her movement. Then, with a flick of her wrist, Hado number 58, tornado. Howling whirlwinds surged in every direction, blasting away the thick fog summoned earlier by Shuichi's Reimai-san, his thunder mist technique. As the wind cleared the haze, Anohana's eyes flickered. 10, no, nearly a dozen, rishi constructs revealed themselves across the training ground, humanoid silhouettes crackling faintly with spirit energy. Among them, 2 had merged at the edges, mouths split impossibly wide, both chanting in perfect synchrony the incantation of a devastating spell, Hado number 90, Black Coffin. I knew it. Anohana murmured. She wasn't surprised. Not even slightly. Shuichi had been too weak. That wasn't right. Even before reaching captain class, his mastery of flash steps alone should have let him evade the thunderous Harajukuzaku Shinryo, especially after her Sokatsui and Inetsujigaku had already taxed her casting tempo and dulled her own spiritual pressure flow. He should have been able to dodge. He had the time. Which meant, he is baiting me to come closer. She moved, flash step, and reappeared instantly before the two chanting constructs. Her blade sliced through both in a clean cross. They dissolved into particles of white light, vanished by her precision. Got you. Shuichi whispered, still lying flat, lips curling into a triumphant smirk. A breeze whispered across the arena. And then, Anohana froze. A flash of lightning appeared on her chest, right over the sternum, just a spark at first. But it crackled into a web. Pain wasn't the problem, Anohana felt the numbness spread first. Byakurai. Of course she recognized it. Hado number 4, Byakurai, a basic lightning type spell taught to beginners at Shino Academy. A weak, underestimated technique. A joke compared to high-level Kido like Kurihitsugi. And yet, it had struck her directly. At point-blank range. And she couldn't move. More Byakurai, dozens of them, erupted around her. They didn't pierce her. They didn't even sting. But they paralyzed, layer upon layer of numbing static locking her limbs, overwhelming her nervous system. Her brain screamed orders to her body. Her body refused to obey. The art of war lies in deception. Shuichi whispered, eyes staring up at the storm above. Hado number 4, Byakurai. His Zanpakuto's Shike, Kikyobaku, was all about manipulation, the embedding of hidden variables within even the simplest attack. Each element had a function. Fire meant destruction. Ice brought delay. Lightning accelerated. Wind obscured. That layered effect, deception through misdirection, was inherited by his Rishi constructs. The cost? Those constructs could only cast Kido below number 30. But they didn't need power. They just needed to stack. Earlier, Anohana had been hit with a binding spell, Kaiyo Shibari, a mid-level Bakudo, but Shuichi hadn't spoken its full name aloud. Why would he? Two constructs had served as decoys, chanting Kurihitsugi, drawing her attention. She'd destroyed them easily. And in that moment, just in that moment, her guard dropped. It was human. Even for her. In that sliver of stillness, other constructs released wind Byakurai, hidden beneath the dispersing spiritual pressure signature of the destroyed clones. Subtle. Timed. Lethal. And now she couldn't move. Just 4 constructs remained, continuing the barrage. Shuichi directed the rest back to his side, dispelling them with a gesture, drawing in their residual spiritual power. He wouldn't recover physically, his stamina and injuries were too severe, but spiritually? He had more than enough for one final blow. He raised his left hand. And began to chant. A crest of turbidity, arrogant and feral talent, tides, denial, paralysis, and slumber, the Iron Prince's crawling, the clay doll self-mutilating, merge, rebound, extend to the earth, know your own helplessness. He extended a single finger toward her immobilized form. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. A massive black coffin rose around her, swallowing her in pure darkness, sealing her within an obsidian prism of spiritual pressure sharpened to the edge of death. As the shadows swallowed her, Shuichi caught a glimpse. Anohana was smiling. Not rage. Not fear. But exhilaration. And Shuichi felt it too. This wasn't like the Kurihitsugi he'd used against Shioi Nyoruichi, restrained, conservative. This was all of it. Unleashed. Even knowing the gulf between them was massive, even knowing Anohana hadn't released her full spiritual pressure, Shuichi still felt it. Hope. Excitement. What if? What if after this fight? She remembered him? What if Anohana Retsu had someone she couldn't ignore? But then, in the moment of climax, a voice tore through the battlefield, loud enough to shatter the tension. Higashi Shuichi. It echoed through the arena like a thunderclap. And everything froze. Chapter 37, A Battle at Full Power, Part 4, Yamada Kiyanosuke descended from the sky, shouting his incantation before landing, a Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Slammed into Higashi Shuichi's body, locking him firmly in place, exhausted and unable to move after the brutal battle. Higashi Shuichi. What do you think you're doing? You dared to use a Hado above level 90 against the captain? Yamada's face was cold as stone, his Zanpakuto pressed against Shuichi's neck. That was a tactical decision. Kurihitsugi isn't enough to injure the captain. Shuichi frowned, meeting Yamada's gaze. Right now, his spiritual power was completely drained. There was no way he could break out of Rikitokuro on his own. That's not an excuse. Even so, you're still forbidden to release your Zanpakuto in Soul Society without the Captain Commander's permission. Have you forgotten that? Yamada's eyes darted toward Sha, still embedded in the ground not far away. He knew better than anyone what prohibitions weighed on Shuichi's shoulders. Silence. Shuichi couldn't argue. Yamada wasn't wrong. Technically, the rule stood, though in practice, all it usually took was a single captain's approval for him to release his Zanpakuto, and a captain commander would turn a blind eye afterward. But if Yamada insisted on sticking to the letter of the law, well, Shuichi was at fault. Satisfied by Shuichi's silence, Yamada sneered. I don't care what your reason is. Cancel Kurihitsugi, now. At that, Shuichi rolled his eyes internally. So after all that posturing, all Yamada really cared about was getting Anohana out of the coffin. Was this what they called panic out of care? Please. Anohana wasn't someone as simple Kurihitsugi could restrain. If that spell could hold her, Shuichi would believe pigs could fly. I've never heard of Kurihitsugi being cancelable. But I don't think you'll need my help. What's that supposed to mean? Shuichi didn't answer, he just gestured with his eyes. Yamada turned to look behind him, and saw it. The Kurihitsugi Shuichi had cast with all his remaining power. Now glowing with fractures. Then it shattered, shards of darkened light bursting outward, followed by an eruption of overwhelming spiritual pressure. From the ruin stepped a transformed Anohana Retsu, long hair flowing, presence changed entirely. What is that? At that moment, nearly every Shinigami in Siriite AI felt it. That spiritual pressure. It's coming from the 4th division. Don't tell me. Did Baragon, the ruler of Yuko-Mundo, invade? This is bad. Some more seasoned officers immediately began preparing for an emergency response. But just as they were mobilizing, their respective captains appeared, stopping them. Some of those captains knew the truth of Anohana's power. Others had received direct orders from the captain commander, do not interfere with whatever was happening in the 4th division. Among those concerned officers, a bespectacled Shinigami pushed up his glasses with a faint smirk. So this is your true strength. Anohana Retsu. He didn't know for sure, but to him, it didn't really matter. At the center of that storm, Yamada Kiyonosuke stood frozen, staring at the unscathed figure of Anohana, stepping forth from ruin. As expected from his captain. Kurihitsugi? Not even worth mentioning. At that moment, Yamada seemed to forget the sheer panic he'd been in only seconds earlier. Captain. He bowed, eyes shining. But Anohana didn't even glance at him. Her eyes locked onto Shuichi, still pinned by the Bakudo, unable to move. Is that all you've got? Destroying Kurihitsugi was no effort at all with her spiritual pressure released. But now, her blood was up, she wanted a real fight. And seeing Shuichi like this? Incredibly disappointing. That's all I've got. Shuichi gave a bitter smile. His shoulders tried to shrug but couldn't even twitch. Too weak. She vanished and reappeared in front of him. 3 slashes, Rikichikro shattered. That should have ended it. Shuichi thought so. The battle had run its course. He hadn't hurt her, but he'd achieved his objective, forcing Anohana to release her full spiritual pressure, as Aizen had requested. But in the next breath, Anohana had already crossed to where his Zanpakuto lay, lifted it with 1 slash, and sent it flying back to him. He caught it, barely. Captain, what's the meaning of this? Your spiritual pressure may be depleted. But you've still got stamina, don't you? Show me your swordsmanship. Shuichi, what the hell? Are you insane? Yamada, Captain. I'm available too. The thoughts of the only other 2 present were instantaneous. Shuichi had barely practiced swordsmanship under Aizen. His training focused on Hokuda, flash steps, and Kido. Now Anohana wanted to spar with blades. That was like asking an elementary schooler to go 12 rounds with a world champion boxer. Could he just surrender? He wanted to. He really wanted to. But then he saw her eyes, brimming with a bloodlust that had nowhere to go. Fine. If that's your wish, Captain. Then I'll take the first move. It didn't matter whether he could win, his fighting spirit had to be convincing. And then, well, there was nothing more to say. He attacked. He got cut down. Tried to flee. Got cut down again. Eventually surrendered. It was one-sided, brutal, boring. Even Yamada, who had stuck around to watch, couldn't stomach it and walked out halfway through. What? Heal Shuichi? Not a chance. The so-called duel devolved into a farce, and only ended when Captain Commander Yamamoto himself arrived, marking its conclusion with the sight of Higashi Shuichi bloodied and broken on the ground. Chapter 38, A Seed Unintended, yet it grew 1 week later, the sun was warm and bright. The weather had turned, spring stirring through the air as life returned to the world. After a long period of recovery granted by Anohana Retsu, Higashi Shuichi had finally pulled through. That battle had likely elevated his officially recognized strength, from vice captain level to that of a captain. Anohana hadn't said it aloud, but from the way the captain commander had looked at him when leaving that day, Shuichi understood. His name was now likely on the old man's list. If a seat opened and there were no better candidates, it would probably be him drafted to fill it. Back at the 4th Division, Shuichi had barely stepped into his quarters when a familiar chattering voice rang out near the window. "Vice Captain. You're finally back from vacation. Captain said to go see her right away once you got back." Satsuko, who had clearly been spying on his room from below, bounced up excitedly and leaned across the windowsill, beaming. "Vice Captain?" Shuichi tilted his head. Yeah. I knew you were the best. Ow, ow, ow." Yuko had been so animated with her arms that she forgot she was draped over the windowsill. Inevitably, she fell. A few moments later, rubbing her bruised backside, she climbed back up again. "Vice Captain is only a little below captain level now, right? Way better than that Yamada guy. Captain really knows what she's doing, ah." She tumbled again. Her enthusiasm and complete lack of filter were almost touching, almost. Shuichi sighed and straightened his uniform, preparing to leave his quarters. Being reinstated as vice captain by Anohana, he'd seen it coming, but not this fast. It made sense. If she wasn't going to let him leave the 4th Division, then she needed to compensate somehow for someone who just demonstrated captain-class spiritual pressure. Returning him to a position he once held was the obvious move. What surprised him was how quickly she did it. He hadn't even finished recovering, and the appointment had already gone through. Maybe it's because of that little interruption from Yamada Kiyanosuke that day. Shuichi could only guess. Knowing Anohana, she probably didn't appreciate Yamada's presumptuous behavior. Better to boot him quickly and reinstate the rightful holder of the position. Lost in thought, Shuichi arrived at the captain's chambers. He knocked, entered. To his surprise, Anohana wasn't tending to her flowers today. She had returned to her usual serene form, braided hair draped across her front, the warm air of an older sister surrounding her. "I lost, Captain," Shuichi said, kneeling down before her, head bowed. He had said these words once already on the day of their duel, but with the captain commander present, Anohana had given no reply. Now, it seemed the formality had to be repeated. "Do you now understand the gap between yourself and a true captain?" Anohana nodded softly. Shuichi pressed his lips together. "Here it comes again. The difference between the sun and the moon. And so, do you realize now just how naive your ambition was at the time?" Shuichi lifted his head, not diminished in the least. In fact, his gaze had only grown firmer. "Captain." He inhaled deeply. "I was born in the Rakongai. Raised there. I have no rare talents, no noble blood. I wasn't like the others who could learn Kido in just a few tries. But I do have something they don't, determination. There's a saying I heard once in the world of the living, heaven rewards diligence. It took me 40 years to become a Shinigami from nothing. 60 more to go from the academy to a seated officer. Another 40 to reach vice captain. And now, to gain captain-class spiritual pressure, it only took me 20. If I keep going, I believe I can become a true captain. What if you never cross that final line? Then I will strive until death." Shuichi didn't hesitate. To be honest, even he was nearly moved by his own speech. Let alone Anohana, who didn't know the whole truth. Was there a lie in what he'd said? Perhaps, but the timeline was real, and so were the numbers. Everything he stated could be verified, and Anohana already had. Such willpower, paired with spiritual pressure that was now borderline qualified, and battle instincts sharper than most Shinigami. Perhaps, in that moment, Anohana no longer cared whether Shuichi had secrets, or ambitions. All she cared about was one thing: could he, before another worthy appeared from the outer districts like Kenpachi Zaraki once had, could he become her new source of joy in battle? The answer was unclear, but the potential was there. Even if his current swordsmanship was poor, if he had the resolve, maybe he could reach it. And even if nothing else, if he got stronger, then they could resume that fight. The one that ended prematurely, simply because he wasn't strong enough yet. Anohana's voice cut through the air with quiet authority. "Then let me ask again, Higashi Shuichi, do you want to become a true captain?" Her gaze blazed. Shuichi met it head on. "Yes, Captain. I want to become a true captain. Then from today onward, you'll learn swordsmanship under me." A sharp breath escaped Shuichi's lips. His mind blanked for a moment. Had this worked? Was this what they called a happy accident? He'd planned on buttering up Yoruichi for some advanced techniques. And now Anohana, the most dangerous woman in Sairi Itai, had decided to teach him swordsmanship personally. This was not something he'd ever dared dream of. "Yes, Captain." Chapter 39, 20 years later, the winds stir once more. Time passed like light through a crack, like a shuttle through the loom. In the blink of an eye, 20 more years had slipped away. Since Higashi Shuuichi had already revealed his true level of spiritual pressure before both Anohana Retsu and the captain commander, there was no longer any need for him to hide his strength as he had in the past. And given the sheer magnitude of Anohana's spiritual pressure, far beyond that of an average captain, Shuuichi had gained enough legitimacy to stop pretending. Over those 20 years, with Tosen Kaname graduating from the Shino Academy and, under Aizen's guidance, entering the 9th Division, the focus of Aizen's plans had shifted. The main operative role once held by Shuuichi was gradually passed on to Tosen. That didn't mean Shuuichi got any rest. Quite the opposite. Yunoi Yokaku from the Kasamioji family had arrived soon after to keep him busy. Yunoi, the mastermind behind the development of the Bakyodo, harbored ambitions of his own. His stated goal was to help the Kasamioji clan craft soul-cutting weapons to rival Zanpakuto, thereby pushing the clan to become the 6th great noble house. His true aim, however, was far more insidious, using the Bakyodo's unique traits to create a force of soul reapers that would obey him alone, and through them usurp the Kasamioji from within, turning the family into the Yunoi clan. The problem? The Bakyodo was far from perfect. Less than 10% of soul reapers who participated in the experiments survived. Sankai Uryu, the expedition captain who had once wielded Rika with apparent success, had been a statistical miracle. Unfortunately, before Yunoi could extract any useful data from him, Shuuichi, teaming up with Stark, had killed him. Thus, for the past 2 decades, Yunoi had been working both ends of the candle, using his noble status to force Shuuichi into hunting down soul reapers, labeled traitors or threats to Soul Society for conveniently opaque reasons, while at the same time scheming to get Shuuichi to abandon his Zanpakuto and accept a Bakyodo. Fortunately, Shuuichi had stayed cautious. The Bakyodo couldn't override a Zanpakuto without the wielder's own consent, no matter how tempting or insidious the process. If not for that, Shuuichi feared he might already have been turned into one of Yunoi's pet weapons. Comparatively, Aizen might actually be the more ethical one. Shuuichi muttered to himself, rubbing the bridge of his nose. In just these 20 years under Yunoi's thumb, he had killed more Shinigami than in all his decades working for Aizen, combined and doubled. If it weren't for the Kasamioji family's protection, he'd have been dragged to Sokyoku Hill and sliced apart several hundred times by now. Aizen, in hindsight, had shown restraint. Not anymore, though. Ever since shifting his research away from Reapers and toward the commoners of Rakongai, and with Tosen Kaname feeding intel from the inside, Aizen had initiated massacres beyond counting. In fact, in order to ease the burden on Soul Society and prevent them from worrying about too many Rakongai casualties, Aizen had generously rounded up batches of low-tier Ajushas every month in the Forest of Minnows. So that Zala Progrance could continue his important research. Under such intense pressure, the Hogyoku, the incomplete version, was finished a full decade earlier than it had been in the original timeline. And its success? Much of it could be traced back to Higashi Shuuichi. Because it was he who had acquired access to the Great Spirit Book Archive via the Kasamioji clan, it was he who had discovered the identities of the Tsunayashiro clan members in charge of overseeing the archive. And it was from there that Aizen struck. He set his trap. Used Kyokusuagetsu. Complete hypnosis. And just like that, the Great Spirit Book Archive became his private garden. Though Aizen still needed to check in regularly at the 5th Division, which meant he couldn't linger long, it was enough. It was enough for him to uncover everything recorded about the Soul King. Enough to learn that Gizuku Rahara had successfully created the other half of the Hogyoku. At first, Shuuichi thought Aizen would try something akin to the original storyline, a dramatic incident, a hollowification experiment gone wrong, something to force Rahara's hand and seize the orb. But no. He had underestimated Aizen's ambition. Because once Aizen had learned the true scope of the world, once the secrets of the royal palace were revealed, his gaze turned upward. He wanted to see it. The 0 Division. The Soul King's court. As for Rahara's half of the Hogyoku? Unimportant, for now. The records in the archive confirmed Rahara had sealed it away, deeming it too dangerous, and likely only useful for causing hollowification. And Aizen had yet to decipher how to remove the seals from his own half. So, for the time being, letting Rahara keep it was acceptable. But Aizen wasn't complacent. He made contingencies. Even if he failed to retrieve Rahara's half, he continued harvesting spiritually viable souls from Rakongai, holding on to the slim hope that, just maybe, a second incomplete Hogyoku could be replicated. He had learned, after all, that Rahara somehow managed to keep his half from even appearing in the records. Aizen didn't find that suspicious. It merely confirmed that the 5 great noble houses had left themselves backdoors into the archive. All of this, all these pieces, led to the message Aizen sent Higashi Shuuichi today. In short, Find a way to force the Kasamiyoji family into rebellion. Aizen's goal was clear, the Soul King's palace. There were only two ways to get there. 1. Earn a seat in the royal guard, but even the Great Spirit Archive offered no details on what it actually took to be chosen. It was a nebulous path. 2. Hypnotize a member of the Zero Division, and have them bring Aizen in directly. The only challenge with the second plan was, how to get a member of the royal guard to descend to the Syriite AI? Aizen's answer? Inside an unprecedented rebellion. Chapter 40, Melancholy. Oh melancholy Hikashi Shuuichi was. Melancholic. Who could have guessed? After more than a decade of relative peace, no major missions from Aizen, full focus on learning swordsmanship under Anohana Retsu, his next assignment would be a big one. Instigating the Kasamiyoji clan into rebellion? That was supposed to happen after Aizen's betrayal of Soul Society, wasn't it? Back then, the Kasamiyoji family had centuries of refined technique, untold field testing, and their Baikyoto tech was nearly perfected. Their corps of enforcers, Soul Reapers equipped with Baikyoto, was sizable and strong. Under the leadership of Tenkan Shujuku, they had the power and numbers to make a real move. But now, just thinking about it gave Shuuichi a headache. Kasamiyoji's test subjects didn't fall from the sky. Their so-called 80% success rate was barely a lie. And with Unoi Yokaku squandering what few survivors they had by throwing them into the outermost districts of Rakongai. As things stood, the clan had fewer than 30 usable Soul Reapers wielding Baikyoto, and not a single one at captain-level strength. With that kind of force? For Unoi or even the Kasamiyoji head, Kasamiyoji Mayu, to imagine going toe-to-toe with the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would take a serious lapse in sanity. Yet Aizen had still issued the order. Is it because I've been out of his control too long? Or maybe I haven't pulled my weight in too long? Shuuichi couldn't help but suspect Aizen might be looking for an excuse to discard him. After all, Aizen now had Tosen Kaname, a rapidly rising talent. In less than 20 years, Tosen had already reached a level on par with most captains. Just last year, during a spar in Hugomundo, Tosen had completely overwhelmed Shuuichi. Crushed by sheer spiritual pressure alone. When both parties knew each other's abilities inside and out, when they held back from killing moves, it came down to who had the stronger spiritual pressure. And Shuuichi's Zanpakuto? Absolutely unsuited for duels. Its Bankai was effectively unusable, and even its Shikai abilities had glaring limitations. With that in mind, Shuuichi let out another long sigh. His thoughts drifted again to another of Aizen's generals, the ultimate infiltrator, the silver-tongued demon, Akamaru Jin. That guy had even greater talent than Tosen. It had only been 22 years since Tosen joined, and Aizen already seemed ready to cut Shuuichi loose. What would happen once Jin joined the inner circle? Would Shuuichi be demoted to, what? Yamamoto's emergency fire squad? At the root of it, Shuuichi knew, he simply wasn't gifted. And when one lacked talent, they got ignored. Dismissed. Especially by someone like Aizen Sosuke, a man who valued power above all. Maybe this assignment was Aizen's way of reevaluating his worth. In truth, Shuuichi had only two remaining traits that might still appeal to Aizen. First, his ruthlessness, his utter disregard for bloodline or noble privilege. Second, his intelligence, sharper than most Soul Reapers by far. Sigh. He exhaled again, dragging a hand across his brow. If only I didn't know my own limits so clearly. With a flick and a twist of his fingers, the hell butterfly carrying Aizen's orders dissolved into ash. Melancholy. That fiery speech he gave to Anohana 20 years ago, it wasn't empty rhetoric. He meant every word. He truly believed in heaven rewards diligence. He believed that even without talent, as long as he had the long lifespan of a Soul Reaper, and with the advantage of joining the first stage final boss Aizen's side early, his safety was practically guaranteed. As long as he outworked everyone, eventually, he'd gain enough strength to survive the future invasion by the Wanenric. But 20 years later, Shuuichi had learned the brutal truth. Anohana's words, "What if you never surpass that wall?" hadn't been hypothetical. They'd been prophecy. Shuuichi's spiritual potential had a hard ceiling. No matter how much effort, how many resources, how many elite mentors he absorbed knowledge from, his spiritual pressure could only grow so far. It had taken him nearly 25 years to reach his current level, even with Aizen's personal guidance. And he hadn't advanced one step beyond it since. Captain-class spiritual pressure. And that was it. Aizen had known. That's why he brought in Tosen despite already having Shuuichi. Anohana knew. That's why she taught him pure swordsmanship, not to mold him into a warrior, but to briefly amuse herself until someone better came along. But Shuuichi didn't want to be a placeholder. If Aizen had been the only big boss to worry about, maybe it wouldn't matter. Captain-class strength might have been enough to one day betray Aizen and pull a Jin-like redemption arc. Aizen wouldn't care, he was never sentimental about betrayal. The real problem was what came after Aizen. Huck. And the mad Quincy's who followed him, slaughtering Soul Reapers on sight. That catastrophic war that would claim 80% of Soul Society's forces. For that, being a standard captain class wasn't enough. Not nearly. Shuichi knew now, the quiet life, the humble schemer in Aizen's shadow, that fantasy was dead. He could no longer wait patiently for some handout. Aizen wasn't going to hand him a Hogyoka-powered upgrade on a silver platter. If my spiritual pressure is capped, then what else can I use to rise? Chin resting in his palm, Shuichi fell deep into thought, mind swirling with options and possibilities. Just then, a black hell butterfly fluttered down onto his left shoulder. Shuichi, today's training is about to begin. Its voice belonged to Anohana. Of course, someone of Shuichi's current rank couldn't possibly own a hell butterfly, that one was hers, sent directly. As soon as the words registered, Shuichi swept away all stray thoughts. That war was still a ways off. But if he dared lose focus in one of Anohana's swordsmanship lessons, the punishment would be swift and catastrophic. He'd already learned that once. He didn't plan on learning it again. Roughly 5 minutes later, inside Anohana's private training hall, Higashi Shuichi bowed respectfully across from her, hands on his blade. Their swords met. Dust flew. These days, at least in swordsmanship, Shuichi could finally exchange a few real blows with her. Chapter 41, that blinding spiritual pressure. The next day, at high noon, Higashi Shuichi, having received word from the Kasamioji clan, openly requested leave from Anohana Retsu and set out towards South Rakongai's District 79. Kasamioji. Anohana murmured softly, watching his figure fade from sight. She had no idea what the nobles wanted from Shuichi, but knowing their kind, it was unlikely to be anything good. Not that she cared much for the nobility's business either. What did interest her was the increasing frequency with which the Kasamioji had been calling Shuichi away. Nearly once a month now. Was it worth reporting to the head captain? She shook her head gently, no need. Let the nobles do as they pleased. Shuichi managing to latch onto the Kasamioji was his own ability. She only cared about when he'd finally be strong enough in Kenjutsu to truly give her satisfaction. At his current pace, perhaps 70 more years of training. She looked forward to that day. Meanwhile, it didn't take long for Shuichi to reach District 79 of South Rakongai. According to the Kasamioji's intel, 3 notorious criminals had surfaced there recently, each with over 100 kills to their name. Ordinarily, this would be a job for the 10th Division. But the Kasamioji had intervened and delayed the assignment through their influence. Before contacting Shuichi, Yunoi Yokaku had already sent 2 Bakyoto assassins, aware that the Kasamioji still weren't in a position to command active 13 Division of Imperial Guard Soul Reapers openly, especially one with captain-class spiritual pressure. But after the loss of former expeditionary commander Chidori Akira, the Kasamioji still hadn't recovered in 20 years. They simply didn't have any elite enforcers left. The 2 Bakyoto users were killed without even sending a message back. Left with no choice, Yunoi summoned Shuichi, instructing him to recover the Bakyoto from their corpses and, if convenient, detain the 3 criminals for experimentation. Shuichi often found it laughable. Kasamioji Mayu, the clan head, was so obsessed with becoming Soul Society's 6th noble house that he distrusted even his own family. Other than Yunoi Yokaku, no one else in the Kasamioji clan even knew about the Bakyoto project. Which meant that any time something involved Bakyoto, not a single in-house Soul Reaper could be dispatched. They were too scared of leaks. No wonder Yunoi had developed ambitions of supplanting the family. But that wasn't Shuichi's concern. He was just a hired hand. The relationship was strictly mutual benefit. The Kasamioji got to use his captain-level power to abduct higher-grade Soul Reapers for their twisted research. And Shuichi? He used the opportunity to stockpile spirit particle constructs via his Zunpacto. Hisha, his Zunpacto, had a Shikai ability called the Pacifist, Peach Garden. It allowed him to create a separate dimension where time was suspended. Nothing from the outside world could affect what was inside. On paper, it sounded absurdly overpowered. But there were 2 drawbacks. First, as its name implied, the pacifist rejected Shuichi himself. He couldn't enter it, not even a portion of his spiritual energy could cross over. Second, while time inside the space stood still relative to the outside, internal systems still wore down. Anything alive, especially spiritual bodies, would slowly deteriorate as their spiritual power depleted through metabolic consumption. So no living being could stay inside long term. But spirit particle constructs, Rishi soldiers created through his other Shikai ability, Commander of Arms, subjugate the soul, didn't count as living. Previously, working under Aizen, Shuuichi only ever extracted trace amounts of spiritual particles from Soul Reapers and had to hand it all over, so he'd never had the chance to store any. Even once Aizen began targeting Rakongai civilians, the raw materials were meager. They couldn't compare to what he could gather now under the Kasamioji's protection, openly killing Soul Reapers for high-grade spirit matter. And for Shuuichi, Rishi soldiers were irreplaceable, serving as power reserves, scouts, brawlers, or even mobile keto batteries. The more, the better. Above District 79, the skies were slate gray, heavy with the scent of rain. Shuuichi walked across its blood-colored soil, inhaling the frenzied, lawless air. This was the edge of Rakongai. No order. Only violence. Here, if you didn't have strength, even surviving a day was nearly impossible. Another one come to die? He didn't need to search. The moment he stepped foot into 79, a tall, pole-like man with a square face and braided hair came swaggering up, carrying a chipped butcher's blade. Before Shuuichi could reply, a sharp dagger came slicing at him from the side. Clang. He drew Hisha and deflected it with ease. A Soul Reaper, huh? From the direction the dagger had flown, a short, rotund man gnawed on something that might have been bone, human or otherwise, his other hand juggling several rusted knives. Shuuichi said nothing, merely scanning both men. He was waiting. Sure enough, a third presence soon appeared, hundreds of meters behind the square-faced man. Even from that distance, the spiritual pressure was staggering. Wait. That pressure. Are you serious? The confidence Shuuichi had in himself began to erode. That blinding spiritual pressure, it was close to Anohana's level. What kind of monster had emerged from Rakongai? At that level, if the guy even breathed in his direction, it'd be a miracle if Shuuichi stayed standing. Without hesitation, Shuuichi turned on his heel and ran. So long as the mountain's still standing, there'll always be firewood to burn. Chapter 42, Just 5 Seconds April. Light rain. Southern Rakongai, District 78. Higashi Shuuichi stood quietly, now surrounded front and back by two of the notorious criminals, visibly frustrated. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep running, it was that no matter how far he ran, that blinding spiritual pressure always maintained the same distance. Back in District 79, it had been behind him. But now, in 78, it was ahead of him, blocking the only route back toward District 77. Clearly, whoever it was had no intention of letting him escape. Hopefully Anohana Retsu gets the message and comes to save me. Shuuichi grimaced, eyes locked on the smug, blood-slicked fat bastard in front of him. He had just fired off the emergency signal the Kasamioji had equipped him with, but expecting the Kasamioji to personally send help? A joke. The best he could hope for was that they'd notify Anohana immediately. As for Aizen? Shuuichi could only chuckle darkly. Aizen coming to save him over something like this? That'd require him to be Aizen's actual son. And even then, trash. You think you deserve to be my son? Run, little Shinigami. Thought you were good at that, huh? Why aren't you running now? The fat one licked the blood clinging to his lip, his voice giddy and mocking. I've only killed one of you Soul Reapers so far. The other got snatched by Maro. But now you're here. Lucky me, two's a pair. Behind Shuuichi, the square-faced man grinned with the ease of a killer at play. Shuuichi's earlier retreat had boosted their confidence. In their eyes, he was just another greenhorn Soul Reaper, nothing to worry about. But now, Shuuichi began to settle his breathing. Since escape was no longer an option, he had only one choice: create a battlefield tilted entirely in his favor. First order, eliminate the two thugs in front of him immediately. If that other one joined in, even their mediocre strength could tip the balance at a critical moment. In a fight like this, no leeway could be afforded. Their taunts had barely finished when Shuuichi exhaled deeply. He had 5 seconds. 5 seconds to finish this before that monster in the distance could react. He whispered, advance. Hisha. Green light shimmered across his Zanpakuto, the blade morphing into a dark jade katana, exactly 3 shaku long. His spiritual pressure exploded, fully unsealed. At a moment like this, life and death balanced on a knife's edge, he couldn't care less about Soul Society's laws. Didn't matter if unsealing without permission was illegal. Didn't matter if the captain commander hadn't authorized it. A good tactician strikes with surprise. Hado number 73, clashing of twin lotus blue fire. Flames burst to life across Hisha's edge. Shuuichi stepped forward and slashed. Red and blue spiritual fire surged outward like a tidal wave, engulfing the sky. But the fat man, despite his appearance, had fought his way out of countless corpses. Though panic flashed briefly across his face, he instantly tucked into a bizarre rolling dodge, barely escaping the searing heat. He laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. A rookie captain? Didn't even wear a hori, Must be some noble brat playing dress up. Shuichi said nothing. Because that move hadn't been meant for him. If it had, he wouldn't have survived it. Shuichi's target had always been the one further away, the one cloaked in that overwhelming spiritual pressure. Even he would need to respond to that level of Kido. And that 5-second window, Shuichi's gambit, began. First second, he spun and chanted, Hado number 57, Earth Avalanche. Second, the ground ruptured. Lightning crackled. Earth and stone surged upward in chaotic arcs. Third second, Shuichi charged straight into the erupting debris, letting shattered earth tear through him, slashing his skin bloody. Fourth second, with a single curved blade strike, he beheaded the fat one, and his Zanpakuto activated. Rishi burst free from the corpse, then reassembled. Fifth second, flung upward by the quake, the square-faced man flailed in the air, unaware, until Shuichi spun, thrust, and drove his blade through the man's throat. 5 seconds. 2 criminals, each with vice-captain-level spiritual pressure, fell without landing a single blow. But it wasn't over. Shuichi stared toward the scar ripped into the distant skyline by his twin lotus crash, a divine fissure. Debris rained from the heavens like a broken constellation. Had he not known Anohana was safely inside 4th Division headquarters, Shuichi would have sworn the presence beyond that slash was her. That blade, it could cleave the world. He raised his again and whispered, "The pacifist, Peach Garden." One after another, Rishi soldiers erupted from his blade, spreading out to hide. Those without cover activated the Kudo, Kayako, bending light, to cloak themselves. Shuichi spared nothing. Not when death stood so close. He would spend every ounce of his 20-year stockpile of Rishi soldiers if that's what it took to survive. But then, the rage he'd expected didn't come. That distant presence hadn't budged. No burst of grief. No bloodlust. They had no reaction at all to the deaths of their allies. And that, to Shuichi, was far more terrifying. It meant the enemy wasn't just strong. They were rational. Cool-headed. The kind of opponent who'd never expose a single opening. So, I won't be baiting a mistake. Shuichi's mind raced. His original plan had been to provoke an emotional outburst, get the third figure angry enough to slip, then exploit that lapse with a horde of Rishi soldiers. Now, only one strategy remained, strategic depth. He'd use his forces to draw out the battlefield, trade space for time. Make them chase him. No hesitation, Shuichi turned and ran once more, issuing mental commands to his soldiers to initiate suicide interception runs in staggered waves. But he hadn't gotten far when the vision from one fallen soldier froze him in place. Wait a second, do I even need to run? Chapter 43, Ultimate Offense. A spiky mane of black hair, a savage, beast-like face, and a terrible scar running down the left side of his face from forehead to chin. And most telling of all, on his shoulder sat a cute little girl with pink hair, watching with bright eyes. So many obvious signs piled together. If Higashi Shuichi couldn't recognize the man from just that, then he might as well stop calling himself a transmigrator. Kenpachi Zaraki. Shuichi halted, and with a silent command, retracted all of his deployed Rishi soldiers back into Togen, the third ability of his Shikai. If it was him, then there was no need to complicate things. Because, like Anohana Retsu, Kenpachi Zaraki didn't fight for victory, he fought for joy. And unlike Anohana, Zaraki thrived entirely on that thrill. If he could, he'd willingly suppress his own power to match his opponents, just to drag out the fight. Though the eye patch that sealed his spiritual pressure hadn't been invented yet, Zaraki could still instinctively restrain his strength when needed. Which meant, so long as Shuichi made this fun, Zaraki would keep holding back. Perfect? Making the enemy enjoy the fight? That's basically all I've been doing for 20 years under Anohana's blade. Recalling the beatings he'd taken under Anohana's training, Shuichi knew that while his spiritual pressure hadn't grown, his combat instincts had evolved dramatically. Yachiru. Says you're a soul reaper. Zaraki dropped from the sky with a grin, landing in front of Shuichi. You're not one of the 3 bastards causing trouble here, are you? Shuichi didn't answer directly. Of course not. Ken-chan already killed the strongest one. Yachiru. Kuzajishi chirped proudly from his shoulder. Though Zaraki hadn't yet formally inherited the title from Squad 11, centuries ago, the day he first crossed blades with Anohana, he'd left her with a scar, and from that day, Anohana privately passed the name Kenpachi to him. And he'd been calling himself Kenpachi Zaraki ever since. I was gonna hunt down the last 2 myself. Zaraki said, cracking his neck, but Yachiru said you showed up. She said you'd be more fun. He raised his massive Zanpakuto and pointed it at Shuichi, flashing those wolf-like teeth. Guess that means you're my opponent now. Clearly, Zaraki still couldn't sense spiritual pressure in this era. Otherwise, he'd know that Shuichi was far beneath him. But Zaraki judged strength on instinct alone. He'd seen Shuichi kill two strong opponents in seconds, so to Zaraki, that meant one thing: worthy. And Shuichi, knowing Zaraki's nature, didn't waste time with talk. As you wish. He launched forward with a clean, direct slash. The blade stopped just a hair's breadth from Zaraki's chin, but the pressure it carried sliced open a thin red line across his jaw. Against a combat junkie like Zaraki, there was no point using flashy Kido. He wanted one thing: a fight. And so Shuichi gave him what he wanted: pure swordsmanship. And it worked. That drop of blood was all Zaraki needed to ignite. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Zaraki roared with joy. This was fun. In a blink, the battlefield turned into chaos. Less than 3 minutes in, and the two had already clashed over 500 times. Only the shockwaves and sparks from their blades filled the air. Hell yeah! Zaraki's blade smashed Shuichi mid-guard, launching him into the sky. Bakudo number 37, 6 hanging ropes. Midair, Shuichi recited, summoning a net of spiritual energy behind him. He landed, rebounded, and barely parried Zaraki's follow-up strike. And again, they crashed into each other like twin storms. But this time, within less than a minute, Zaraki paused, frowning. I'm getting slower. His breath formed mist. Cold. The chill had seeped into his limbs. Despite the warming weather, his breath steamed like winter. Good tacticians use deception, ice. This ability could be layered not just on Kido, but on Hikida and Sword Art as well. Though Zaraki's spiritual pressure vastly outclassed Shuichi's, even while suppressed, it had taken a long time to take effect. Too late to notice now. Shuichi thought. Unless he lifts the seal on his power, now. But Zaraki wouldn't. Not him. He'd rather lose a fight than kill it with brute force. The smart move would have been to disengage, let the ice wear off, then resume, but this was Zaraki. Then let's see who drops first. Will I freeze? Or will you fall? Attack. Attack. Nothing but pure, relentless attack. Zaraki didn't even try to dodge anymore. He didn't care how many wounds he took. All he wanted was to beat Shuichi down before his limbs froze. And Shuichi? He didn't back off. Because he knew, if he pulled away, Zaraki might stop holding back. And if that happened, this would be over. So he kept swinging. And from the sidelines, Yachiru watched with wide, delighted eyes. Two monsters. Blood and steel. Neither willing to yield. Until finally, Zaraki drove his blade into Shuichi's chest. And Shuichi, in turn, pressed his tip into Zaraki's forehead. One heartbeat. Silence. Zaraki was still upright, but his entire body now frozen in place, frost covering every inch. Shuichi coughed blood, vision fading. Hey. I tied with Kenpachi Zaraki. Even if it was a suppressed version, even if it wasn't the true monster. It was still Zaraki. And he had held his ground. Chapter 44, A Vision to Shatter the Shackles. When Higashi Shuichi opened his eyes again, it was already the following night. Kenpachi Zaraki and Yachiru Kuzujishi had long since left the 4th Division barracks. Apparently, several 4th Division medics had wanted to summon Soul Reapers from the 9th Division to apprehend them and place them in confinement. In the end, it had taken Anohana Retsu herself to step forward and allow Zaraki and Yachiru to walk away freely. Yachiru, though, had left behind a little handwritten note. Shisho, thanks for giving Kenny such a fun fight. He was really happy and wanted to wait till you woke up for another round. But I thought, hey. This is Siriite AI? You guys aren't supposed to fight like that here. So I dragged Kenny back to Rakongai first. But don't worry, we'll meet again real soon. Next time, fight Kenny with all you've got, Yachiru. Kuzujishi Shuichi had no idea how someone like Yachiru, who originated from the depths of Rakongai and was technically part of Zaraki's soul, could be literate, let alone write with such a cute, bubbly style. But one way or another, the whole thing had ended. Peacefully. Well, more or less. In truth, that final move he'd made, abandoning his guard and betting it all on a last strike, had been a gamble. Because if the original canon held true, once Zaraki recognized a foe as worthy, he wouldn't kill them. The more he enjoyed the fight, the more likely he was to hold back just enough to keep it going. So Shuichi had gambled everything on gaining that recognition, knowing it might be the safest route. And besides, Yachiru herself, being a fragment of Zaraki's soul, also wanted him to find a true rival. So even if something had gone wrong, Shuichi was sure Yachiru would have stepped in to save him. Plus, by the time he had already bought himself plenty of time, Anohana should have been close to arriving. All these factors together had created the perfect opportunity for a gamble. Still, that near-death battle only further intensified Shuichi's obsession. he had to break through his spiritual pressure ceiling. Relying on Aizen to one day hand him hollification as a cheat code? Forget it. That plan was now in indefinite suspension, ever since Aizen, on a whim, decided to peer into the Soul King's palace instead. And judging by how chaotic Siriite AI was becoming, how Aizen's ambitions were growing even more monstrous thanks to Shuuichi's interference, it was clear that he couldn't just sit around waiting for that power-up to come. If I want power, I'll have to take the seed of it into my own hands. So what else besides hollification could allow a Soul Reaper to shatter their innate spiritual power limits? Shuuichi thought for a while, then turned toward the 13th Division barracks. Fullbringer. Quincy. Two nearly forgotten terms surfaced in his mind. The Fullbringer system and the Quincy system, one existing completely outside the laws of spiritual pressure, and the other breaking them outright. In the world of Shinigami and Hollows, spiritual pressure was everything. Strength, speed, defense, it all came down to how much pressure you could exert. It was a gospel Aizen himself had once preached, spiritual pressure trumps all. But in the face of those two systems, that gospel was a joke. The Quincy's could be explained away, fine control, higher Rishi density. But the Fullbringers, they were just cheating, walking power glitches born from pieces of the Soul King's body. Shuuichi had mocked this as a viewer in his past life. But now he realized, he didn't need to make a cheat code. This world already came with them pre-installed. And the Fullbringers especially. Even if you ignored Ichigo's ridiculous hybrid status, people like Joshiro Yukitik and Sternritter C. Pernita Partages, were living proof of what fragments of the Soul King's body could do. Which brought Shuuichi's thoughts to a very particular individual within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Matsumoto Ranjaku. The Soul King's fingernail fragment. As far as he knew, Aizen hadn't taken it yet. The incident where Aizen extracted the fragment from her body hadn't occurred yet. And honestly, Shuuichi had zero guilt about taking it himself. Ranjaku's spiritual aptitude was questionable. If anything, the fragment was likely a burden on her. If she needed Jin to protect her as a child, that spoke volumes. Just look at Yukitik, whose body was barely hanging on thanks to the Soul King's lung fragment, so why let it go to waste? If it's going to be used, better it be me than Aizen. After all, Aizen would just throw it into the Hogyoku for a snack. And unlike in the original timeline, he already had his half-formed Hogyoku now. So maybe that's why Aizen hadn't made a move on Ranjaku yet. Nowadays, he barely cared about extracting Rishi from Rakongai citizens anymore, unless it was Shuuichi or Tosen trying to curry favor with him. But that left a very real problem for Shuuichi to solve. How do you extract the Soul King's fragment from a living body? How do you implant it into your own? How do you wield its power? How do you awaken Fullbringer in the first place? All questions with no obvious answer. In this world, there were few who could even begin to understand such a process. And from Shuuichi's current position, there was only one person he could reach out to. The mad scientist of Las Noxias. The one wearing the rank of Ace Pada number 0. Zala Progrants. Chapter 45, Recruiting Kinpachi? Siriite, within the compound of the upper noble clan, the Kasatani family. Before heading to Hukomundo, Higashi Shuuichi had a few loose ends to tie up in Soul Society. At the top of the list, recovering the 2 stolen Bakayao blades of the Kasatani family. Fortunately, the chaos caused in District 79 by the 3 infamous criminals, and Kinpachi Zaraki's brief visit, had kept most people away. Thanks to the Kasatani family's grip over the Siriite AI side of the scene, no Shinigami or civilians had entered the district before Shuuichi regained consciousness. And so, after returning to the area, Higashi Shuuichi managed to complete his primary mission, retrieve the Bakayao blades. A civilian with stronger spiritual pressure than you? Kasatani Mayu, head of the Kasatani family, eyed Shuuichi dubiously as the latter respectfully presented the 2 reclaimed Bakayao blades. As far as Mayu was concerned, Shuuichi had the spiritual pressure of a seated captain, even if he held no formal title. The idea that a civilian could overpower him was absurd. What, were captain-class souls just growing out of Rakongai now? That's correct, Lord Mayu. Shuuichi replied calmly. Didn't you say, Yunoi? Mayu turned to his steward, that 2 civilians had recently been escorted from the 4th Division. By Captain Unohana herself, no less. Judging by Shuuichi's description, it's likely one of them. Yunoi Yogaku answered with a composed bow, playing his butler's role to perfection. Unsurprisingly, Mayu's first thought was whether this mystery man, Kenpachi Zaraki, could be recruited. After all, having tasted the advantages of having Shuuichi as a personal pawn, Mayu had developed an even deeper hunger for captain-class combat power. He'd even fantasized about using the Bukayao blades to form his own new 13 Division of Imperial Guards, a force loyal only to him. Now, with Mayuu's eyes practically sparkling with ambition, he turned to Higashi Shuuichi, the only Shinigami present who had actually crossed swords with Kenpachi, or so Mayuu believed, unaware of Unohana's history with him. "I believe it's worth trying," Shuuichi said smoothly, his face solemn. "If you can offer the right incentives, Lord Mayuu, that man could become your most fearsome blade." Of course, internally, Shuuichi was laughing. Recruit Kenpachi Zaraki? Good luck with that. Even if Mayuu somehow succeeded, Kenpachi would draw so much attention that the Kasatani family might as well stop playing in the shadows and just declare war on the Siriite AI outright. It'd save Shuuichi the trouble of orchestrating their rebellion himself. But the Kasatani family wasn't entirely run by fools. Yunoi Yogaku, always the calculating one, didn't let Mayuu's eagerness blind him. After leaving Mayuu's chambers, Yunoi took Shuuichi to one of the Kasatani's clandestine research facilities. There, behind the closed doors of a secluded chamber, "Tell me what you really think," Yunoi demanded the moment the door shut. "Recruiting Kenpachi Zaraki is virtually impossible," Shuuichi replied, unfazed by the sudden tone. He noted Yunoi's increasingly commanding attitude lately, a sign that the steward now saw Shuuichi less as a tool and more as a subordinate. Which was perfect? Trust was exactly what Shuuichi wanted from him. "Go on," Yunoi said sharply. Shuuichi frowned slightly. Yunoi was getting bold. Still, that meant his earlier unfortunate incident, the time Shuuichi had cut Yunoi, was gradually being forgotten. As far as Yunoi was concerned, a loyal, powerful, silent executioner like Higashi Shuuichi was worth keeping close. Unlike Aizen, who seemed increasingly bored with him, Zaraki is a natural-born combat maniac. Normal persuasion won't work on him. And this is about recruitment, not assassination. Lord Mayuu won't be sending Bukaya wielders, just household Shinigami. And if I recall correctly, only Lord Mayuu himself qualifies as captain class. Shuuichi let the implication hang. Yunoi, of course, picked it up immediately. This was a chance to weaken Mayuu's core power base. "Are you sure Zaraki would kill a Shinigami? If the opponent doesn't bring him joy in battle?" "Absolutely," Shuuichi replied confidently. Yunoi's lips curled into a sinister grin. No one could say what he was imagining, but it was dark. And with that, the matter was out of Shuuichi's hands. Yunoi would now set his trap, manipulate Mayuu into throwing his own elite against a beast who lived only to carve through the weak. All the while, Yunoi would grow ever more essential to the family's survival. Just the way he liked it. As Shuuichi left the workshop, though, something felt off. The training grounds for the Bukayao troops, usually bustling, were nearly empty. He asked around, but the remaining few hemmed and hawed, offering vague excuses. Nobody would give a straight answer. Something was being hidden from him. And that could only mean one thing: who else could command their silence if not Yunoi himself? That made Shuuichi all the more curious. Feigning his departure, he vanished from sight, suppressing his spiritual pressure completely. 20 years serving Aizen had taught him everything about these facilities, every layout, every blind spot, every secret corridor. Kyoka Suigetsu had done its part, but Shuuichi had memorized the rest. Normally, he hadn't cared. He wasn't a scientist, and he had no plans to swap out his Zanpakuto for some crude artificial one. But now, that knowledge had become useful. Soon, in one of the Kasatani family's remote hidden workshops, he found what he was looking for. Chapter 46, Realization comes too late. We return to 1 month ago, when Yunoi Yogaku captured 3 undercover agents planted by the 13 Division of Imperial Guards. From their interrogations, it was revealed that the earliest of the infiltrators had been embedded nearly 19 years ago, though they'd only recently gotten close enough to the Bukayao blades to make a move. Unfortunately for them, that move was noticed immediately by Yunoi. Over the course of the following month, Yunoi made no effort to be merciful. The 3 Shinigami were repurposed as live test subjects. While the Bukayao blades required voluntary acceptance to fully override a Zanpakuto, their malignant aura could still corrode a wielder's spirit without permission. And to refine methods of resisting that corruption, Shinigami who could hold out were essential. Under constant, high-intensity exposure to this spiritual poison, 2 of the agents broke down and died. Only one, Kisaragi Shinetsu, lasted longer. But even he, in recent days, had finally lost his mind to the corruption. The reason so few Bukaya users were present in the training halls was simple: they'd been ordered to watch over Kisaragi, in case he lost control. So that's it, Shuuichi thought grimly. Yunoi was afraid that if I learned about Kisaragi, I'd become even more resistant to accepting a Bukayao blade myself. Now that he understood, everything made sense. But trying to hide it from him? That was pointless. Even without his advantage of future knowledge. Even without Aizen's guidance. After 2 decades of getting his hands dirty for the Kasatani family, there was no way Higashi Shuuichi would ever willingly abandon his Zanpakuto to take up a cursed weapon like Bikuyao. Unless he was absolutely desperate. As for Kisaragi's fate, there was no mystery left. His death was inevitable. The only question was whether it would happen in a training hall, used to toughen Bikuyao troops, or on an operating table to further Yunoi's refinement of the weapon. Shuuichi stepped out of the secret Kasatani facility, feeling conflicted. He didn't feel any hero's guilt. Kisaragi had accepted a spy's role, and he would die a spy's death. That was the cost. What truly troubled him was the timeline. 19 years ago. That was just 1 year after Shuuichi himself had joined the Kasatani family under Aizen's orders. It was close enough to raise suspicion. Then, as he walked through the streets of Siri-Itai, his pulse suddenly quickened. A face flashed in his mind, gentle, disarming, deceptively harmless. Urahara Kisuke. If there had been a critical leak in Shuuichi's past, it would have been 20 years ago, when he'd fought Yoruichi of the 2nd Division and collapsed from exhaustion inside their barracks. He'd been unconscious and wounded, and his treatment had been entrusted to Urahara. And at the time, Shuuichi had been carrying the weapon case containing Rika, the Bikuyao blade of flame and lightning. After waking up, Shuuichi had checked the case. It was untouched. No seals broken, no traces of interference. Plus, back then, he'd been under the false impression that simply touching a Bikuyao would cause it to override his Zanpakuto. So, between that and Urahara's courteous demeanor, he'd assumed everything was fine. Even later, when he learned that Bikuyao required voluntary consent, he never revisited that night. In his mind, that event had already been filed away as safe. But now, Urahara definitely tampered with it. In hindsight, it was painfully obvious. Urahara had probably analyzed Rika thoroughly while Shuuichi was out cold, perhaps just not long enough to uncover its secrets. But the chilling aura it radiated couldn't be faked. Urahara would have noticed. No wonder, Shuuichi thought bitterly. No wonder he asked those strangely specific questions afterward. He was testing me. That would also explain why Yoruichi had never contacted him again. Why even Suifeng, who used to sneak in visits, had eventually stopped coming entirely. Urahara must have discovered something. Enough to raise flags, at least. After all, even though Shuuichi had never crafted or wielded a Bikuyao himself, the evidence was circumstantial but damning. He worked for the Kasatani family. His missions were never kept from Anohana. He'd been carrying Rika when treated by Urahara. And Urahara was no fool. The only man in Soul Society whose intelligence rivaled Aizen's. Still, if Urahara really had proof, he wouldn't have needed to plant spies. Which meant, Urahara suspected, but couldn't confirm. That gave Shuuichi some relief. The Kasatani's secrecy really is airtight. If not for Shuuichi's future knowledge and Aizen's Kyokusuigetsu, the Bikuyao project would have remained a complete enigma to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Their noble status granted the Kasatani clan an immense amount of resistance against investigation. Even if the Imperial Guard suspected something, they couldn't move openly. But now that Urahara's involved, Shuuichi thought grimly, I need to start covering my tracks. Before this, he'd been safe. He'd never used a Bikuyao. He'd never built one. He'd only followed Kasatani orders. If pressed, he could always plead ignorance. But now that Urahara had likely identified Rika, Shuuichi could no longer claim total innocence. He'd known of its existence 20 years ago. And if someone dug deeper? Looked into his mission logs? They'd find that during his supposed vacation in the world of the living, Shuuichi had actually gone to Hugomundo. That opened up a floodgate of dangerous questions. How did he get there? Who authorized it? What else had he done? I need to clear my name, before it's too late. Shuuichi's expression hardened. It was time to clean house. Chapter 47, The Hollow Cocoon Plan. Early summer in Siri-Itai brought a warmth both humid and lazy. Standing between the water pavilions of Squad 4's barracks, Higashi Shuuichi stretched his limbs with comfortable ease. They say a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. That was exactly his state of mind. With so many looming threats pressing down on him, one after another, Shuuichi had paradoxically begun to relax. Panic was useless now. About half an hour later, Shuuichi clocked out of duty and quietly left Siri-Itai, returning to his humble residence in West Rakongai, District 2. Second floor. Same position as always. Speak. Aizen Sosk wasted no time on pleasantries. Shuuichi was direct in return. Lord Aizen, is it possible to begin the hollowification experiments ahead of schedule? He had contacted Aizen of his own volition this time, requesting a private meeting. Originally, He'd suggested the ramen shop the two often frequented within Siriite AI. Aizen, as always, changed the location to Shuichi's own home. Hollification, ahead of schedule? Aizen raised an eyebrow, interest piqued. He had indeed conceived of this plan after completing the Hogyoku and testing rankerization on a group of Ajusha's class hollows. He had even mentioned it once to both Higashi Shuichi and Tosen Kaname, but had also made it clear, it's far too early. Unlike previous experiments, extracting a bit of spiritual power from Shinigami or soul-reaping qualified Rakongai civilians, hollification required full-scale abduction of Shinigami. That was a much bigger gamble. One misstep, and Soul Society's watchdogs would be on full alert. That's why Aizen had prioritized his Royal Guard provocation plan, baiting the Zero Division to descend. Shinigami could be taken later. But once Siriite AI became wary, pulling off anything major would be 10 times harder. Aizen didn't say all this out loud, but he knew Shuichi was smart enough to have figured it out. Shuichi nodded firmly. Yes. And this time, I think we can even secure a highly reliable ally. Aizen's eyes narrowed. Kasatani Mayu. No. You mean Yonoyogaku? He immediately saw through the implication. Kasatani Mayu might be ambitious, but as the head of an upper noble house, one aiming to join the 5 great noble clans, he would never dare violate Soul Society's deepest taboos. But Yonoyogaku? Shuichi's years of infiltration had long since informed Aizen, the Bikayao Blade project was Yunoi's idea to begin with. And everyone who knew about the Bikayaos understood their true nature. To replace Zunpacto with abominable constructs, to corrupt and enslave Shinigami, Yunoi had clearly thrown morality to the wind. So, what's your plan? Aizen asked, beginning to realize that he might have underestimated his subordinate. Higashi Shuichi didn't have raw genius. He wasn't a scientist. But over the years, he'd proven time and time again that in real combat, he could outwit even those with superior spiritual pressure. Now, it seemed he might have a talent for scheming as well. Shuichi looked Aizen straight in the eyes and uttered 7 words, the Spirit King's heart, hollow cocoon. Aizen's gaze sharpened. Now it was interesting. Smart men never needed to speak much. In canon, Aizen only learned of the Spirit King after Hikai Funkaryo ascended to the Zero Division. But this timeline had changed. With early access to the Great Spirit Book Archive, Aizen had already uncovered the dark truth. The Spirit King was no god, just a mutilated puppet, dissected by the 5 great noble houses to serve as a linchpin. He had shared the basics with Tosen and Shuichi. They all knew about the grotesque human sacrifice chain to the balance of worlds. But the heart of the Spirit King? That wasn't even listed in the archive. So when Shuichi mentioned it, along with the phrase hollow cocoon, Aizen knew, this wasn't literal. This was a smokescreen. A fake legend they could plant. They'd sell Yonoyogaku on the idea that the Spirit King's heart had become a cocoon, capable of birthing new hollow Shinigami hybrids. And what was a hollow cocoon, really? Hollification. Would Yunoi believe it? That wasn't Aizen's concern. If Shuichi dared pitch this, that meant he had already prepared a convincing angle. And if it failed, well, he would deal with the consequences. How do you need me to assist? For the first time, Aizen asked a subordinate this question. But Shuichi had earned it. Because there was no greater pleasure than having the enemy gleefully count your money, unaware they'd already been sold out. Shuichi replied with confidence, Lord Aizen, I only need you to let Yonoyogaku stumble across a certain document in the Great Spirit Archive. One that describes the hollow cocoon. Leave the rest to me. Aizen nodded. Very well. He was impressed. Shuichi was, without a doubt, his most useful and least troublesome pawn. If only his spiritual pressure potential weren't so poor. Then, Aizen remembered something. Hadn't Shuichi recently reported a strange Rakongai commoner? One whose body radiated spiritual waves akin to the Spirit King's fragments? At the time, Aizen had been busy refining customized Rankar abilities and hadn't followed up. Besides, he already knew that Spirit King body fragments could boost lower-tier Shinigami, helping them break through their limits. But to Aizen, now possessing the Hogyoku, such scraps were tasteless, not worth the trouble. That was why he hadn't pursued it. But now, remembering the timing. Why did Shuichi bring that to me exactly then? The answer was obvious. Aizen stared into Shuichi's eyes, his voice silent, but his intent loud and clear. You want the Spirit King fragment for yourself. Don't you, Shuichi? And that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Aizen never feared ambition. He only cared whether his subordinates had the strength to match it. And Shuichi, in this moment, had him very intrigued. Chapter 48, Yachiru. Chan. The night was full moon. The sky, awash with stars. Aizen didn't stay long at Higashi Shuichi's home. And in the end, he never asked the question that lingered on his tongue. After he left, Shuichi sat alone by the window, propping up his chin, staring silently at the lonely street outside. Beside his elbow, a steaming cup of Longjing tea from the human world. He had already confirmed in his memories that Matsumoto Rinjaku and Akamarujin were both surviving somewhere in East Rakongai. Finding them wouldn't be hard. At first, Shuichi had wanted to handle it himself. But after his recent trip to Hukomundo, it was clear, Szayelapro didn't have the answers he needed. Szayelapro might have known how to extract the Spirit King fragment from a Shinigami, but he lacked the means to re-embed it, to integrate it anew into someone's soul. That kind of fusion could only happen at birth by chance, like what happened with Matsumoto. Or with overwhelming external power. Unfortunately, Shuichi had neither. And so, after going in circles, he had no choice but to report the matter of Matsumoto to Aizen. He wasn't sure what that final look from Aizen had meant. He knows what I want, doesn't he? Tonight, Higashi Shuichi's heart was unsettled. It was the first time he'd ever asked Aizen for something. Before, Aizen had offered him private lessons in sword art, Hikata, Kido, and flash steps, but those were things Aizen had initiated himself. Maybe because he was irritated by Shuichi's lack of natural talent. But this time, even though no words were spoken, Shuichi was sure, Aizen understood. And at least, he didn't say no. Whether or not Shuichi could seize the opportunity would depend entirely on his performance. Aizen doesn't keep useless tools. Still, it's a good start, isn't it? Shuichi murmured, sipping his tea, watching the moonlit street fade into silence. Since the day he pledged allegiance to Aizen, he'd pinned his hopes on hollowification. That the Hogyoka would someday shatter the chains on his soul. Now, hollowification was still a distant dream, but the Spirit King's fragment was within reach. Specifically, Rinjaku's fragment, the fingernail, with the innate power of limitless regeneration. A power even greater than the Rankar's high-speed regeneration. So long as the soul survived, the body would regrow infinitely. The perfect survival tool. And maybe, just maybe, it would even synchronize with Shuichi's current, nearly useless Bankai. This shard was non-negotiable. He had to have it. By sunrise, Higashi Shuichi reported to Squad 4 as usual. He was just beginning to sort herbs when the noise started. Yoko. What's all of that commotion outside? He frowned, hands still working, and called out from within the dispensary. Vice Captain Higashi. It's that big bad guy from last time. He's fighting his way into Siriite AI? Sato Yoko's panicked voice called back. That big bad guy. Shuichi smirked. So, he's here. A bit noisy, sure, but he didn't mind. He immediately dropped what he was doing and stepped outside. Squad 4's courtyard was already overflowing with medics carrying injured Shinigami to the infirmary. The more seriously wounded were being treated right at the gate. Among the chaos, Shuichi saw Yamada Sanosuke, now demoted to third seat, urgently using healing Kido to reattach a severed arm. Diligent as ever. Shuichi gave him credit where it was due. Since being stripped of the vice captain title by Anohana 20 years ago, Sanosuke had been frantic in his efforts to redeem himself. But no matter what you do, that captain you admire so much will never look your way again. Shuichi spared a silent moment of pity, then turned and walked away. Vice Captain Higashi, where are you going? Yoko's voice chased him. He waved over his shoulder. Squad 11. In the original timeline, Higashi couldn't remember exactly why Kenpachi Zaraki stormed into Siriite AI and killed the previous Squad 11 captain, Kaiganjo Kenpachi. But now, he understood perfectly. In recent weeks, the casualty rate among Kasatani Mayu's personal forces had skyrocketed. And the one responsible for the carnage was none other than Zaraki. Zaraki might not grasp the political consequences of that. But Yachiru Kuzachishi definitely would. And Shuichi remembered their conversation. Yachiru-chan, do you know what kind of people your Ken-chan has been killing? Aren't they just regular Shinigami? They're from the Kasatani clan. The noble house ranked just beneath the 5 great clans. So what? The stronger the enemies they send, the more Ken-chan'll enjoy it. Can your Ken-chan survive standing before Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni himself, the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society's history? Ken-chan. He can. Smiling, Yachiru-chan. If all you want is good fights, you don't have to stay in the chaos of Rakongai's outer districts. That was the day Higashi tracked down Zaraki again. The day they fought once more. That time, Shuichi used one of Yogaku's spiritual pressure sealing devices, recovered years ago. He spent half of his entire reservoir of spirit clones stored within Peach Blossom, just to draw even with Zaraki, who was still suppressing his own power. Both collapsed. Both bleeding. And as they lay among the broken ruins, Shuichi spoke to an ecstatic Ichiru. He never saw Zaraki again after that. And that, Shuichi thought, was the true reason Kenpachi Zaraki stormed Squad 11 today. Because Squad 11 was unlike any other. It had one unique rule: to become captain, you must kill the previous one. Go on, Kenpachi Zaraki, raise hell. Higashi Shuichi smiled quietly to himself. Chapter 49, Captain? As long as you've got hands. On the outer streets of Squad 11 in Siri Itai, Kenpachi Zaraki swaggered forward with his blade resting across his shoulder, Ichiru Kuzujishi trailing behind him by a few steps. Oi? I heard your Squad 11's supposed to be the best fighters in the whole 13 division of Imperial Guards. Doesn't look that way to me. Hurry up and bring your captain out. You arrogant bastard. Watch this. He who reigns. Mask of flesh and blood, all creation, fluttering wings, that which names itself human. The heat of battle, the turmoil, sweeping south across the sea, march forward. Hado number 31, Shakuho. A seated officer from Squad 11 charged in, fury in his voice as he finished his Kido incantation. A blazing orb shot from his palm straight at Zaraki. Weak. So damn weak. Zaraki didn't even bother to dodge or slash it. He barreled through the fireball, scattering it with his body, then swung once, carving a bloody furrow across the man's chest. Captain. Far off in the distance, Higashi Shuichi placed a hand dramatically on the hilt of his Zanpakuto and looked toward Anohana Retsu beside him. She, as Squad 4's captain, had already been alerted via Hell Butterfly the moment Zaraki had breached Siriite AI. And based on what she'd heard from Shuichi the last time, she had a rough idea of just how dangerous Zaraki had become. If she were to fight him with her full strength, half of Soul's society might be reduced to rubble. As much as her long-dormant bloodlust itched for a real fight, reason still chained her down, so she chose instead to observe quietly from a distance. Do you think you can beat him? She asked, barely glancing at Shuichi. He bit his lip, reluctant. But, Captain, Jikianjo Kenpachi's here. Anohana turned her gaze toward another direction, the entrance of Squad 11's barracks. At long last, Jikianjo Kenpachi, the current captain, emerged slowly. So you're the brat that stormed into Siriite AI? He leapt onto the surrounding wall, looking down at Zaraki from above with a smug scowl. Zaraki looked up, at the unmistakable captain's hori, and the boldly painted 11 across the back. He grinned. The captain of Squad 11, huh? Should be stronger than that so-called vice-captain from Squad 4, right? In the next instant, Zaraki's suppressed spiritual pressure exploded outward. Jikianjo's expression crumbled, too late. Zaraki's blade was faster. The swing, born of endless carnage, cleaved upward like a sky-splitting thunderclap. Jikianjo Kenpachi was launched into the air. The shock reverberated through his guts and bones. Don't get cocky. I'm still Jikianjo Kenpachi. But Jikianjo wasn't weak. While Zaraki's overwhelming spiritual pressure might terrify someone like Higashi Shuichi, it couldn't crush a man who'd commanded Squad 11 for decades. Shike, Kido, even Benchi, Jikianjo held nothing back, caring nothing for the fact they were fighting in the heart of Siriite AI. Naturally, the magnitude of the battle began drawing spectators from across the 13 division of Imperial Guards. Any captain not occupied elsewhere was making their way to the scene. That included the captain of Squad 2, Shioi Yoruichi. Lord Shuichi. As Shuichi stood amid the chaos, watching and tending the wounded, a familiar, excited voice rang beside him. He turned, and sure enough, there she was. Soifun, now a teen, already starting to blossom into the woman she'd become. It's been a while, Shorai. And Captain Shioi. He replied with a polite smile, shifting his gaze to Yoruichi standing beside her. Yoruichi gave a casual wave, as if they were old drinking buddies. Yo Shuichi-kun. You're here too, huh? If he hadn't already suspected Gizukuraha's hand in all this, Yoruichi's flawless tone might have fooled him. A lot of Shinigami are being seriously wounded by that man called Zaraki, so I figured I'd come help out, treat them here before it gets worse. Lord Shuichi is as gentle as always. Soifun said admiringly, eyes sparkling. Yoruichi didn't answer, just smiled and nodded, then turned back to watch the battlefield. By now, the Squad 11 barracks had been reduced to rubble. Jikianjo Kenpachi was on his knees, Zanpakuto fallen beside him, a bloody blade jammed into his chest. You're strong. But you're no fun to fight. Kenpachi Zaraki stood over him, looking into the fading light of his opponent's eyes, disappointed. His own wounds weren't much better, Jikianjo had gone down swinging, and that reckless style of his had thrilled Zaraki. So he'd responded in kind, abandoning defense, going all in. Whoever backed down first, lost. Unfortunately, Jikianjo didn't last like Higashi Shuuichi had. He didn't have the tricks Shuuichi did, his Kido lacked creativity, his tactics were simple. And he hadn't inherited swordsmanship from both Anohana and Aizen. Even if Shuuichi hadn't yet mastered those teachings, they were enough, combined with his Zanpakuto and Kido, to contend with a self-restrained Zaraki. I heard from Yachiru. That this means I'm your Squad 11 captain now, yeah? Zaraki yanked his sword free from Jikianjo's corpse, letting the body slump to the ground. He then turned to face the gathered captains with absolute arrogance. Everyone looked around, uncertain. It was true, Squad 11's tradition did allow the new captain to rise through killing the last. But this was the first time someone had done it like this. You've got to be Juk. Captain Muguru Makinsai of Squad 9 looked ready to shut this madness down, until Anohana's soft but unshakable voice cut across the chaos. That's right. By custom, you are now the captain of Squad 11. Some captains frowned. Others looked thoughtful. But no one objected. Ha 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 ha. Great. I think I saw you before, you're the captain of Squad 4, right? The one with that vice captain named Higashi Shuuichi. Hey. Send him over to fight me. Kenpachi Zaraki looked absolutely pleased with himself. And now Shuuichi could feel every single eye turning toward him. Wait. This isn't how the script was supposed to go? Chapter 50, Captain, I request permission to release my Zanpakuto. In front of the ruined barracks of Squad 11 in Sairi Itai, the air grew awkwardly tense. I fought the new Squad 11 captain once before. I guess Captain Zaraki thinks I'm his kind of guy. Higashi Shuuichi said with a faint smile to the assembled captains, quietly affirming Kenpachi Zaraki's legitimacy. To catch the interest of our newest captain, that means you must have put up a decent fight, huh, Shuuichi? Said Shun Sekiraku, captain of Squad 8, lounging casually beneath an eave, adjusting the brim of his hat with a lazy motion. Just average. Not worth mentioning. Shuuichi replied evenly, uncertain what kind of game Kiraku was playing. As captain of the intelligence-savvy Squad 8, and the head captain's protege, Shunsui surely knew about his captain-level strength long ago. Unfortunately, said Anohana Retsu calmly, her gaze flicking toward Shunsui, Vice Captain Shuuichi already has plenty of responsibilities in Squad 4. If Captain Zaraki needs a vice captain, the one always at his side has the spiritual pressure for it. She'll be sent Hirosaki soon enough. That answer surprised Shuuichi more than anything. Knowing Anohana's usual style, he'd expected her to bounce the decision back onto his lap. But this time she'd just denied it, flat out. You refuse? Zaraki bared his teeth, laughing madly. His blood was boiling. Yachiru had warned him before they came, only go for the Squad 11 captaincy this time. But looking around, at all the captains present, he could feel it in his bones. Every one of them carried power no less than that Jikianjo guy he'd just cut down. And that made him itch. Only one kind of person gets to refuse me, the one who beats me. Without warning, Zaraki lunged at Anohana. It was at Slash, the one she remembered from centuries ago, in Zaraki district. The one that left the scar across her chest. Only this time. Too weak. No one even saw her move. Anohana simply stepped back, and a short blade, not hers Zanpakuto, slid from her sleeve into her palm. The earth quaked. When her dagger met Zaraki's sword, the shockwave leveled the surrounding buildings. Captain Zaraki. As Squad 4's vice captain, Shuuichi couldn't just stand by like the other captains and watch. Zanpakuto drawn. Bakudo number 30, piercing triple flash beam. He struck in an instant, 3 glowing, rotating energy spears slammed toward Zaraki. It was obvious Anohana had no intention of fighting seriously. She'd had plenty of chances to duel Zaraki before now. So Shuuichi didn't fear provoking her. She wouldn't blame him, not like she had done to poor Yamada Sanosuke before. Both of you? That's fine by me. Zaraki's grin stretched wider as he batted down the Bakudo with 3 swift strikes. Effortless. Then he shifted his charge away from Anohana, straight at Shuuichi. His instincts were screaming, this one's more dangerous. When I beat you, you're joining Squad 11. He'd been itching for their third match anyway. Twice now, Shuuichi had forced him into a draw, and that had lived in Zaraki's mind ever since. And now, with Zaraki barreling toward him, Shuuichi felt only exhilaration. This was perfect. Just the spark he needed to escalate things, to reveal his strength before everyone. Captain. I request permission to release my Zanpakuto. Blocking Zaraki's rapid slashes one after another, Shuuichi retreated step by step but stayed composed, his request calm, formal. This wasn't the Shadows of Rakon guy. He had no backing from the Kasadaji family here, he needed official approval. Permission granted. Anohana didn't hesitate. She'd noticed earlier, Zaraki felt weaker than he did centuries ago. That was why she hadn't cared to fight. She wasn't waiting all these years to face a lesser Kenpachi. Of course, Jikianjo had been too weak to draw out Zaraki's true power. Maybe Shuuichi could. So if he wanted to be the whetstone, so be it. But even Shuuichi wouldn't be enough alone. With her approval, Shuuichi no longer held back. He used Bakudo number 62, 100 puppets, to temporarily pin Zaraki down and buy time. Then came the surge, advance, Haihu. Master of strategy. Master tactician. A torrent of spiritual pressure burst from him, roaring across the battlefield. Several captains blinked in shock. Even Muguruma Kensai, Squad 9's captain, was left stunned. Shuuichi has captain-level spiritual pressure? Of all the captains, Kensai had the most dealings with Shuuichi. He'd always been the one interacting with him through Squad 4. They were close. Trusted allies. And yet. You bastard. All this time, you hid this from me? He clenched his teeth in disbelief. You only just figured it out? Cut in Shioi Yoruichi mercilessly. Kensai? He's had captain class strength for 20 years, you know. The head captain certified it himself, added Kiraka with a sly grin. Kensai? Yeah. If there had been an open slot, Lord Shuuichi would have been a captain long ago. Soifan chimed in cheerfully. Kensai? Oh great. So I'm the only idiot who didn't know? Far off, inside Squad 5's barracks, Aizen, now serving as vice-captain, felt the familiar, unmasked signature of Shuuichi's spiritual pressure. Until now, even when dealing with rogue Shinigami under the Kasadeji, Shuuichi had always deployed spiritual pressure concealing tech before battle. But now he was openly radiating his power. The curtain has risen. Chapter 51, This is the feeling of powerlessness. Dusk. A bleeding sun dipped low in the sky. From within Sairi Itai, all that could be seen was a crimson blaze. The same hue painted the shattered barracks of Squad 11. The battle between captain-level Shinigami had raged for nearly an hour. What began as a one-on-one clash, Kenpachi Zaraki vs Higashi Shuuichi, had escalated into a melee, Zaraki vs Shuuichi plus Muguruma Kensai. Then Zaraki vs Shuuichi plus Kensai plus Kamikawa Renosuke. If you included the earlier defeat of Kaiganjo Kenpachi, Zaraki was effectively going 4-on-1. A record-worthy battle for any ordinary Shinigami to brag about for generations. But judging from the flicker of disappointment in Anohana Retsu's eyes, Shuuichi realized, it wasn't enough. Setting aside Shuuichi, that strange creature of Schrödinger-level ambiguity when it came to strength. Muguruma Kensai, the benchmark for average captain-tier power, was just barely holding his own. Kamikawa Renosuke, the long-serving captain of Squad 3, was withered, old, and crippled by injuries sustained 2 decades prior from Baragon's aging ability, his strength now not far above Kensai's. Kaiganjo. A joke. He ascended to Kenpachi by killing the weakest in history, Kazuki Kenpachi. He was barely worth 10 kinses. And yet, these 4 could match the current Kenpachi Zaraki. Zaraki showed neither defeat nor dominance, an even brawl, no more, no less. You've repressed yourself too long, Zaraki. Have you forgotten what you used to be? Through the sustained battle, Anohana confirmed her suspicions. Zaraki was still strong. No question. But not that strong, not the one she was waiting for. Not the boy who, all those centuries ago, left a scar on her chest from a single hidden slash. That raw, wild blade was long gone. Disappointed, Anohana turned and left. She no longer cared how the battle ended. This Zaraki was not the one. But the fight went on, well, it wanted to. Wanted because Zaraki was still brimming with bloodlust. But the head captain had had enough. Enough of this nonsense. Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, standing still, crushed the air with his presence alone. Shuuichi withdrew his blade without a word. He knew better. Zaraki, of course, didn't. He charged in recklessly. The result? A complete defeat. Even in his declining years, Yamamoto was still a monster. Zaraki, self-sealing as he was called, never stood a chance. If Anohana hadn't publicly acknowledged Zaraki's right to the title of Kenpachi, and the other captains hadn't accepted it, he'd be headed for Mugen, or at least a brief visit to the maggot's nest. And yet, lying on the ground receiving emergency treatment from Shuuichi, Zaraki still had the audacity to mutter his desire, let's do this again sometime, with you, Kensai, Kamikawa. And her. Somewhere remote. Shuuichi just rolled his eyes. Him, Kensai, Kamikawa. Fine. But Anohana Retsu? No remote location could contain the chaos those two would unleash. Unless you opened up Mugen and threw them both inside. But that was impossible. In the original timeline, It took the looming threat of Yuak for Anohana to agree to such madness. Otherwise, she would never have sacrificed herself like that. And what the hell was Zaraki thinking with that line? I think I recognize your captain. Anohana had waited for him for centuries. That wasn't just cryptic, it was tragic. She even learned new healing techniques to extend their eventual fight. As for the Shinigami Zaraki had accidentally killed during his rampage, many of whom had ties to the Kasujiro clan? What? That happened? No way. Wasn't it those guys we locked up in the maggot's nest? Power comes with privilege. In Soul Society, it especially does. The next day, Kasujiro clan estate, in the family head's study. Can one of you, just one of you, explain to me why that Zaraki is so damn strong? Why he now bears the name of Kenpachi? Why he's been made the captain of Squad 11. Kasujiro Mayu was beyond furious, throwing priceless antiques to the ground as Yunoi Yogaku and Higashi Shuuichi stood in silence. My lord. Shuuichi said calmly, Zaraki's power caught me off guard during our fight. I didn't think he'd been suppressing himself. And considering he's just an ordinary soul from Rakongai, possessing that kind of strength is unprecedented. Yunoi added, attempting to defend Shuuichi. But the truth was, Yunoi was confused, too. Where had Zaraki's terrifying strength come from? Raw talent? Could a mere Rakongai soul really possess talent like that? If so, then aside from Yamamoto himself, Kenpachi Zaraki might be the most gifted soul Yunoi had ever seen. And now what? After so many of our clan's Shinigami have died, Yamamoto has the gall to convince Central 46 to just let it go? That, more than anything, left Mayu enraged. The greatest humiliation of his life. With all due respect, Lord Mayu. Shuuichi spoke softly, if Central 46 really has taken that stance, then we won't be able to touch Zaraki for the foreseeable future. They couldn't beat him. Couldn't ambush him without risk. And if they tried to pressure him directly, he might just show up on their doorstep and start another bloodbath. There were no moves left to make. Even Shuuichi couldn't think of a viable path forward. But that was fine. Because this was exactly the outcome he had foreseen. Helpless rage. Powerlessness. And in Mayu's gaze, Shuuichi caught it, an even deeper hunger for power. Yes. That's it. Rage and frustration. Only those can make men lose their reason. Smiling inwardly, Shuuichi turned and followed Yunoi Yogaku out of the room. Chapter 52, When it comes to betrayal, I'm a professional Kasujiro clan's first secret workshop. Higashi Shuuichi stepped once more into that familiar, shadow-wreathed place. Does Lord Yunoi still need experimental material? Shuuichi asked, feigning curiosity. Yes, but let's keep a low profile for now. Yunoi Yogaku replied without suspicion. Because of that Kenpachi Zaraki situation, the other noble families are watching us closely. Understood, Lord Yunoi. Shuuichi's eyes swept casually over the training grounds nearby, still quieter than they should have been. Soon, the two of them entered Yunoi's private chamber deep within the facility. Once the heavy door sealed behind them, not even sound could slip through. That damn Zaraki reacted too quickly. Yunoi muttered, a hint of regret in his voice. He barely let us wear down Mayu-sama's private Shinigami before breaking the stalemate. This outcome is still acceptable. Shuuichi offered comfortingly. When I was in the human world, I learned a saying, greed will choke you faster than hunger. True enough. Yunoi nodded. But while we can't make bold moves right now, I need you to take a trip soon, go investigate the Zaraki district in North Rakongai. The Zaraki district? That's the 80th district, right? Yes. That little girl always trailing behind Zaraki claimed it's where he's from. And you want me to? I want to know what's really there. Yunoi said, voice low. How could someone with power like that stay invisible for so long? If you hadn't stumbled upon him, how many more years would he have remained hidden? There must be a secret. His logic was sound, perfectly rational. But what Yunoi didn't understand was that Kenpachi Zaraki wasn't someone you could decipher with logic. He had power that could tear half of Soul Society asunder, if his body could withstand it. A fully unleashed seal breaker could challenge Yamamoto Genryu's himself. And yet he preferred to suppress his own strength, just to savor drawn-out fights with worthy opponents. He'd drown in a shallow pond if it meant he could bleed and smile while doing it. This kind of mentality was alien unless you knew the man. Understood, Lord Yunoi. Shuuichi answered respectfully. So far, everything was unfolding perfectly. After leaving the chamber, Shuuichi glanced once more at the training grounds. There were clearly more people here than last time, but still nowhere near the thriving scene he remembered. And Yunoi himself had said there were no large-scale operations currently. Which could only mean one thing. Don't tell me that undercover Shinigami Kisaragi Kinetsu, is still alive? It'd be easy to confirm, just sneak back to the hidden workshop where he was last held. But this time was different. He no longer had Kyoka Suigetsu, and the stakes had grown too high. Back then, curiosity and freedom had let him wander. Now, with the Hollow Chrysalis project underway, every step carried consequence. One mistake, and no one would save him, not even if they wanted to. His web of allies was still fragile, his future only potential. Besides, Kisaragi's life or death didn't matter to him. But maybe. Shuichi thought, maybe this could be my offering. Originally, he'd considered coming clean to Urahara Kisuke directly. But that approach reeked of desperation, it would only raise Kisuke's suspicions. This gave him credibility. A traitor with a cause always seemed more sincere than one who simply folded. Yep. Shuichi chuckled bitterly to himself. I'm really playing the three-faced fox now, huh? Blame the bastard who tossed him from Earth into this world without a cheat code. No system, no simulator, no overpowered ability. If he'd had even a fraction of Zaraki or Aizen's talent, would he really be groveling for a fragment of the Soul King's nail? Tears were a waste of time. With his expression composed once more, Shuichi departed the first secret workshop and headed for Squad 4's barracks. Why not Squad 2? Please, he was technically on duty. Skipping off to visit Kasujiro was already pushing it. If he didn't check back in, Yamada Sanosuke would absolutely write a 10,000-character report to Anohana about his negligence. Besides, he needed a proper excuse to meet Urahara Kisuke. Saying hey, I knew you knew wasn't going to cut it. The Kisaragi affair would be his token, but not the conversation starter. Night fell. Shuichi, for once, wandered sire-eyed AI with no intent of returning home. The sky was black, the wind sharp. A perfect night for murder. 1 hour later. Kasujiro clan's third secret workshop. This facility stored completed, yet unassigned, Maki-Utu. By morning, every Shinigami and Maki-Utu soldier stationed there would be dead. Only one individual assigned to the facility, recently transferred, would be unaccounted for. Also missing, the Maki-Utu known as Rika, the same weapon long meant for Shuichi. Next morning, sire-eyed AI remained calm on the surface. Until a barely awake Higashi Shuichi arrived at Squad 4, only to be summoned by an abrupt order from Kasujiro Mayu. What happened, Lord Yunoi? Shuichi asked as he arrived. Mayu had not yet returned, but Yunoi Yogaku was already pacing inside his study. Last night, Yunoi said grimly, our third secret workshop was attacked by a traitor. Every stationed operative is dead. And worst of all, we lost that Maki-Utu. He stared straight into Shuichi's eyes. But Shuichi's look of stunned disbelief never wavered. It was flawless. You mean the Rika? Shuichi's shock turned swiftly to rage. That Maki-Utu was meant for me. Damn it. Chapter 53, 1,000 days to raise the bee, 1 moment to use it in these turbulent times. Such a scandalous incident left even Kasujiro Mayu with no outlet for his fury other than venting on Yunoi Yogaku and Higashi Shuichi. Not only could he not publicize what had occurred, he had to work actively to minimize its impact. He'd been forced to swallow his broken teeth with blood and pretend nothing ever happened. Mayu's delayed arrival was due to personally overseeing the emergency evacuation of all Maki-Utu users and manufacturing equipment to the ancestral Kasage estate, the Kasujiro clan's true origin. He also had to pacify the old elders of the Kasage line and ensure their lips stayed sealed. After all, their ancestral land was the one place the 13th Division of Imperial Guards wouldn't dare set foot lightly. Any wrong step, and the Imperial Guards would find itself standing against all the noble houses of Soul Society. That way, even if the escaped Shinigami had leaked the truth about the Maki-Utu, so long as the Imperial Guards couldn't obtain physical evidence, no discovery of weapon or traitor in the act, they'd be powerless to act against the Kasujiro. What Mayu didn't know, however, was that no Shinigami left that secret workshop alive last night. The one Shinigami listed as missing? Disintegrated into spirits by Higashi Shuichi, and sealed inside Togen, his inner realm. Which made Mayu's final furious order, track down the traitor and flay them 1,000 times, a complete impossibility. Well, technically, I'm a traitor too. Shuichi mused as he walked away from the Kasujiro estate with a bounce in his step. I just haven't run. His next destination, Squad 2. Oh? You're saying Squad 4's vice captain, Higashi Shuichi, came here asking for me? In the darkened maggot's nest, Urahara Kisuke looked up from his unknown experiment as Soifan, still young and not fully grown, delivered the message. At this point, Soifan had officially inherited the Suifang title from the near-extinct Fan family, mastered Shikei, and earned her seat among the ranked officers of Squad 2. Yes, Shuichi-sama said he had something important to discuss with you. She replied, cheeks faintly red, breathing a little heavily. Clearly, her flash steps still wasn't perfect. She dashed here at full speed just to deliver the message. After all, this was a rare order, directly from Shuichi-sama. She had to execute it flawlessly. I see. Let him wait in my quarters. Urahara said with a warm smile. I've still got a few things to finish up here. Once Soifan had left, Urahara tilted his head and chuckled to himself. He hadn't had much contact with Shuichi, only that one encounter 20 years ago. Why now? Could it be? No, that didn't add up. If Shuichi had somehow found out about the weapon Kizuke had secretly extracted during their first meeting, he'd have come for answers long ago. You're hesitating over a mere vice captain, Kizuke? Sneered a blue-haired Shinigami working across from him, never looking up from his own research. He's no ordinary vice captain, no. Kizuke replied calmly, smiling faintly. TCH. Well, finish up or not, I'll complete this alone if I have to. Kizuke chuckled again, unfazed by the scientist's usual grumpiness, and returned to work. Let him wait. He's got patience. An hour later, Shuichi was finally greeted by the third seat of Squad 2, captain of the detention unit, Kizuke Urahara himself. Long time no see, third seat Urahara. Shuichi had wanted to use a more familiar tone, but recalled that they'd only ever met once. Best not to overstep. Urahara, the hermit he was, rarely left the maggot's nest. Vice Captain Higashi, indeed it's been a while. If I recall correctly, you were just a third seat back then. Time flies. Hard to believe it's been 20 years already. It really does, doesn't it? I heard you like tinkering with gadgets and curiosities. Little things. Nothing worth mentioning. The two of them bantered, sounding cordial, but every word was calculated, every sentence hollow. Both were waiting to see who'd make the first move. In the end, the one with less pressure, Urahara, had the upper hand. Shuichi knew he couldn't drag it on any longer. If Urahara didn't break the ice, then he would just play along. Actually, I came to request your help with something. Oh? By all means, Vice Captain, speak freely. With that, Shuichi donned special gloves and pulled a blade from his case, the Makiutu, Rika, that he had oh so righteously acquired the night before. This blade. I wonder if you, or perhaps your Captain Yoruichi-sama, might recognize its make. He stared into Urahara's eyes. I'm afraid not. Kizuke frowned, examining the blade intently. It's unfamiliar to me. Oh, sure. Keep pretending. Shuichi didn't believe him for a second. But he wouldn't call him out. If Kizuke wanted to play dumb, so be it. Pity. Shuichi said, voice full of regret. This blade has a complicated origin. For various reasons, I can't exactly hand it off to Squad 12 and let Hikai Funteicho analyze it. But I've heard there's someone here in the maggot's nest with quite the aptitude for research. Someone named Kurotsuchi Mayuri. I wonder, might I borrow him? You mean Mayuri? The room fell momentarily still, until Kizuke smiled again, eyes glinting. Did Soifan tell you about him? Shuichi only returned a meaningful smile. There's a saying, raise the bee for 1,000 days, use her for one. Time to let Soifan take the fall. Chapter 54, Yamamoto. You're getting old Sairi Itai, within Urahara Kizuke's quarters in Squad 2. The atmosphere was not great. To Urahara, lending Mayuri Kurotsuchi wasn't an issue. As things stood, Mayuri was still confined to the maggot's nest. Even if he lent him out, it was only within the limits of that confinement. So when Higashi Shuichi made the request, Urahara didn't refuse. But what followed left even him shaken. The Kasajiro clan, a high-ranking noble house, secretly developing such an abominable weapon? Dozens of them already manufactured? And they were still hunting down Shinigami to refine it further? The weight of the situation surpassed Urahara's expectations. Back then, when he discovered something odd about the Makiutu, he'd casually mentioned it to Yoruichi. The contact was brief, and he'd dismissed the blade as one of many cursed weapons, nothing he hadn't seen before. The Aizen family, for instance, owned the Yagami no Ken, a cursed sword that condemned any man who married into the family to an early grave. Compared to that, a blade like Rika, which merely drained spiritual energy, seemed almost gentle. But after hearing Shuichi's full account, Urahara realized he may have made a grave mistake. This weapon, this Makiutu, not only devoured a wielder's spirit power but corroded their very soul. If the user's spiritual power was insufficient, it could swallow them whole. Thankfully, he'd told Yoruichi about it. And Yoruichi, in turn, had informed Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto. Urahara remembered, Yoruichi had once mentioned that the captain commander had uncovered something, and even instructed her to keep a close eye on Higashi Shuichi. Still, because of Shuichi's position and power, Yoruichi hadn't assigned anyone from Squad 2 to surveil him. She merely trailed him on her own, occasionally, in secret. Once she discovered Shuichi was working for the Kasujiro, even that quiet observation faded. Her opinion of him had grown complicated. But those were details Yoruichi had never relayed to Hirahara. All he knew was that Yamamoto had been watching. Could this all have been part of the Captain Commander's plan? Hirahara wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. With the evidence Shuichi now provided, he immediately brought him along to Squad 1. And Shuichi? He was bewildered. The Captain Commander was involved in this too? Were the undercover Shinigami actually placed by Yamamoto? Turned out, yes. Just as he'd guessed, only the mastermind wasn't Hirahara, it had always been Yamamoto. Yamamoto had secretly begun his investigation into the Kasujiro clan 20 years ago. He was the most powerful Shinigami in Soul Society's history, and held supreme command over the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, yet his blind loyalty to the absurd noble hierarchy kept him from confronting Kasujiro openly. Couple that with Yogaku's brutal internal security, and all of Yamamoto's undercover agents were sent in. But none ever returned. His only possible breakthrough had been Higashi Shuichi. But Yamamoto couldn't read his intentions. If he made the wrong move and alerted him too soon, everything could fall apart. So the investigation dragged. But now, Shuichi had come forth, bearing news of 2 undercover Shinigami confirmed dead, 1, Kisaragi Kinto, corrupted beyond saving, and Rika, the Makiutu itself, as physical evidence. Yamamoto was suspicious, but it made a strange kind of sense. He'd already heard from Retsu Anohana of Shuichi's ambitions. His vow, fight to the bitter end, had impressed even her. With Anohana's implicit endorsement, Yamamoto had allowed Shuichi to remain active. He didn't take aggressive action, only asked Yoruichi to monitor him. But that was all. Now, Yamamoto had both the proof and the witness. He could have moved immediately. Instead, he delayed. He sent Yoruichi and Squad 2 to conduct a quiet raid on the secret workshops Shuichi had disclosed. Just like Mayu had predicted, Yamamoto wanted them caught red-handed. And just as expected, the operation turned up nothing. Even after likely alerting the Kasujiro family, Yamamoto didn't order an assault. He only increased covert surveillance, no arrests, no exposure. The masquerade continued. The songs still play, the dancers still dance. Shuichi murmured. So that's it. Yamamoto. You really are old. By the time he learned this, Shuichi had already spent several days laying low in East Rakongai. He kept his distance from the chaos. If this had been Yamamoto in his prime, he wouldn't have cared about nobility. No need for evidence, mere suspicion would have been enough to crush Kasujiro. But that Yamamoto no longer existed. The current Yamamoto, drained of the will to defy the system, was a weathered mountain, cracked and crumbling. After replying to a message from Yunoi about his ongoing investigation in Kenjaku district, Shuichi sat atop a rooftop, eyes drifting to the distant silver-haired boy and tangerine-haired girl. There was no way the Kasujiro hadn't noticed the raids. Right now, both Mayu and Yunoi were likely panicking. With the Makiutu exposed, they had only 2 choices, abandon decades of effort. Or double down, push the Makiutu into a form that could shake Soul Society to its core. But the latter? Was it even possible? Lord Aizen. I'd say Yunoi Yogaku will be more than eager to drink the nectar you're about to serve him. Shuichi laughed, low and sharp. You've made quite the stir. Beside him, Aizen Sosuke stepped into view, gaze falling on the same 2 teens. He didn't answer Shuichi's question directly, but the tone in his voice betrayed his satisfaction. Shuichi stood, stretching slightly. It's a shame. I really couldn't do better than this, he said playfully. But speaking of those 2, I've been watching them for hours now. That silver-haired boy never leaves her side. Wherever he goes, she's with him. Like shadows. Oh? Aizen's eyes narrowed. So close. Hands tucked in his sleeves, Aizen watched them a moment longer, expression unreadable. Chapter 55, Boy and Girl District 62 of East Rakongai, Heikare. 2 ragged children, a boy and a girl, still had no idea how terrifying the presence was that now had its eyes set on them. We're out of food again, Jin. The girl looked sadly at the boy's thin back in front of her. It's okay, Rinjaku. The old man who gave us those persimmons last time is a good person. If we help him out again, I'm sure he'll give us even more. The boy's scarred left hand tightly gripped the girl's right. It's you, not us. Am I just useless, Jin? Always dragging you down. Though their pace was slow, the girl had to stop every few steps, gasping for air. She'd been frail since birth, too weak to survive on her own in the cold, ruthless 62nd district of Rakongai. If she hadn't met this boy, she'd probably have starved to death in some nameless alley long ago. It doesn't matter, Rinjaku. I told you, I'll protect you. The boy stopped and turned, looking seriously into her tear-filled eyes. But if this keeps up, Jin. Your body. She reached out to touch his exhausted figure, but her hand was quickly caught halfway. I'm fine, Rinjaku. We're both going to survive this. He shook his head, then placed his other, equally battered hand on her messy, wavy orange hair. She knew he was lying with that brave smile, but she let him pat her head anyway, letting him wipe away the 2 crystalline tears at the corners of her eyes. Yeah. We'll both make it through. In that moment, both children clung to their dreams of a better future. 15 minutes later, the boy and girl arrived at the home of the old man they'd mentioned. Just in time to see him rushing out of his house in a panic. Grandpa Kuki. Where are you going? The boy quickly pulled the girl aside and shouted toward the vanishing silhouette. There's a Shinigami here. The man vanished down the street, leaving only those words. A Shinigami? Having wandered Rakongai for years, the boy knew well what that word meant. He'd seen them before. Even bragged to Rinjaku that he'd once seen a captain, though it was just a blur of robes flying overhead. But not all Shinigami were called sir by the people of District 62. Not unless they were someone important, someone powerful. This one must be at least a seated officer. What was such a high-ranked Shinigami doing in a chaotic district like theirs? Jin, maybe. Maybe we can wait a little longer? I think I can hold on another day. Rinjaku tugged gently on his tattered sleeve, not daring to pull too hard. He wanted to wait for the old man to return too, but when he looked at her pale lips, her fragile frame. No, Rinjaku. You have to eat something today. He clenched his teeth. He could hang on a bit longer, but not her. With her body so weak, she couldn't go another day hungry. But. No buts. Stay here. This is a residential area, and there's a Shinigami nearby. You'll be safe. I'll be back soon. He'd wanted to bring her with him. But she'd already gone days without food. He couldn't bear to drag her around anymore. If she could save even a little energy, she should. And besides, this wasn't the wilderness, they were in a populated district. So long as no hollows wandered in, this place was safe. The boy quickly found the Shinigami amid a gathering crowd. Short black hair, deep eyes like starlit skies, a calm face, a clean-cut black Shyakusho, and a warm, gentle smile. He stood right there among the people, cheerfully explaining the properties of medicinal herbs, something no Shinigami in District 62 had ever done before. What a kind Shinigami! The boy felt it in his heart. After speaking to him, that feeling only deepened. The man was from the 4th Division, the Medical Corps. No wonder he was so gentle. And he wasn't just any member, he was the lieutenant. Even better, he was here to recruit locals to help gather herbs, promising generous compensation in return. The boy learned that just 10 of these herbs would be enough to feed him and Rinjaku for a whole month. I have to tell Rinjaku. After quickly memorizing the herbs traits with a few glances, he turned and ran. There's a place in District 60 that sells the best persimmons. Rinjaku always wanted to try them. When I get paid, I'll take her. The boy smiled to himself, full of hope. Everything seemed to be going right. If only that man hadn't appeared. Suddenly, his breath caught. His body froze. He forgot to hide himself. Fortunately, the man didn't seem to notice him. But what he saw, what the boy saw, burned into his mind, a man in a Shyakusho. Glasses. Reaching into Rinjaku's chest with one hand, and pulling something out. Blood sprayed, soaking the earth beneath her. The whole time, Rinjaku moved like a puppet, lifeless, empty-eyed, yet her face twisted in agony. No. He screamed inside, fingers digging into his palms until they bled. But he didn't make a sound. He couldn't. He wasn't a match for that man. Because that man wore a Shyakusho. Because he was a Shinigami. For the first time in his life, the boy felt pure, unfiltered hatred. The desperate, seething desire to erase someone from existence. No, he still had hope. There was another Shinigami nearby. That kind one, the lieutenant of the 4th Division. He would help. He had to. The boy turned and ran, one last glance back at the blood-soaked girl. Wait for me, Rinjaku. Chapter 56, Good Shinigami, Bad Shinigami. A light drizzle fell over District 62 of East Rakongai. Perhaps even the heavens were shedding tears for what they saw. When Higashi Shuichi was brought by Jinikamaru to where Rinjaku Matsumoto lay, the ill-fated girl was already on the verge of death. Her injuries are serious. I may need to bring her back to the 4th Division barracks if I want to heal her completely. Higashi channeled his healing Kido into Rinjaku with full force. On that point, at least, he didn't deceive Jin. With wounds this severe, it was a miracle she was even alive, and only thanks to the relentless strain the Soul King's fragment had put her through over the years. Her fragile body, Having borne such an overwhelming force, now possessed resilience far beyond that of ordinary souls. Please, sir. You must save Rinjaku. Without hesitation, Jin dropped to his knees in front of Higashi. I will. Don't worry, this is my responsibility. With one hand, Higashi helped Jin to his feet, then scooped Rinjaku up in his arms. What about you? Want to come with us? That way, when she wakes up, you'll be the first thing she sees. Higashi offered his hand to Jin, still extended. Jin stared at it, so open, so warm, so full of promise. He knew that if he said yes, he could follow this kind, saint-like lieutenant straight to the legendary Syriite AI. But he shook his head. His bloodshot eyes and pale lips masked a hatred that refused to fade. That bespectacled Shinigami, the one who nearly killed Rinjaku, was still out there. If Jin entered Syriite AI now, that man might notice something. Might put it together. No? Alright. I respect your choice. Higashi didn't press him. He turned to leave with Rinjaku, then paused as Jin called out behind him. Shuichi-sama. Can I ask you something? What does it take to become a Shinigami? Higashi stopped, turning back to meet Jin's determined gaze. If you have the spiritual aptitude, head to districts 1 through 10. There, you can take the entrance exam for the Shino Academy. Pass that, and you're eligible to become a Shinigami. He offered a gentle smile. Is that what you want? Tell me your name, maybe I can help you. Jin lowered his head, lips tightly pressed together. He couldn't. He just couldn't tell this man his name. This Shinigami had been nothing but kind. But if he let his name slip, even by accident, to that bespectacled devil. Jin didn't know how the hierarchy worked inside Syriite AI. He couldn't take that risk. He couldn't even bring himself to say, a Shinigami hurt her. Maybe Higashi saw the hesitation in him. He took a step closer, resting a hand gently on Jin's head. It's all right. I understand. Everyone has their burdens. Don't worry, I'll make sure she survives. I promise. And with that, Higashi stepped away, Rinjaku nestled in his arms, racing back towards Syriite AI. Left behind, Jin stared longingly after him. He turned back one final time to look at the empty wilderness where he and Rinjaku had spent their days, where they had clung to each other to survive. That was the past. From now on, he would become a Shinigami, and write his own future with his own hands. Wait for me, Rinjaku. The boy made his silent vow, and walked forward without looking back. What Jin didn't know was that Higashi hadn't gone far. In fact, he now stood beside the very man Jin loathed, the bespectacled Shinigami, Aizen Sosuke. You want to save her? Aizen watched Jin's small figure disappear into the distance. I can't go back on my word now, can I, Lord Aizen? That'd be out of character. Higashi shrugged. Besides, you said it yourself. If the boy didn't come charging out to save the girl, or didn't try to report it to me, we'd just leave him. Well, he did. So now, he has potential. Be more confident. It's not potential, it's certainty. His talent far exceeds yours. Aizen spoke plainly, with no intention of sparing his subordinate's pride. And Higashi winced at that, despite himself. If you weren't Aizen Sosuke. If anyone else had said that, I'd have quit on the spot. Hey. Yeah, I admit, my strength hasn't quite kept up with yours lately. But now that I have this Soul King's fragment, it'll take that boy some time to catch up. He kept the words inside, but smiled awkwardly to mask them. Would Aizen care about his minor dissatisfaction? Of course not. Aizen wouldn't be Aizen if he wasted time on such trivialities. So, as planned. You're going to use the fragment now. Aizen turned his gaze away. He no longer cared what Jin would do, he'd already seen enough to guess his path. Become a Shinigami. Climb the ranks. Get close. Wait for the chance to kill him. Would his talent be enough? Aizen was curious. Yes, Lord Aizen. With only false records from the Great Spirit Archive, Kenpachi Zaraki's shocking power, and the oppressive presence you've lent through Yamamoto Genryuzai. We might deceive someone like Kasada Jimao, drunk on power, but we'll never get through to you Iokaku without results. Higashi gently placed Rinjaku down beside him, then reached for the fragment, plucked from her body, now held out by Aizen. There's no doubt about it. I am the best proof there is. Aizen let out a low chuckle, a rare smile tugging at his lips. He had expected this outcome. But watching Higashi work his way here, step by step, was satisfying. Don't disappoint me now, Shuichi. Their eyes met, neither of them voicing what they saw in the other. Then Aizen pulled out the dimly glowing, incomplete Hogyoku. Soul King's fingernail fragment. Fusion begins. Chapter 57, Different Tracks. What does it feel like to have a fragment of the Soul King inside you? If you asked Higashi Shuuichi that question, his answer would be simple: you don't feel much at all. Aside from the initial jolt of pain when the fragment was forcefully embedded into his body, the discomfort faded quickly as it began to merge with his soul. Though perhaps that was because Shuuichi was already at a standard captain class level, and what fused with him was only a fingernail fragment of the Soul King. Amid his satisfaction, a puzzled sound rose from behind Aizen. This was, after all, the first time Aizen had reintegrated a Soul King's body part into a Shinigami. But the feedback he got from Shuuichi's spiritual pressure was perplexing. Your spiritual pressure limit didn't increase? Aizen confirmed multiple times, checking over and over. But when he found no error in his own perception, he turned to Shuuichi with an edge of curiosity in his voice. It made no sense. Even those who carried trace amounts of the Soul King's essence had shown strength well beyond their innate potential. Yet now, after integrating a significantly more complete Soul King fingernail fragment, Shuuichi didn't display the expected surge of spiritual pressure, the eruption like a geyser that Aizen had anticipated. It's true, but not entirely accurate. Shuuichi replied calmly. For once, he had knowledge Aizen did not. He had authority in this specific realm. He spread his arms, standing tall within the Rishi-sealed space Aizen had prepared, and fully released his spiritual pressure. And that was what Aizen had been expecting. The pressure roared out like an ocean storm, a full twofold increase over Shuuichi's previous cap, built from years of effort. The Soul King fragment doesn't increase my original spiritual pressure limit. If my own limit is a reservoir, then this fragment is like digging a new, deeper pool next to it. I can choose to draw from that new pool or continue using the old one. So even if I lose the fragment later, my own limit won't decrease. It's untouched. To put it in Earth terms, the Soul King fragment was like a temporary premium buff. If Shuuichi wanted to keep growing, to permanently raise his usable pressure, he'd have to find more Soul King fragments and integrate them. By contrast, hollowification was more straightforward. It broke through the natural limit of a Shinigami's spiritual power, permanently. Even if the hollowification was stripped away, the shattered ceiling remained gone. Realizing this, Shuuichi now understood why, in the original timeline, Aizen had never bothered trying to use Soul King parts to enhance himself. Sure, the Hogyoka was one reason. But perhaps, through endless experimentation, Aizen had realized the same weakness: the Soul King fragments were unstable, temporary, and came with diminishing returns. Still, what Aizen had no use for was still precious treasure to Higashi Shuuichi. No one ever complains about too many aces up their sleeve. Especially not when that fragment granted a hidden, non-transferable regenerative ability, a superior version of a hollow's high-speed regeneration. For Shuuichi, who had long lacked a true trump card, this was gold. He wanted hollowification. He wanted the Soul King fragments. He wanted both. Flavorless to chew, but a shame to throw away. Aizen summarized it all in 8 words, his tone indifferent. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed Shuuichi an object, heart-shaped, faintly pulsing, unnervingly realistic. The Soul King's heart. TCH. Catching it, Shuuichi couldn't help but shudder. It was too lifelike, crafted to perfection, down to the subtle rhythm. If only it wasn't so small, you'd think it was carved from a real body. He could only sigh in admiration. Zalapro truly was a mad artist among scientists. How do I use it, Lord Aizen? Carefully, he placed it into the box he had prepared in advance. Just have them place it against their chest. It'll handle the rest. Every hollow has a hole. You want to turn their hearts into holes too? If they can't withstand it, there won't be any chance of survival. Failed experiments have no value, do they? Aizen's voice was colder than usual, probably the effect of spending too much time lately with Tosin, whose righteous speeches about love and peace were grating even Aizen's nerves. Fair point. Still, I'm going to have my hands full soon. With the current number of Makio Blade hosts the Kasadaji clan can produce, we can't afford many casualties. Shuuichi could already see it, Mo and Yokaku hounding him for more souls, while he danced around the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, trying to quietly abduct compatible Shinigami. His scalp itched just thinking about it. I'll have the A-Spada assist you. Now that was why dealing with Aizen was always so damn satisfying. He understood without needing to be told. You want hollows? I'll give you hollows. It was a win-win. That night, Shuuichi returned to base. He left Ranger Matsumoto in the 4th Division's recovery ward. Given her current condition, she wouldn't wake up for at least 10 to 15 days. You've changed. The voice caught him off guard, emerging from the shadows. You noticed, Captain? Higashi smiled bitterly, turning. Standing there was none other than Retsu Anohana. Hair let down, tied neatly behind her, clad in a silk kimono embroidered with soft pink sakura petals. Bathed in moonlight, her silhouette was exquisite, like a scene from a Yamato scroll, the devoted wife welcoming her husband home. That is, if you ignored her bloody legacy. Shuichi hadn't expected her to be here, not at this hour. And definitely not catching him just as he'd tested the limits of his new regenerative powers. Seems your little disappearance paid off. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. Her voice, soft as still water. For the sake of my dream. I've never stopped fighting. He met her eyes, unwavering. She held his gaze for 2 seconds. Then turned on her heel, gate clicking gently against the floorboards. Follow me to the training ground. No room for refusal. Chapter 58, The beginning of Hollowification. The night was deep, the world quiet. The battle with Anohana ended with no dramatic reversal. Higashi Shuichi's spiritual pressure had indeed doubled, but his original base was too low. Even doubled, it was still nowhere near enough to stand against her. Yet for Anohana, this battle finally brought her something she hadn't felt in centuries, a flicker of enjoyment. Question: what do you do if your opponent can't be killed no matter how many times you cut them? Anohana answer: you keep cutting, until they want to die. It wasn't until Shuichi felt the Soul King fragment inside him giving off internal red alert alarms from overheating that he finally managed to talk down the bloodthirsty captain, who was clearly beginning to get high off the violence. This ability. Not that standing before his collapsed, sweat-drenched form, Anohana gave his regenerative gift a rare compliment. After all, it had finally made her break a sweat too. Though purely from the effort of cutting, so this is what it felt like, bullying a roach that won't die. It had its own flavor of satisfaction. But all Shuichi could think was, I'm done. Just end me. This woman actually managed to almost break my so-called infinite regeneration. If you vanish again like this next time, I hope you'll at least show some noticeable improvement. Otherwise, at that moment, she was like a smiling demon, sweet as poison. Otherwise what? Say it. Have the guts to finish the sentence. No need. Shuichi could already imagine it, vividly. But come on. Soul King fragments didn't exactly grow on trees. Maybe if he were in the human world, he could track down a few Fullbringers and try his luck. But here in Soul Society? Where the hell was he supposed to find more pieces of God? Nope. He was not disappearing again. Shuichi was officially spooked. Wait a second. Is Anohana starting to get interested in me? That thought alone sent chills crawling down his spine. No. He shook the idea away like it was cursed. That'd be far worse than her suspecting his secrets. He got his head straight again. Next morning before dawn, Shuichi showed up at the 1st Division's barracks, eyes red from a sleepless night. Some time ago, in order to lull the Kasadaji clan into complacency, Yamamoto Genryuzai had authorized Shuichi to travel to the farthest corner of northern Rakongai, Zaraki district, under the pretense of investigation. Now, before entering the heavily monitored Kasagi ancestral estate, he had to report back. How are you going to explain it to them? But Yamamoto wasn't interested in hearing some hollow report. He already knew the truth about Zaraki and its former resident. There was nothing there to discover. I plan to tell them I found a terrifying force buried deep in Zaraki. And that this power is what granted Kenpachi his monstrous strength. Shuichi laid out the script he'd carefully prepared. Keeping the story consistent between what he told Yamamoto and what he'd tell the Kasadaji clan was a calculated safeguard. He couldn't guarantee someone on the inside wouldn't slip up later. At least this way, his own position was defensible. Of course, if he had the clearance to openly talk about the Soul King, he wouldn't be dancing around it. He'd just say it outright, that power is the Soul King's heart. You want to bait them out, then? The old fox smiled behind his beard. Of course he saw through it immediately. It was a solid plan. Though with how paranoid the Kasadaji were, it wouldn't be easy. Still, as a long-term play, it was good enough. I also wanted to ask, Commander. Has Captain Hikaifun finished analyzing the Makiu blade? Shuichi pressed on. He needed to retrieve Rika, the demonic weapon that had nearly exposed him. Initially, he assumed Yamamoto would keep it for a few days, do some testing, and then return it. What he hadn't counted on was Hikaifun Kiryo's obsession. The moment she got her hands on Rika, she'd refuse to give it back. Her curiosity was fully ignited. That was dangerous. Rika couldn't withstand deep analysis. If she uncovered its core function, there'd be no bringing it back into his hands. Luckily, Yamamoto didn't care about the blade's intricacies. It was just one weapon. If the Kasadaji truly were hiding something, one sword wouldn't make the difference. Plus, the current analysis results were already enough. He granted Shuichi's request without issue. As for Hikaifun, thankfully the blade synchronization requirement was so high that she still hadn't found a test subject able to trigger its full function. So, with Rika retrieved and sealed away once again, Shuichi rushed straight to the Kasagi estate. There, two men had been waiting eagerly. With the same script he gave Yamamoto, plus a performance showcasing his newly gained strength, he invited Kasada Mao to visit the Great Spirit Library to investigate. Faced with undeniable results, even someone as paranoid as Yunoe Yokaku had no choice but to admit. He was tempted. All you had to do was press this pseudo-heart to your chest, and it granted a massive boost in spiritual power. That volatile, uncontrollable hollow energy it unleashed? It was the perfect match for their cursed blades, which required enormous, continuous spiritual power just to function. The problem of energy supply, solved. As for why Shuichi hadn't hollowified himself? He shrugged it off. He was captain level already. Probably an exception. Not worth digging into. And really, what did it matter? The results were undeniable. No one was in the mood to question what couldn't be disproved. Heaven blesses the Kasadaji clan. That day, Mao was beaming with confidence. Heaven blesses me. Likewise, Yunoe Yokaku's pride was sky high. The heavens of Soul Society must be changed. After months of being smothered by Central 46 and the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, both men burned with the same dangerous thought. And yet, Shuichi wasn't there to hear it. He was already outside, abducting Shinigami for more hollow experiments. And preparing to test the true awakened power of his newly evolved Bankai. Chapter 59, An Incomplete Bankai. The timeline shifts back to the day after Higashi Shuichi acquired the Soul King's fingernail fragment. Just as he returned from the Kasadaji estate, his Zanpakuto reached out to him on its own. He sank into his inner world. A classical, serene study came into view. Ancient bamboo scrolls filled shelves along the walls. At the far end of the room, a middle-aged man clad in a white cloak, with a pale jade pendant hanging at his waist, sat cross-legged on a straw mat, reading a half-unrolled scroll. This wasn't Shuichi's first time here. Back when he first achieved captain-level spiritual pressure, he had eagerly tried to manifest his Zanpakuto's spirit. But rather than summoning the spirit outward, he himself had been dragged into this inner world. And there, he had undergone the most inhuman torment of his life. Because time in his inner world flowed differently, and because the version of him that existed here was just a projection of his conscious self, his Zanpakuto's spirit proceeded to kill him 1,000 times, using a different method each time. Only after running out of ways to kill, did the one-sided massacre finally end in his complete and utter defeat. That time, the Zanpakuto spirit hadn't revealed its true name. It merely offered mild praise for how Shuichi had conducted himself in Soul Society. Then gave him permission to use one aspect of its Bankai, a limited release under the name, a blade hidden in a smile. The ability allowed Shuichi to absorb an incoming attack and automatically retaliate with an equivalent, unavoidable strike. His verdict on the power? Useless. Because if the enemy's attack was too strong, he might not survive to counter. If it was too weak, even a guaranteed return hit was meaningless. Unavoidable didn't mean unblockable, or unbreakable. So after receiving this crippled Bankai, Shuichi had never once tried using it. Still, it made him suspect that the true unlocking of his Zanpakuto's power might be linked not to raw power, but to his actions in the real world. After all, this blade hidden in his smile echoed exactly how he operated, smiling, deceiving, hiding blades in plain sight. He'd tried many approaches, but his Zanpakuto had remained silent. Until now. After orchestrating a massive multi-faction scheme and obtaining the Soul King's fragment through sheer manipulation, his Zanpakuto finally responded. You look like you already know why I brought you in. The man, back turned, spoke calmly. As if everything was already within his grasp. If I'm right. It's because my recent actions align with the path of the art of war. Shuichi wasn't stupid. The moment his blade contacted him, he'd begun to piece it together. His mistake before hadn't been wrong logic, just too small a stage. Not enough to earn his Zanpakuto's respect. Then, do you know which stratagem? The man spoke slowly, unrolling the scroll in his hands. Shuichi closed his eyes, and a familiar text from his previous life surfaced in his mind, the 36 stratagems. Borrowing the corpse to resurrect the soul. Useful ones must not be borrowed, useless ones, seek to borrow, and if you can use the useless, then do so. I could have just taken the Soul King's fragment and begged Aizen to fuse it into my body. But that would have used up his trust, and I wasn't sure he even had his eye on Ringjaku. Under Kyokusu Ugetsu, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. That is, do not borrow the useful. The Kasadaji clan wanted to solve the Makiu blade issue. Aizen wanted to run hollowification trials. Yamamoto wanted to investigate the blade. All of it had nothing to do with me getting the fragment. But I used them anyway, to achieve my goal, and without raising Aizen's suspicion. That is, seek to borrow the useless. Combined, they form the tactic, borrowing the corpse to resurrect the soul. Shuichi opened his eyes. The entire plot now felt crystal clear in his mind. And at that moment, the man, the Zanpakuto's spirit, turned to face him. Well then, from today forward, you may borrow from me the technique, borrowing the corpse to resurrect the soul. And your true name? Shuichi didn't forget the most important part, knowing your Zanpakuto's name was the key to true Bankai. You want to know my name? The man gave a wry smile. Who doesn't? Shuichi replied without hesitation. You have two choices. First, earn my complete approval, and gain access to the entire art of war. As he spoke, the man rose from the straw mat. Gone was the laid-back scholar. In his hand appeared a blazing crimson Zanpakuto, its spine lined with 18 pairs of wing-shaped scales, the same blade Shuichi had seen once before. There was no doubt in his mind, this was his true, fully unleashed Bankai. Second, defeat me in combat, and I'll give you my name. Advance, strategist. The good strategist uses cunning. Shuichi's response was a lightning-quick dash, blade slicing forward like thunder. He'd been waiting for this moment. This time, he'd wipe away the shame of last time. At the very least, this time. He wouldn't die 1,000 deaths. And the result? It was a victory. Kind of. Shuichi didn't die 1,000 times. He only died 999. Hey. Ha. Ha ha ha. Flung unceremoniously back into the real world, Shuichi collapsed onto his bed and laughed, loud and unrestrained. He should have guessed it long ago. His Zanpakuto had always been too powerful for someone with average spiritual aptitude. His spiritual pressure was inherited from the original host of his soul. But his soul, his true self, his blade, had come from another world entirely. That legacy, that knowledge and cunning, was his greatest weapon. And his blade was just getting started. Chapter 60, 10 years Akam. The scene returns to the present, District 9 of East Rakongai. Higashi Shuichi stood atop a tiled rooftop, watching the departing souls scatter below. Their retreat was no coincidence, it was the result of a few subtle tricks on his part. What he was about to do could not afford witnesses. That should be enough. He scanned the area with his spiritual perception, no lingering souls remained within his designated perimeter. With a swift gesture, 4 spiritual pressure-suppressing devices shot toward the cardinal edges of the zone. Concealment activated. Tactical doctrine rooted in warfare, Bankai. A massive surge of spiritual pressure burst outward, enveloping the entire space. His dark green Zanpakuto flared red, its spine unfolding with 2 pairs of shimmering, fish-scale wings that threatened to take flight. From the rooftop, Shuichi leapt down, landing before a stone guardian lion. He raised his blade and drove it upward, tip piercing the lion's forehead. Borrowing the corpse to resurrect the soul. In an instant, the lion drank in most of his spiritual energy. Ha! Ha! Shuichi gasped heavily, chest rising and falling like storm-tossed waves. He always felt depleted after setting one of these anchors. With the Bankai released and his spiritual pressure spent, the stone guardian returned to normal, by every visible and spiritual metric, indistinguishable from any ordinary statue. But Shuichi knew better. In his mind, he could feel it resonate, this statue had successfully been transformed into one of his anchors. This was the true effect of his Bankai, borrowing the corpse to resurrect the soul. By infusing a dead object with his spiritual pressure, he could transform it into a future conduit, a fixed point through which his techniques could be deployed at any time, from any location. Whether it was abilities from his Shikai or fully manifested spirit constructs, they could reappear at any of these anchors. Even his spirit clones could be summoned there instantly and take on the anchor's traits, turning them into mobile nodes. Moreover, any hostile effect or spiritual damage could be redirected to an anchor, so long as it was within range and Shuichi chose to allow it. The pre-stored spiritual pressure in the anchor would absorb the impact, until depleted, at which point the anchor reverted to a normal object. Because of this, every anchor cost him over half of his total spiritual pressure pool to forge. Quality over quantity. That principle, Shuichi understood deeply. And he had plenty of time to act on it. His long-term goal was clear, to seed the entirety of Soul Society, the human world, and Hugo Mundo with these anchors. If not for the current inaccessibility of places like the Royal Realm, Hell, and the Wandenrick, he'd gladly plant one in each. As he finished today's ritual and stood up, his gaze turned towards Siri Itai, distant on the horizon. Everything's ready. Next. The gods fall to earth. 10 years passed, like sand slipping through an hourglass. With Aizen's technological support for hollowification, the Kasadaji clan no longer needed to capture dozens of Shinigami for experimentation. A few carefully selected subjects were enough. And Higashi Shuichi alone could provide those, with no need to sneak around. Kasadaji Masayu regained his composure, capitalizing on his clan's noble status to slowly force the 13th Division of Imperial Guards to dismantle their surveillance. Meanwhile, Yunai Yukaku took the opportunity to indoctrinate his test subjects during the instability of hollow transformation. The balance of power began to shift. But neither man realized, Aizen was the true victor. With no effort, he had obtained a decade's worth of perfect data, refining hollowification to its theoretical peak. The next step? Captains. Shuuichi, too, had been busy. Beyond scattering anchors across the worlds, he had also delivered the Makiu blade Rika to Mayuri Kirotsuchi in the maggot's nest and established a secure link between them. Shuuichi's goal was to bring Rika as close to its perfected form as possible, refining its devouring properties while minimizing dangerous side effects. Mayuri's terms were simple. In exchange, Shuuichi must ensure that once the project was complete, he would be released from the nest and granted 11 subjects. He had no intention of remaining Gisukura-hera's underling forever. Their deal was struck. Whether or not Shuuichi could actually get Mayuri out, that was another story. In the original timeline, it had been Hurahara, after replacing Garyo Hikaifune as captain of Squad 12, who personally pulled Mayuri from the nest. But Shuuichi was no Hurahara. Not in name, nor in influence. He didn't think Yoruichi would take that kind of personal risk for him. Still, it didn't matter. He promised anyway. Given Aizen's rapid advancement, the day Mayuri would be installed as Squad 12's captain was practically inevitable. Everyone had their own secret plans. Everyone was waiting for the spark. And then, it came. At the gates of Shino Academy, the training school for future Shinigami, two young men stood side by side. Today marked the new student intake. Hey, you're a freshman too? The black-haired boy offered a warm greeting. Yeah. I passed the exam just last month. I'm from District 29 of West Rakongai. Ekamaru Jin, the silver-haired youth, extended his hand, eyes crescented into that signature fox-like smile. Ekamaru. Jin. Got it. I'm Kisaragi Shizuku, from District 1 of West Rakongai. Let's get along, alright? Their hands met in a firm shake. Come on. Shizuku waved him forward. We're the last two who haven't checked in yet. Ekamaru Jin turned his head for one last look. Up above, the bold characters of Shino Academy loomed high. At last. I'll become a Shinigami. Rinjaku. Are you okay? Chapter 61, A Home with Rinjaku is like. Nightfall. West Rakongai, District 2. Higashi Shuuichi's residence. After a long day of work, Shuuichi returned home, visibly drained. Welcome back, Lord Shuuichi. At the door, a young woman with long, wavy orange hair greeted him warmly, offering a pair of indoor gata. You 10th Division folks always this free? You're off work earlier than me every day. He slipped into the gata, his movements practiced. This scene had played out too many times to count. It had been a year since Rinjaku Matsumoto completed her education at Shino Academy and returned to live here. Yes, returned, because after Shuuichi saved her 10 years ago, she'd stayed here during her recovery. Whether out of guilt or pity, he'd allowed her to remain until she could stand on her own. Perhaps, in some small part, it was to honor his old promise to Jin. A calculated move at the time, but still a promise. Not quite. Actually, it's the opposite. Lately, there've been more hollows showing up lost in Rakongai. We rank and file can't deal with them, so most patrols are being assigned to seated officers. Rinjaku bowed slightly as she explained, the loose fabric of her robe drawing attention to her rapidly maturing curves beneath. I see. Shuuichi recalled that, yes, Aizen had indeed ramped up hollow attacks in the districts over the past few months, part of a larger scheme to pull Shinigami away from Sairi Itai, perfect for tonight's operation. Oh, by the way, Shuuichi-sama, do you want Jasmine or Oolong tonight? Barefoot, Rinjaku slipped off to the adjacent room and returned with 2 bottles. You used your salary to buy alcohol again? Shuuichi sighed. He'd long since lost count of when this started. Ever since graduation, Rinjaku had blown most of her pay on booze. Which meant, financially, she couldn't live on her own, hence, still here. It hadn't been a problem before, when she was still a kid, but now. Shuuichi's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Yeah. Developing was an understatement. This living arrangement, 1 man, 1 woman, under 1 roof, it was asking for misunderstandings. Just a little. Just a little bit. Rinjaku grinned, pouring the drinks and toasting herself before Shuuichi even picked up his cup. By the way, I ran into Soifan the other day that piqued his interest. He took a sip. She was grumbling about always being stuck on surveillance duty in Rakongai, how it's too far to return home in Sairi Itai, and how inconvenient it is. I told her, well, Shuuichi-sama has a big house with plenty of spare rooms. And you adore him, right? Maybe come crash at our place sometime. A mischievous grin bloomed across her face. No way. 1 woman in this house is already more than enough. Shuichi immediately shut the idea down. Letting Soifan move in? He'd go mad. One Shuichi-sama on the left, another on the right. He'd have migraines every day. And besides, Soifan's strength had grown considerably, under both Yoruichi's teachings and the private sessions Shuichi had provided over the past decade. She had already mastered Bankai. Rumor had it, Yoruichi was even teaching her the secret technique, Shunko. If Soifan were living here, how the hell was he supposed to sneak off for his extracurriculars? He didn't have Kyokusuigetsu, after all. Oh? So Shuichi-sama only needs one woman, huh? Rinjaku suddenly leaned in close. The mix of sake and her scent filled his nose. Shuichi frowned. I don't know how many I need. But Rinjaku, have you found that childhood friend of yours yet? No. The moment Jin's name surfaced, her confidence collapsed like a balloon losing air. She'd joined the 10th Division to search for him. Years had passed, and she hadn't even caught a glimpse. The air turned heavy. 3 cups in, the moon high and stars few, Rinjaku slumped over, one hand dangling off the table, mumbling in her sleep, I'll find you, no matter what. Shuichi gave a helpless smile, then rose and gently lifted her in his arms, carrying her to her room and tucking her in with careful hands. Based on past experience, she wouldn't wake until morning. And by tomorrow? Soul Society itself might never be the same again. He lingered in the doorway, watching her breathing rise and fall, a whisper of envy in his eyes. Sometimes, ignorance really was bliss. He knew too much. Living was exhausting. But he didn't regret any of it. Never had. Never would. He turned and stepped outside, vanishing towards Siriite AI. No sound. No shadow. Meanwhile, 2 youths had just finished their first day as Shino Academy students. Having received their sake, they now snuck off campus. I told you, didn't I? Trust me. My dad's been working in the 1st Division for years. He used to take me to Siriite AI all the time. I know this path by heart. Kisaragi Shujuku beamed with pride. You sure we won't get in trouble for this? Akamaru Jin's voice was calm, but his ever-narrowed eyes darted constantly, scanning every corner of Siriite AI's buildings, committing them to memory. What trouble? We're just visiting my dad to learn how to reach Shikai faster. It's not like we're doing anything shady. Even if we're caught, the teachers won't be mad. To bolster his argument, Shujuku added, you've got insanely high spiritual pressure potential, and mine's not bad either. Following the regular curriculum is a total waste of time. Remember, we agreed to race to see who becomes a captain first. If you don't come, and I beat you, don't blame me. Jin didn't fall for such childish provocation, but he did want to grow stronger, fast. He'd already wasted nearly a decade hiding in West Akongai. Now, every second was precious. He had to find that bespectacled Shinigami, and kill him himself. But just as the two made their way toward the 1st Division's compound, a wave of terrifying spiritual pressure erupted nearby. A thunderclap explosion shattered the night, and the game of blood began. Chapter 62, The Case Woji Rebellion. Just a few minutes ago, deep within the Central 46 chambers, a drawn-out debate that had lasted for months finally neared its end. Standing on the floor below the judge's dais, Case Woji Mayu, the head of the Case Woji family, spoke with passionate fervor. Beside him stood a Shinigami in visibly poor condition, wearing a skeletal mask that emitted a low, guttural roar, and gripping tightly a Bikai Odo. It was Case Woji Mayu's first public unveiling of his masterpiece. He intended to show the members of Central 46 that this new power, this entirely noble-born, entirely controlled force, was now stable and ready. As you can see, this is a power capable of overturning Soul Society's current combat hierarchy. And most importantly, it is a power controlled entirely by the nobility. He placed special emphasis on the second half of the statement. The implications of his words were crystal clear. Yet Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, Captain Commander of the 13th Division of Imperial Guard seated on the right side of the chamber, merely narrowed his eyes briefly and gave no other response. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards is all the strength Soul Society needs. We don't need another force, and we certainly don't need your dangerous inventions. Yoruichi Shioin, Captain of the 2nd Division, did not remain silent like Yamamoto. Her voice was sharp and full of disdain. Hollowification, how dangerous was that? She had heard enough from Kisukura Hara to know it was something that should never be forgiven, much less embraced. Unfortunately, the one behind this was none other than Case Woji Mayu, the patriarch of a family just shy of being one of the great noble houses. Not only had he advanced this project to such a degree of refinement, but he'd also placed a noose around the necks of the remaining nobility, with Yamamoto at the center of it all. No matter how much Yamamoto pledged loyalty to the nobles seated atop Soul Society's throne of power, he was never truly one of them. That's why they had spent generations embedding nobles within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, lobbying for noble captains. If they could have a force exclusively loyal to noble control, independent of Yamamoto. It was clear, many members of Central 46 were tempted. Some even regretted allowing Yamamoto to attend today's meeting. Then, just as silence thickened with implication, Yamamoto Genryuzai finally spoke. I have only one condition. Members of the Bakuyo Corps must not be recruited from active duty Shinigami. Yamamoto knew, if they intended to reject the proposal, the verdict would have already been delivered. Their hesitation was solely because of him. As expected, once he made his loan request, the proposition passed by overwhelming vote. Case Woji Mayu accepted the written verdict with visible excitement. The Bakuyo Corps was now official. And with that, his ambition to make Case Woji the sixth noble family, maybe even the new fifth, was within reach. After all, many had grown dissatisfied with the declining Shiba clan. But before Mayu's fantasies could reach their peak, a violent explosion and crushing spiritual pressure shattered them. Bad news, Commander General. At the Case Woji estate, an unidentified humanoid entity has appeared. It resembles an Rancor, but wields a Zanpakuto. A blood-soaked Shinigami burst into the chambers, breathlessly reporting to Yamamoto. Because the trial had been conducted in secret, most ordinary Shinigami still didn't know about holification. But everyone present in Central 46 did. Impossible. As long as they hold their Bakuyo, the holification is completely suppressed. The balance is absolute. We've run countless trials without a single deviation. Case Woji Mayu roared in fury, lunging to seize the panicked messenger, only to be blocked by a tall, commanding figure. That might not be the case anymore, Lord Case Woji Mayu. Shun Sekiraku, captain of the 8th Division, stepped forward, eyes sharp as a blade. The tension in the room erupted. No one had anticipated this. And worst of all, the timing. Because Case Woji Mayu had promised to reveal something major today, Central 46 had unusually gathered 7 captains on site, including even the notorious 11th Division's Kenpachi Zaraki. That meant only a handful of captains remained outside, able to respond quickly to incidents near the noble estates. Joshiro Yukitake of the 13th, plagued by chronic illness and stationed mostly in the world of the living. Garyo Hikaifune of the 12th, entirely absorbed in her research. Kamikawa Rennosuke of the 3rd, on reserve for emergency support. Makazu Ojin of the 10th, assigned to routine patrols. Anohana Retsu of the 4th, focused on medical operations. Muguru Makinsai of the 9th, guarding the prison system. Few of these were in a position to respond fast. Which raised one simple, terrifying question: did Case Woji Mayu plan this? I would never. That wasn't my intention. Of course he understood what this looked like. Even if his Bakuyo Corps was capable, he had no reason to destroy Soul Society. He had nothing to gain from ruling over ashes. But at that very moment, within the Case Woji estate, Higashi Shuichi stood calmly, Bakuyo in hand, watching as a deranged, fully holified Shinigami thrashed and howled before him. At his feet lay the shattered remains of a second Bakuyoto, its core being devoured by Urka. Case Woji Mayu would never be foolish enough to rebel outright. But he forgot, now that things have gone this far, someone has to betray him. Otherwise, he'll be the one left on Sokioka Hill. Shuichi's tone was icy. Someone has to pay. If it's not Case Woji Mayu, then it'll be Yuno Yokaku. The gears are turning. There's no stopping it now. Beside him, Aizen gazed skyward with a faint smile. I wonder, will they find this spectacle pleasing? Oh, they'll be thrilled, Lord Aizen. And if noble blood isn't enough, then let's spill a captains to sweeten the scene. Shuichi's Shikai shimmered to life. Through the eyes of a reconstituted Rishi clone pulled from the Peach Blossom realm, he watched the one rapidly approaching, 10th Division Captain Makazu Ojin. The trap was sprung. The play, begun. And now, it was time for the curtain to fall. Chapter 63, The Case Woji Rebellion, Part 2, 30 years ago, following the fallout of the hunting incident, Soul Society lost 2 of its captains. In the aftermath, witnessed by all standing captains, Makazu Ojin, formerly 3rd seat of the 1st Division, was appointed captain of the 10th Division. Though he had remained a 3rd seat for centuries, that was only due to his long tenure within the 1st Division, a place where recognition was hard-earned. The captain of that division needed no introduction, and even the lieutenant, Sasaki Chojiro, was a fearsome man who had mastered Benkai centuries ago. To rise under their shadows was no easy feat. Now, acting on the Commander General's orders, Makazu Ojin had delegated patrol duties to his subordinates for the evening, stationing himself alone within the 10th Division barracks in preparation for the unexpected contingency Yamamoto had warned of. Initially, he thought Yamamoto was being overly cautious. But the sudden spike in spiritual pressure, followed by an explosive shockwave, made him realize the worst-case scenario was here. Without hesitation, he used flash steps to head toward the explosion near the noble district. But halfway there, the instincts he had honed over years of combat screamed in alarm. Boom. The ground shattered. A massive black coffin surged from the earth. What? Kurahitsugi? Makazu-jin hadn't sensed a single spiritual presence nearby. Where had that Kido come from? No answer would come. Darkness engulfed him. Terror clawed at his soul. Far off, near the Keizuoji estate, Higashi Shuuichi stood in a deserted courtyard, the area already wrapped in a reinforced spiritual concealment barrier. His deep crimson coat fluttered in the wind. His Sunpakto had already entered Bankai. The crest that oozes defiance, the genius of arrogance, tides, negation, paralysis, slumber, all stand in your way. Crawl, Iron Princess. Mutilated clay puppet. Fuse. Repel. Extend onto the earth. Learn your own powerlessness, Hado 90, Kurahitsugi. It was a fully incanted black coffin. And through a preset anchor point, the strike landed without fail. Awaken, my soldier, borrowed corpse, return soul. The Rishi clone prepared at his side vanished instantly. Elsewhere, Kurahitsugi burst apart. Makazu-jin was no Ichigo Kurosaki, who could cleave it in half, nor was he weak enough to be instantly vaporized by it. His spiritual pressure exceeded Higashi Shuuichi's own. Bloodied, burned, but alive. You're the one behind this ambush? Makazu-jin stared at the twisted, tree-like humanoid before him, equal parts confused and enraged. What the hell was this thing? But Higashi Shuuichi had no interest in answering. He didn't believe in explaining his abilities mid-battle. Advance. Strike. The Rishi tree charged, its brittle-looking branches snapping forward like a guillotine. Clash. Parry. One man, one tree. Equal in force. The wood. It's a bluff. A single exchange was enough for Makazu-jin to realize the truth. The tree was a dense compression of manipulated spirit particles, no more real than a mirage. But Shuuichi wasn't here to talk. Carriage of Thunder, Bridge of Spinning Wheel, Light Splits in 6. Bakudo 61, Reikijakuro. Again, a full incantation. In this battle space, free of constraints, Shuuichi's Kido was unleashed at its peak. 6 radiant rods of light appeared and froze Makazu-jin midair. What the hell? Again, no warning, no build-up. Makazu-jin gritted his teeth. There was no dodging it. Now then. Through the clone's eyes, Higashi Shuuichi saw his prey immobilized. He narrowed his gaze and began chanting. The clone lifted its left arm. Ends of 1,000 hands, fingers untouched by light. Skyward bow unreflected, blaze scattered by wind. Gather without doubt, obey my command, light bomb, eightfold body, 9 paths, divine scripture, Gale's gift, greater it, draw your bow toward the distance and dissolve into radiance. Hado 91, Senju Koten Taiyo, dual pattern. 2 identical blasts of Senju Koten Taiyo erupted, one from the main body, fully incanted, the other from the clone, unincanted. Their convergence, magnified through anchor resonance, created devastation beyond simple addition. A hellborn execution. The overwhelming blast slammed into Makazu-jin, exploding with such force it tore through entire streets behind him, leveling structures for kilometers. The clone, drained by the spell, collapsed before it hit the ground. But before it even landed, a new clone took its place. Truthfully, this attack could have been even more powerful, but for now, Shuuichi's skill only allowed clones capable of unleashing one unincanted Senju Koten Taiyo. That was their limit. Is he dead? Shuuichi peered through his clone's vision. The dust had blotted out everything. The clone shared sight, but the not spiritual sense. Still, he hadn't held back. Based on previous hollow research tests, someone like Muguru McKinsey wouldn't have survived. So if Makazu-jin was just another paper captain, tonight's mission would be over. But Makazu-jin was not. From the ashes, a battered figure emerged. His Shyakusho shredded. A gaping hole torn through his gut. His limbs were torn and burned, one side of his face scorched to the bone. But even from afar, Shuuichi could feel it, the murderous heat in those eyes. Greed. Wrath. Envy. Madness. Laughter. Howl, you hound of hell, descend now. Benkei, possessed by the demon. A tidal wave of spiritual pressure burst outward. The earth cracked. The sky fractured. 5 glowing, searing hot chains dropped from the void and stabbed into Makazu-jin's limbs and skull. Our fight has only just begun. The captain laughed, wild, guttural, no longer human. More monster than man. More demon than Shinigami. The scars Shuuichi had carved into him now wore the sheen of badges of honor. This was only the beginning. Chapter 64, The Keizuoji Rebellion, Part 3, tonight, The skies over Syriite AI were dyed crimson. Not their natural hue, but a reflection of the blood-soaked earth. Hidden Cloud's village Yokaku had severed his control over the Makoto who had succumbed to hollowification. Mad Shinigami, their minds shattered, their bodies already halfway consumed by hollowification, surged out from the sealed chambers of the Keizuoji clan estate. Their targets, nobles, the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, anyone and everyone. Tonight, it would be glory or death. A river of blood was only the beginning. Who could stop it in time? The captains within Central 46 tried to break free, but dozens of rampaging Makoto blocked the exits. Trapped inside the heart of Soul Society, above the layers of hell where high-value criminals were imprisoned, not even captains dared to go all out, not here, not with Bankai. The only one smiling through the chaos was Kenpachi Zaraki. Meanwhile, outside, Captain Retsu Anohana of the 4th Division slowly rose to her feet, gazing at the 4 hollowified Shinigami who had already smashed through parts of her barracks. Only 4? First demon form, release, Unano Hitago. Elsewhere, a chain tore loose from Maka's Ojin's right arm. Shadow wrapped around his limbs. Ogre of power. He crossed 100 meters in 2 strides. One punch sent Higashi Shuuichi's Rishi tree soldier flying, the anchor point vanishing, the clone dissolving back into spirit particles. All Shuuichi could think in that moment were 3 silent curses. Just like that? Gone? All that spiritual pressure to forge an anchor, and Maka's Ojin neutralized it with 1 punch? Was this guy One Punch Man? Only now did Shuuichi realize just how deep this captain had been hiding his true power. That punch alone rivaled the force of an 8 or 9-fold Muguruma Kensai. But thankfully, Shuuichi had not relied on just one anchor. Stone, wood, paper, Shuuichi had no shortage of substitutes. Explosions echoed across the district, Bakudo, Hado, a barrage of destructive Kido erupted from all directions. Still, Maka's Ojin could not locate the true manipulator. But far off, the wailing of hollowified Shinigami, the agonized cries of nobles, each sound chipped away at the captain's remaining sanity. He had miscalculated, and his body was reaching its limits. Even with the enhancements from his Benkei, his spiritual power was hemorrhaging. If this dragged on, it would spell disaster, for him, for Syriite, for the nobles. Second demon form, Unseal, Unanome Mori. The chain on his left leg shattered. A shadowy armor cocooned him, jagged and malicious. Pain twisted his lips, but his will didn't falter. He ignored the blasts from Shuuichi's Rishi clones and charged straight toward the noble district. Your assessment is impressive. Shuuichi frowned. His attacks weren't having the intended effect. But he was beginning to understand the mechanism of Maka's Ojin's Bankai. Those 5 chains embedded in his body weren't for show. Each was a seal. Each time he broke one, he unlocked a new enhancement. The first was power, enveloping his arms and granting brutal strength. The second was defense, forming a shell around him to deflect damage. What about the remaining 3? Shuuichi didn't know, but one thing was clear, he could no longer stay at a distance. His Rishi clones might work against weaker enemies, but not against a captain like Maka's Ojin, whose spiritual pressure outmatched his and whose Bankai was built for pure, relentless warfare. SHK, a sharp hum. Maka's Ojin halted just short of a glowing cut in the air, one that bisected his protective shadow shield cleanly. He didn't need to sense the spiritual pressure. His opponent stood before him. No flourish. Just a clean diagonal slash, powered by years of perfecting one strike. This was Higashi Shuuichi's signature move, the thrusting blade, a fusion of flash steps, pressure, and force, honed over decades. A move that even Kenpachi Zaraki might nod at. Maka's Ojin, however, was not Kenpachi. The crimson coat shimmered in the wind. The man behind the blade looked as if he'd stepped out of the burning sky. Higashi Shuuichi. His voice rasped with fury. He would not forgive betrayal. Third demon form, ascend, Unanokari. The chain on his right leg snapped. Darkness devoured his legs, snarling and laughing. His stabilized body began to crack. Even his Bankai couldn't suppress the internal damage now. He could barely speak, but his gaze never left Shuuichi. Steel clashed. Power collided. Speed blurred. They fought like demons, pure instinct and raw strength. No Kido. No tricks. Just war. Maka's Ojin finally found an opening, his blade sliced off Shuuichi's left arm. He didn't even get to smirk. A moment later, blood burst from his own shoulder. Your ability is too straightforward. Shuuichi's voice was like winter steel. Bankai extension, blade hidden in a smile. His Zanpakuto plunged toward Maka's Ojin's heart, but one of the screaming shadows intercepted it, shrieking as it took the blow. That was why Shuuichi had waited so long to use this ability. He wasn't sure how Maka's Ojin's spirits would interact with his retaliatory strike. Unlike Yukitik's Zanpakuto, which absorbed and returned attacks directly, Shuichi's ability required him to take the hit first. If those shadows held any curse, he'd suffer the full brunt, even with his regenerative abilities. Fortunately, the shadows were aggressive but uninfected. Shuichi pulled back. Blood pooled beneath Maka's Ojin. Still standing, but barely. If the demons won't let me give you a clean death, then let us both burn. His voice was low. He raised his Zanpakuto high over his shoulder. Crimson light gathered beneath the red sky. Hado 96, Itokazo. Single blade cremation, a final incantation. A final flame. The battlefield was about to be baptized. Chapter 65, The Keizuoji Rebellion, Part 4, Scorching flames swept across the ground, boiling everything in their path. Higashi Shuichi's arms were completely burned to ash. And yet, moments later, 2 fresh limbs extended from his shoulders, unblemished, whole. Infinite regeneration. The power of the Soul King's shard, it was this that gave him the confidence to wield such a self-destructive Hado. Before him lay a charred corpse, nearly reduced to cinders. Fourth. Una. Resurrect. Jumbled words slipped from Makizo-jin's lips, too weak to make sense. Shuichi furrowed his brows and stepped forward. One clean stroke. A severed head dropped to the blood-scorched ground. Shuichi gave silent respect to Makizo-jin's unbreakable will and monstrous vitality, but mercy had no place here. Suddenly, the sky tore open. A rift, not a garganta, something else, darker, split across the heavens. 2 black pillars descended, impaling Makizo-jin's ruined body and head, dragging him back through the void. It was over in under 2 seconds. The crimson sky returned, undisturbed. As if nothing had ever happened. Shuichi only stared at the rift's vanishing edge for a few quiet seconds before turning away. That wasn't a place he had the right to covet, not yet. Tonight wasn't over. Elsewhere in Sairi Itai, 3rd Division Captain Kamikawa Rennosuke lay broken amid the rubble. His Zanpakuto stood impaled in a collapsed rooftop barely 20 meters away, but the gap might as well have been 1,000. Kamaji will never succeed. They'll never make it past the head captain. Both arms severed, his spiritual pressure plummeting, Rennosuke could already see his end. I don't work for the Kamaji clan. The speaker was a blind man with wild hair, clad in a standard Shyakusho. He seemed like just another seated officer, yet the spiritual pressure rolling off him rivaled that of any captain. Worse, he had mastered Bankai. When had captain-level power become so cheap? Rennosuke didn't understand. If the Kamaji fail to seize victory, and you're found soaked in a captain's blood, you'll have no path left. He warned. The reflection of flame danced on the blind man's blade. Rennosuke closed his eyes. I was going to retire next year. A bitter smile curled on his lips. His final breath passed, soft and silent. Meanwhile, 9th Division Captain Muguru Makinsai was still mired in a hollow assault on the outer districts. 13th Division Captain Yukitik Joshiro remained stranded in the human world. 4th Division's Captain Unohana Retsu had already dealt with 4 foolish hollow-fied Shinigami effortlessly and was now calmly watching the carnage consume the noble quarter, but she had no intention of intervening. Only one captain remained with the freedom to act, 12th Division's Captain Hikai Funkirio. Standing just outside her division barracks was a man in glasses, the current lieutenant of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. He had been standing there for some time. Not entering. Not leaving. Waiting. If Hikai Funkirio dared step outside tonight, she would share the fate of the 2 captains already lost. And so, Sairi Itai, deprived of its captains, lay bare before the rampaging Bakuyo Corps, whose strength, twisted by hollowification, had risen to horrifying levels. Ruin. Slaughter. Madness. These would forever stain this night. Within the Kamaji main hall, Hidden Cloud's village Iokaku stood entranced, watching the chaos unfold. This was everything he'd worked toward, every piece meticulously placed for this moment. And now, he could go further. If the Bakuyo Corps slaughtered the nobles, if they inflicted serious damage upon the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, then he would have leverage, enough to make even Yamamoto Genryuzai come to the table. He truly believed it. If he survived tonight, the Soul Society would be his to bargain with. Lord Hidden Cloud's village. A familiar voice echoed behind him. Yokaku didn't turn around. Our timelines moved up. Shuichi, go to the Central 46, support the Bakuyo Corps there. Stall the captains at any cost. I know you've stored up enough Rishi soldiers over the years. This is where he choked mid-sentence. Eyes wide, he looked down at the hole in his chest, cleanly pierced through. Your plan moved up. Higashi Shuichi said coldly, stepping away. But mine didn't. Everything is proceeding exactly as I intended. Thud. Hidden Cloud's village Iokaku collapsed to his knees, one trembling hand clawing toward the head seat, the very throne he had dreamed of for years. But from behind, Shuichi's voice offered no mercy. Hado 73, Sorenso Katsui. Flames roared. The house of Kamichi burned. The dream, the man, reduced to cinders. Shuichi didn't flinch. Hidden Cloud's village he had to die. Unlike Kamichi Mayu, he knew too many secrets. About the Bakuyo blades. About Higashi Shuichi himself. The next step is devouring more Bakuyo blades. Standing in the center of the burning Kamichi estate, surrounded by mutilated corpses of noblemen and retainers, Shuichi showed no emotion. The Bakuyo Corps deployed to the Central 46 wouldn't delay the captains long. Even with caution toward the underground prisons, those veterans wouldn't take long to break free. Which meant time was short. How far Rika, his Bakuyo blade, could evolve would depend on how efficiently he moved tonight. But I'd wager. A grin played at his lips. Right now, in terms of cleanup efficiency, there's no one in Soul Society more effective than me. He let his left hand hang loose, Rika's blade gleaming. Advance, Bings. Detest war, Peach Blossom Field. Thousands of Rishi soldiers surged forth from the dimension known as Daoin, spilling into the streets. Under Shuichi's control, they raced toward the rampaging hollow-fied Shinigami, awaiting the moment the Imperial Guard's captains broke free from the Central 46. And then? The purge would begin. At the same moment, two fresh students who had just enrolled at Shino Academy found themselves caught in the fallout. Ekamaru ducked behind a pillar the moment the first corrupted Shinigami appeared. But Kisaragi Shujuk stood frozen. Staring at the monster approaching, a creature consumed by hollow madness, his lips parted. Disbelief cracked his voice. Father?